Hello everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now, sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter, Complete Martial Arts, A T-Rex Trapped. Chapter 551, Wang Family's Decision. The next day, everyone's emotions got better, and the exhaustion on their bodies subsided a little. Early in the morning, sunlight scattered on the earth. A thin mist floated above the ruins of Donghai. Many people were already getting busy. Governor Jiang and the higher authorities of Donghai had woken up at 4 a.m. They were running everywhere and organizing all the work. General Chen and the military patrolled around Donghai to maintain order. This was a fragile moment. It was possible that some people would snap under the pressure and commit illogical acts in this situation. Yesterday at midnight, the reinforcements from the different cities had arrived. They included medical staff, alchemists, runmasters, and many more. They had already started working. There were also architects, city planners, designers, railway engineers, and other top talents from various fields sent from all around the country. It was hard to imagine that these many people had gathered in Donghai in a single night. Besides, more talents would arrive continuously to contribute their effort in rebuilding Donghai. Wang Teng had noticed the commotion yesterday night, but it had nothing to do with him, so he cultivated in peace. He disregarded what was happening around him. The people around him started waking up one by one. The first thing Lin Chuhan did when she opened her eyes was to look at Wang Teng. He was sitting on a huge rock and breathing in the force from heaven and earth as he cultivated. Thick force had formed a faint mist around his body, making the morning glow look holy. The other members of the Wang family woke up. Soon, they also noticed Wang Teng. They were astounded. Was this the cultivation of a martial warrior? Amazing, they had a sudden thought. From the looks of it, Wang Teng had been cultivating the entire night. He was indeed hard-working. Li Yishueme felt her heart hurting. This was her son, so she couldn't bear to see him suffer. What if his legs turned numb after sitting the entire night? On the other hand, Grandpa Wang and Wang Shengguo felt relieved, even with his achievements. Wang Teng wasn't arrogant and conceited. He continued to cultivate hard as expected of their child. At the same time, Wang Teng sensed that everyone was awake. He completed his last round of force circulation before opening his eyes. A sharp glint shot out of his eyes, but it disappeared instantly. Everyone was surprised as they evaded his gaze. Wang Teng's gaze wasn't scary. They just couldn't stare directly at the sharp light left over from his cultivation. Everyone is awake. Wang Teng smiled. We've been up for a long time. We were waiting for you, Lin Chuhan said. Wang Teng was speechless. He didn't sleep the entire night, but he became the last person to wake up. Who could he complain to? In his heart, he grumbled that ladies were hard to interact with. Then a tinge of helplessness appeared on his face. Silence meant consent. He agreed with Lin Chuhan silently. He wasn't stupid, so he wouldn't reason with a lady. After everyone finished their breakfast, Wang Teng and Grandpa Wang gathered together to discuss the future development of the Wang family and their future home. What does everyone think? Tell me your thoughts, Grandpa Wang looked around and asked. They all glanced at Wang Teng unconsciously. I feel that Donghai is very dangerous now, so we should relocate. I can bring my family along. They will definitely listen to the Wang family. Wang Teng's oldest aunt, Zhao Huili, suddenly said. Everyone looked at her with a hint of helplessness on their faces. Zhao Huili had no bad intentions, but her foresight was a little shallow. If things were that simple, they wouldn't need to gather and discuss. Shut up. Don't say anything if you don't know anything. Wang Shenghong glared at his wife. Zhao Huili felt a little wronged. She wanted to refute. Grandpa Wang opened his mouth at this moment. He waved his hand and said, "It's all right. Huili is just stating our last resort. See, Father says I'm right." Zhao Huili got proud in an instant. All right, stop talking," Wang Shenghong said impatiently. Zhao Huili was furious. She still wanted to offer a retort. "Mom, let's listen to what Wang Teng has to say." Wang Yanan pulled her hand and said. Zhao Huili glanced at Wang Teng and turned quiet immediately. When they were hiding in the underground shelter, she had personally witnessed how powerful Wang Teng was. You could say that in the entire Wang family, the only person she was more fearful and had more respect for than Grandpa Wang was Wang Teng. Wang Teng smiled. Actually, Aunt is right. Zhao Huili puffed up her chest when she heard Wang Teng agreeing with her viewpoint. She snorted at Wang Shenghong. Everyone was shocked. "Little Teng?" Wang Shenghong asked curiously. "Uncle, don't worry. I'm not done yet. Moving away is a good choice, but that's only for other people. I feel that for the Wang family. Staying in Donghai is the wisest option," Wang Teng said confidently. "Oh, why do you think so?" Grandpa Wang smiled and asked. "Grandpa, you're testing me, aren't you?" Wang Teng laughed. He didn't probe further and continued. "Y'all are not martial warriors, so you don't know some insider information?" The family was startled by his words. They glanced at one another. Actually, the world isn't as safe as what everyone thinks, whichever corner you're at. The Star Beasts riot is one, but there are other reasons too. These reasons are worse than the Star Beasts, Wang Teng said.
What?
Everyone was flabbergasted, their faces turning pale. What reason was more terrifying than the Sea Beasts riot? "Son, what are they? Can you tell us?" Wang Shengguo asked. "I can talk about it, but there are many taboos." Wang Teng hesitated. In the end, he still acted on his own accord and briefly told his family about the dark apparitions. However, he used voice transmission to transmit his voice into their ears. The Wang family was appalled when they heard this. Wang Teng didn't explain in detail, but the tip of the iceberg he revealed was enough to frighten them. How did the world become so dangerous? They used to live in a peaceful environment, so these disasters were a bit hard to imagine. So, staying in Donghai is the best option. My foundation is here. I can protect you to the best of my ability here. If anything happens in Donghai and I'm not around, the higher authorities of Donghai will offer protection to the Wang family immediately. In other countries, we won't be able to receive similar treatment, Wang Teng said slowly. Everyone turned silent. After some time, Grandpa Wang heaved a long sigh and said, "Little Teng is right. This is what I wanted to say to you. Rather than finding an unfamiliar place and passing our safety to unfamiliar people, we should stay in our homeland and go through thick and thin with it." Chapter 552. Major General Wang. When Grandpa Wang finished speaking, Wang Teng added, "One more thing. The sea beasts have just been chased away. Unless they're really mad, they wouldn't dare to attack us again for a long time." That is true. No one can guarantee that the star beasts won't attack the other cities. After all, the world is not peaceful. Wang Shengjun exclaimed. Zhao Huili turned pale after listening to their comments. "Then let's stay at Donghai." Everyone laughed uncontrollably. The steadfast Wang Shenghong couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was left speechless by his wife. Wang Yanan was a little embarrassed and wanted to cover her face. However, that was her mother, and as her daughter, she couldn't just leave her alone. "I agree with little Teng's decision to stay in Donghai." Fang Junming spoke up. Wang Shenghong and Wang Shengjun didn't have any doubts. They were fully convinced by Wang Teng. Whether or not this home would still be around, it all depended on Wang Teng. Wang Shengguo naturally didn't have anything to say. That was his son. If he didn't support him, no one would. All of you don't have to worry so much after this riot. Donghai will certainly build up its defenses, and it will be safer for everyone. When we rebuild the Wang family in the future, I suggest our families should live in the same place. I'll set up rune defense arrays. It would be impossible for ordinary martial warriors and star beasts to break through. Everyone will be safe. Wang Teng comforted them. The Wang family heaved a sigh of relief and felt a lot more at ease. Since everyone has no objections, it's settled then. Just as Grandpa Wang finished speaking, a group of people came over from a distance. "Hey, it's them," Grandpa Wang smiled. "I was just thinking when they would come. Looks like they couldn't wait past the second day." The others turned their heads and recognized them. In a situation like this, every family is overwrought. Besides, they are close to our Wang family. It wouldn't be weird for them to come to us. Wang Shenghong smiled. "There are a few families that are close to our Wang family. If it's possible, let's help them out. As for the other families, before our Wang family rose in power, they didn't care about us. We can return the favor now." Grandpa Wang sneered. Everyone knew it in their hearts. None of the Wang family heads were people you could mess around with. While they were talking, the people from the other families came closer. "Mr. Wang Teng," the leaders of the families greeted Wang Teng first, but they all felt weird. Wang Teng was much younger than them. In the past, he was considered as their nephew, but now no one dared to treat him like a normal junior. They were not related by blood, and they were not arrogant enough to be a general stage martial warrior's senior. Grandpa Wang. The leaders then greeted Grandpa Wang, Shengguo, Wang Shenghong, and the rest returned the greeting, paying attention to everything, just like how family leaders would carry themselves. Wang Teng saw Shu Jie and Bai Wei beside them and smiled in his head. They were trying to use his friends to curry favor, but he didn't seem to mind and called them out. Shu Hui, Bai Wei, Yu Hao, and Sister Shu Hui. Brother Teng. They cried out in embarrassment. After all, they were too young. Their families were making a fuss about their relationship, embarrassing them a little. Wang Teng. Shu Hui was older and nodded at Wang Teng with a hint of restraint. She was feeling complicated in her heart. When they were young, they had a very good relationship. But why did Wang Teng seem to have no interest in her after meeting at the auction the last time? She really didn't understand. And now that Wang Teng's strength had improved, she felt that they were drifting apart from each other. She wanted to find a way to stop that, but he was always gone, and there was nothing she could do about it. Now there was a trace of sadness in her heart. Wang Teng didn't know about Shu Hui's complicated thoughts. He looked at the family leaders and stayed silent. Grandpa Wang got his hint and understood at once. He smiled. "Why are you here when you have family matters to deal with?" The family leaders exchanged glances with one another and smiled awkwardly. The leader of the Shu family was Shu Jie's uncle. He was a refined, middle-aged man. He glanced at Wang Teng before turning his head and speaking to Grandpa Wang directly. "Mr. Wang, I won't beat around the bush. I do have something to ask from you today." The moment he finished speaking, a shout was heard from the sky. A figure was floating in mid-air. It was Fu Tiandao. He went straight to the point. "Wang Teng, Governor Jiang and the President are looking for you. Please come with me quickly." Wang Teng knew what was going on, so he nodded and said, "Everyone, I'll make a move first." He tapped the floor lightly with his feet and turned into a ray of light following behind Fu Tiandao. The leaders of the other families raised their heads and looked at him in envy. This was the trump card of the Wang family. Wang Teng followed Fu Tiandao to the center of Donghai. Some of the buildings here had a better defense, so they weren't completely destroyed. Governor Jiang, Ye Jixin, and the other important people were having a meeting here. When Wang Teng walked into the meeting room, Governor Jiang smiled and said, "Everyone, the person you wanted to meet is here." The people in the meeting room turned their heads and saw a young man walking in. They were astounded. They had seen Wang Teng on the screen before, so they knew that he was an extraordinary young man. He was extremely powerful, however. When they saw the real person, their feelings were different. At first glance, he seemed like a normal and ordinary young man, but if they looked carefully, they could tell that he was suppressing his aura. His gaze was deep, like a dragon hiding in the abyss. Major General Wang, nice to meet you. These people's aura wasn't weak either. They were all powerful people who were in high positions. If not, they wouldn't be here. Right now, though, they all greeted him politely. Major General? Wang Teng was stunned when he heard this greeting. When did he become a Major General? The military awarded you this title after the Star Maple City War, Dan Teishuan said calmly, as if she had just remembered this matter. Wang Teng was speechless. Why didn't they tell him earlier? This was such an important piece of news. He wondered when he would have known about it if the others didn't mention it. This was outrageous. He missed many chances to be arrogant because of this. Damn it. Wang Teng was filled with bitterness. The atmosphere turned a little strange. The others had noticed his abnormality, so their expressions turned a bit weird. As the receiver of the title, he only knew his identity. Now, this was unheard of. Cough. Since everyone is present, let's discuss the defense array for Donghai. Governor Jiang coughed and said, Chapter 553, Is My Drawing Ugly? Everyone got serious when they went back to the main topic. Wang Teng remained quiet after he sat down. He could sense that everyone present was a runmaster. Hence, they must have their own ideas of rune arrays. Since he had just arrived, he shouldn't interrupt them. As expected, no one asked for his opinion. They started expressing their views directly. From what I see, we can create a 3-mountain giant array on the 3 mountains young Master Wang carried over. No other array is better than this. The person who opened his mouth was a 40-year-old rune master who was slightly scrawny. Everyone started pondering after hearing his suggestion. An advanced stage rune master said, Once this array is formed, the 3 mountains will be like 3 giant deities guarding the Donghai coastline. It can resist another invasion of sea beasts, and the defense isn't bad. No, it isn't appropriate. The scope of the 3-mountain giant array is limited. It will only cover the area where the 3 mountains are. The sea beasts can still go around the 3 mountains to attack Donghai. They didn't succeed this time because Major General Wang's actions were too unexpected. Those sea beasts couldn't come up with a countermeasure in time. Another rune master shook his head. Based on their intelligence, the sea beasts might not be able to think of a strategy. Hence, I feel that defending the area around the 3 mountains is enough. We can just send more people to guard the other areas. The rune master that spoke before voiced out again. There will always be careless omissions if we use humans. Chu Youngnian, you're too naive. Didn't you learn any lesson from the sea beasts' riot? Situ Yun refuted without any mercy. He was the head of the rune faculty in Donghai Military Academy. Hence, his rune mastery wasn't low. He was participating in this discussion too. Based on your words, it will only be safe if we encase the entire Donghai in a rune array, right? But can we do it? Chu Youngnian snorted. He paused for a moment. When he noticed everyone keeping quiet, he continued, A normal array won't be able to withstand a Lord-level sea beast's attack. Even if we create it, it's useless. However, we don't have the ability to create advanced arrays. In that case, why don't we gather everyone's strength and form an array that's able to block Lord-level sea beasts' attacks? Everyone was in a dilemma. They had to admit that Chu Youngnian was right. The coastline was the most important defense of Donghai. Protecting that area was equivalent to protecting Donghai. The problem wasn't which idea was better. It was whether they had the ability to do it. They felt helpless, but that was the undeniable truth. Earth's foundation in runes was still too weak. They could form an array to cover the entire city since there were a few master-level rune masters here, but the arrays had different levels too. Their understanding of the more advanced arrays was still shallow. Why don't we ask the rune masters from the Xingwu continent to help? Someone hesitated before suggesting. Everyone was shocked. Then they seriously started considering it. That's a good idea. Earth's relationship with the Xingwu continent is getting closer. I don't think they will reject us if we ask them for some help. Who knows? They hide their powerful rune arrays quite well. Only the direct descendants of the rune masters will be able to get these powerful arrays. Other than that, it's impossible to get them. They won't show it to us easily. We have helped them so much, but they're still guarding against us, someone complained. We'll do the same too. After a round of discussion, no results were obtained. Wang Teng's expression turned a little weird. These people kept complaining about the difficulty. Well, he did learn some rune knowledge from Gorlin, so he felt that it wasn't that difficult. Could it be that the powerful arrays they were talking about were a different thing? Also, he would be able to create the rune arrays without any help from Xingwu continent, too. After all, his rune mastery had already reached a certain profound stage. However, if he said it himself, he would be suspected of boasting. They might not believe him at all. Wang Teng was in deep thought. How could he say it so that his boasting would seem logical? You have been discussing it for a long time, but there's no result. In that case, why don't you ask the relevant party? Wang Teng moved the 3 mountains, so he might have a plan already. Dan Taishuan's impatient voice sounded at this moment. She thought that the rune masters would be able to achieve some progress, but in the end, no conclusions were formed. She felt speechless. The rune masters were stunned, feeling a little embarrassed. Then they quickly looked at Wang Teng. Was Dan Taishuan saying that Wang Teng had an idea? Situ Yun's expression changed slightly. He knew that Wang Teng's rune talent was good, but that was it. Wang Teng hadn't spent much time in school. He would find it unbelievable if he knew that Wang Teng's rune mastery had surpassed him in a blink of an eye. But he knew that Dan Taishuan wouldn't speak without a reason. It seemed like Wang Teng was hiding something. The other rune masters didn't know anything about Wang Teng's rune mastery. They didn't even know that he was a rune master, so they were a little hesitant. However, someone still asked in the end, Major General Wang, "Do you have any ideas?" "Please give me a map of Donghai's surroundings," Wang Teng said to Governor Jiang. He didn't put forward his thoughts immediately. Governor Jiang was surprised before he ordered someone to get a map and laid it out in front of everyone. What is he going to do? Curious, everyone gathered in front. Wang Teng drew 3 huge mountains on the coastline first. Then he crossed them out and started outlining Donghai. "Can you see anything?" Wang Teng said with a smile and a confident expression. He threw the pen casually on the table after he finished drawing. Speechless, they all looked at Wang Teng absent-mindedly. What was he drawing? Their eyesight was a little bad, so they couldn't tell what it was. Wang Teng's smile froze when he saw their expressions. He lowered his head and glanced at the map, asking in a soft voice, "Is my drawing ugly?" Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed awkwardly. If Wang Teng was just a younger generation, they would have reprimanded him furiously. What on earth was he drawing? Unfortunately, they couldn't. Wang Teng was too powerful and could kill them with a pinch. They couldn't afford to offend him. On the other hand, Dan Taishuan didn't have such a concern. She pouted and said, "What the hell is this? Don't you know what your standard is?" Wang Teng, "Why don't Major General Wang just explain it to us?" Chu Yongnian said. "Don't you think that this looks like a lifelike black tortoise?" Wang Teng took a deep breath and replied helplessly. Chapter 554, Thank Master Wang for Enlightening Us. As everyone looked at the drawing on the map, they almost had a breakdown. "You call this lifelike?" They glanced at Wang Teng weirdly. There were many emotions in their gaze. Where did he get his confidence from? If they had to describe the drawing, it looked more like a pig's head or an elephant. "You must have learned abstract art." Dan Taishuan mocked him mercilessly. "Well, it's indeed a little abstract." Ye Jixin touched his chin and nodded. He didn't bother about the discussion before, but he couldn't help himself anymore. He walked over to take a look. Wang Teng was speechless when he saw them poking fun at his lifelike drawing blatantly. "Enough?" He grabbed the map, crushed it into a ball, and threw it into the rubbish bin. He said angrily, "Give me another map." Governor Jiang controlled his laughter and asked his man to take out another map. Wang Teng lifted the pen, took a deep breath, and started drawing freely. After some time, a black tortoise appeared on the paper under his confident gaze. Wang Teng looked at the people around him hopefully, their answer. Suppressed smiles, this was hurtful. Wang Teng looked at his drawing again, feeling hopeless. Laugh all you want, I'm not helping with the array anymore. He was furious. He didn't care how abstract his drawing was anymore and leaned back on his chair angrily. The situation was already so bad that making it worse made no real difference. Cough. This drawing is not bad. Governor Jiang clenched his fist and placed it in front of his mouth as he coughed. Why don't you tell us what it represents? I don't want to. I'm not in the mood. Wang Teng pouted. First, they teased him, and then they wanted him to give them ideas. How could that happen? Did they think he had no ego? All right. I know you're capable. Tell us quickly. Dan Teishuan glanced at him and said, Wang Teng wasn't honestly going to keep it from them, so he went along with Dan Teishuan. Actually, I wanted to make a joke to liven up the atmosphere. My drawing skills aren't at this level. Wang Teng started spouting nonsense. Everyone glanced sideways at him. Do you think we'll believe you? Wang Teng ignored their gazes. Who cared if they believed him or not? He just had to believe himself. He turned serious and continued, I know an array called the Black Tortoise Skylock Array. Black Tortoise Skylock Array. Everyone was stunned. They were filled with curiosity as they had never heard of this array before. Are you sure you didn't come up with the name to surprise us? Major General Wang. This array, Wang Teng interrupted Chu Yongnian before he could finish his sentence. I know what you want to ask. However, I don't want to explain anything. All you need to know is that I understand it and can make it. That is enough. Really? Si Tuyun glanced at everyone before confirming with Wang Teng. Is there a need to lie? My family and friends are in Donghai too. Will I take their lives as a joke? Wang Teng said. Is there anything special regarding this array? The other run masters asked. They nodded and agreed with Wang Teng's logic. The Black Tortoise Skylock Array is just a normal array. Its defense ability is well known in the Xingwu continent, and it's said to be able to guard the sky, so guarding a city is a piece of cake, Wang Teng replied. Guard the sky, how arrogant. I wonder if it's truly so powerful? Chu Yongnian questioned. He wasn't targeting Wang Teng. He just felt that it was a little exaggerated, so he wasn't sure of its credibility. Major General Wang, are you a rune master too? Someone finally reacted and asked, Wang Teng is the disciple of a run master in Xingwu continent. Also, he has reached the master level. Dan Teishuan noticed their disbelief, so she spoke up. Master level. Everyone looked at Wang Teng in astonishment. Master level at such a young age. Principal Dan, are you sure you're not lying to us? Chu Yongnian questioned. During the Star Maple City War, Wang Teng commanded a group of talented run masters from the Xingwu continent and completed a large-sized offensive array. Then he helped the master-level run masters to complete another more difficult array. Do you think I will lie to you about this? Dan Teishuan replied angrily. This is unbelievable. They all finally believed her. There was no need for her to lie about this. Also, many people had participated in the Star Maple City War, so they could check the facts easily from others. Dan Teishuan wouldn't be so stupid and lie to them when it was so easy for their lie to be caught. Si Tuyun was even more dumbfounded. This fellow was a monster. Not only was he talented in martial arts, but his rune mastery was profound, too. It was hard to imagine. How confident are you regarding this array? Chu Yongnian took a deep breath and asked, More than 80%, Wang Teng replied confidently. 80%. Everyone was thunderstruck once again. This probability was a little too high. Mind you, this was a large-sized array and the rune construction was extremely complicated. A 50% confidence was high enough, much less 80%. What do you think of this Black Tortoise Skylock Array? Governor Jiang was appalled too. However, he didn't understand runes, so he left it to the professionals. If Major General Wang is 80% confident and the defense ability of the array is really outstanding, there's no reason for us to reject the idea. Chu Yongnian glanced at everyone and said, Wang Teng will be in charge of this matter. We'll start laying the array immediately. Governor Jiang was decisive, giving his order right away. Okay. Wang Teng nodded. Since he was going to stay in Donghai, he wouldn't let others lead the formation of this defense array. He would only feel at ease if he did it himself. The other run masters had no objections either. Wang Teng didn't waste any time. He immediately started explaining the structure of the black tortoise skylock array to everyone. It would be a waste not to use all this free labor. This array might be precious, but he didn't plan to keep it to himself. He wanted to disseminate it. It was a contribution to the human race. After all, he had many similar arrays, and they were all free. Hence, he had no pressure. If he had spent a huge sum of money to buy them, he wouldn't be so generous. Wang Teng's rune mastery was many levels higher than everyone, so they all benefited a lot from his words. The run masters were enchanted by his speech. They were confused for one moment and surprised for another. They were like students listening to a teacher. After some time, Wang Teng felt thirsty, so he stopped and drank some water. The rune masters were yearning for more, staring at him hopefully. Chu Yongnian suddenly stood up and bowed at Wang Teng. He said with respect, "Thank Master Wang for enlightening us." Even his greeting of Wang Teng had changed. He was calling him Major General Wang some time ago because he acknowledged his martial arts ability. Now, he respected his rune mastery. It was indeed profound. Thank Master Wang for enlightening us. The other rune master reacted in time and stood up, giving him a deep bow. Chapter 555, Little Yun. Are you satisfied with him? Wang Teng didn't care that they called him master. He was already a master-level run master, so he didn't need their acknowledgement. His spirit was at the imperial realm. Exceeding all the rune masters present, he believed that it wouldn't take too long for him to become the one and only Grand Master-level run master on Earth. Even in the Xingwu continent, there were only a few Grand Master-level run masters. This was the accumulation of many years of history. Earth's development was too short, so they couldn't compare with the other side. Once Wang Teng took one step forward, he would become the top rune master on Earth. After a round of discussion, everyone was finally convinced by Wang Teng. They started deploying the black tortoise skylock array. The blacksmiths worked on the materials needed for the array and used them to make vessels that could carry runes on them. The large-sized array would be hosted by Wang Teng, so he took the leading role and started commanding the advanced stage and master-level runmasters without any hesitation. In the end, he was the free one. All he did was be an evil supervisor. Boom. While everyone was working hard to build the array, explosions were suddenly heard in the distance. Wang Teng looked into the sky and frowned slightly. Master Chu, please take a look over there. I've told those people many times, but they must have made a mistake in the rune array again. Their proficiency is so low, Wang Teng said. All right, I'll go immediately. Chu Yongnian was busy carving a rune, but when he heard Wang Teng's words, he agreed and put down his work. He hurriedly rushed in the direction of the explosion. Wang Teng looked at his work and nodded silently. Among all the run masters, Chu Yongnian's enlightenment was the highest. He understood what he was saying instantly and was detailed in his work, too. He was indeed much better than the rest. Talent was extremely important in both martial arts and runes. Hard work could compensate a little, but without talent, the journey would be tiring. Chu Yongnian had brought 2 disciples along this time. They stayed beside him to assist him. When they saw a young man ordering their master to do his bidding, they were infuriated. One of them said, Master Wang Teng's martial arts ability might be strong, but your rune mastery must be better than his. Yet he threw all the tiring work to you and is just resting over there. This is a little outrageous. That's right, he's also a young man, but he doesn't know how to respect his elders. Chu Yongnian's other disciple echoed. Chu Yongnian stopped in his tracks. He glanced at them and snorted. We have all seen his level of rune mastery and are convinced by him. In any field, the best takes the lead. If you're weaker than him, you should accept it humbly and learn. What's more, you don't understand the worth of this array. Rune studies have reached this level after many years of development. However, some high-level rune arrays are still kept a secret by the Xingwu continent. We can't get them at all. However, Wang Teng passed it down to us without any reservation and didn't ask for anything in return. Why are you thinking that he's boasting? Chu Yongnian glanced at the two disciples. They didn't know what to reply to him, so he continued. He's the most familiar with this array. If he did it personally, he'd be able to complete it within 5 days. How much can we learn, then? The best way to learn is through a combination of theory and experience. You think he's ordering me around? Rather than having such useless thoughts, why don't you immerse yourself in the array? I'm sure you'll benefit greatly. His tone sounded a little disappointed. After he finished speaking, he ignored the two youngsters and rushed to the area of the explosion. Chu Yongnian's disciples turned red and white in embarrassment. At the same time, they were worried that Chu Yongnian would regard them as unpromising. Their futures would be destroyed. At the same time, a rune master was sitting on the ground absent-mindedly with a dirty face. There was a deep hole in front of him. Old Fang, what's wrong? Chu Yongnian went straight to the point without wasting any time. This isn't right. I followed his instructions clearly. Why did it explode? The rune master called Old Fang muttered to himself, ignoring Chu Yongnian completely. Old Fang, Old Fang. Chu Yongnian shook his head helplessly. What? Old Chu, aren't you in charge of the center section? Why are you here? Old Fang regained his senses. He was puzzled. You caused an explosion. Shouldn't I come to take a look? Chu Yongnian scolded. All right, tell me what happened. I don't have time to waste on you. Old Fang gave a bitter smile and explained his rune-carving process. Chu Yongnian furrowed his brows tightly after hearing him. Based on what you said, there shouldn't be a problem. Why did it explode? He leaned over and observed the rune Old Fang had carved. He tried to guess the problem using the remains of the rune. But the rune was damaged and incomplete, so he couldn't see anything. Old Fang, did you hide some details because you're embarrassed? Chu Yongnian asked curiously. Rune masters were egoistic people. They would rather investigate their mistakes alone than say them out loud and ask for help. This was why Chu Yongnian was suspicious. Bullshit. Wrong means wrong. What's there to hide? Why would I do that? Old Fang was infuriated. Chu Yongnian smiled in embarrassment. They had known each other for many years, so he knew that Old Fang wasn't that kind of person. The two of them could only carve the rune again at the same spot. Half an hour later, boom, another explosion resounded. This time, Chu Yongnian's face was injured too, but their strength wasn't that weak. A small rune explosion wouldn't hurt them. So what do you have to say now? Old Fang smiled at this plight. He found an avenue to vent his frustration. Look, it's not my fault. You made a mistake too. What's going on? I honestly don't understand. Chu Yongnian touched his head in confusion. He frowned and racked his brain. Old Fang didn't laugh at him again. He came over and joined him in studying the problem. Occasionally, he would offer his suggestion. They looked like two researchers. Chu Yongnian and Old Fang's disciples could only stay at the side silently. They couldn't offer any help. After some time, they still couldn't get it. Old Fang said helplessly, "Why don't we ask Wang Teng to take a look?" "All right, that's the only option left." Chu Yongnian gave up struggling and nodded. "Let's go together." Old Fang got up. "There's no need to find me. I've been waiting for you for a long time." A voice came from above their heads. It was Wang Teng. "Master Wang, please take a look. What's the problem here?" Chu Yongnian asked quickly. He was elated. Wang Teng floated in midair with a single glance. He noticed their problem. He replied calmly, "Your perception is wrong. These runes shouldn't be carved from the first to the last. Instead, you should start from the outside and slowly carved inwards to form an enclosed formation. The core runes should be carved last and linked with the rest. The two people were enlightened, their eyes lit up with joy as they shouted, "I see, so that was it." "All right, continue your carving." Wang Teng left after solving their concern. The two run masters were full of compliments. "Master Wang's rune mastery is much higher than ours. This is probably a rune construction method from the Xingwu continent. We have never seen this on Earth," Old Fang said. "This rune construction method is their core. There's nothing wrong in admitting it. If we were to do the research ourselves, we wouldn't be able to realize it for many years." "Rune studies are too profound and complicated," Chu Yongnian said. Old Fang nodded in agreement. Their disciples stared at them with their mouths agape before glancing in the direction where Wang Teng had left. They had to admit that even though their age was around the same, they couldn't hold a candle to him. Wang Teng seemed free, and he really was. Other people had similar problems like Chu Yongnian. These were all secrets of the Xingwu continent. They had never encountered them before, so they were confused. Wang Teng's job was to solve their problems and enlighten them. These people were the best batch of run masters. Their understanding of rune studies was no weaker than others, so they could grasp what Wang Teng was trying to say immediately. He didn't need to waste too much saliva. As time passed, the black tortoise skylock array was almost completed. It was at the last stages now. Today, Wang Teng went back to have breakfast with his family before teaching Daodu martial arts on an empty ground. The little fellow practiced the basic fist skill very well. She even made sounds when she punched out her fists as if this would increase her aura. But to others, no matter how hard she screamed, her voice and appearance were always cute. Grandpa Wang and everyone in the Wang family was looking at her with smiles on their faces. They doted on this young girl and didn't discriminate against her just because she didn't have their blood. This little girl had gradually merged into the Wang family. The Shu family, the Bai family, and some other families made some cooperating deals with the Wang family. In summary, they would rely on the Wang family for survival, and the Wang family would provide them with some protection. Wang Teng had no qualms. He was friends with Xu Ji and Bai Wei, so he would offer them help if they needed it. Xu Ji, Bai Wei, and Yu Hao came to look for him, too. Wang Teng knew what they were thinking. He didn't say much and asked them not to read into it. They should go back and cultivate properly. He wasn't that narrow-minded. He wouldn't object to some of the ways of the world. Xu Ji and his friends felt relieved when they knew that he wasn't angry. They chatted with one another happily before leaving. The elders of their families had placed high hopes on them. They hoped that they could have some success on this path of martial arts. Of course, they couldn't be compared with Wang Teng, but they must become a martial warrior and play their part for the family. They weren't the only ones. The other younger generations of the other families were in the same boat. As long as they had talent, the families would spend all their resources on the youth to learn martial arts. The Sea Beasts riot this time had stimulated everyone. They finally understood that this era would be a martial warriors' era. If they weren't martial warriors, they were nobodies. They couldn't even save themselves. All the other families were thinking of ways to let their younger generation step on the martial arts path. Unfortunately, they weren't as lucky as the Shu or Bai families. They were the top-tier families in Donghai and had a good relationship with the Wang family. They were ahead of many other elite families. Many top-tier families knew that Wang Teng was from the Wang family, so they wanted to ride on this big boat. However, they had no avenues. The Wang family weren't charitable people either. If they didn't know them, they wouldn't meet the families. The Zhou family was one of the most powerful families in Donghai. At this moment, they were having a family meeting. The higher authorities of the Zhou family and some recognized young people were all present. The third daughter of the Zhou family, Zhou Baiyun, who was at the gathering on Mount Bao'an, was sitting in the first seat on the right-hand side of the family head. The atmosphere was stern. The Zhou family had suffered many losses in this Sea Beasts riot. All their fixed assets were destroyed. Fortunately, they had many businesses in the country, so their foundation was still there. Even so, the assets of the Zhou family had shrunk by a third. This was a huge blow to them. The grandfather of the Zhou family was sitting in the host seat, he said with a stern face. Martial warriors are the root of the martial arts era. Although we have groomed some martial warriors over the years, we were still helpless during this sea beasts riot. These younger generations are used to living in peace. Everyone felt awkward. They didn't know what to do either. They had never experienced such a frightening sea beasts riot before. The purpose of them practicing martial arts was to gain status and special benefits. They weren't going to fight for their lives. By right, they weren't wrong. In the peaceful era, these family martial warriors wouldn't need to risk their lives. However, no one expected the riot to happen. The current family head was Zhou Baiyun's father, Zhou Weichang. Grandpa Zhou had gone behind the scenes many years ago. Zhou Weichang opened his mouth and said, "The martial warriors we groomed have never seen any blood. It's normal that they would get overpowered by the sea beasts." Don't seek excuses for your incompetence. If your foresight was far enough, the Zhou family wouldn't be in this awkward situation. Grandpa Zhou snorted. "Zhou Weichang, you didn't think about this too, right?" Zhou Weichang felt frustrated. He glanced at Grandpa Zhou, but he didn't dare to voice out his thoughts. Look at the Wang family. They have groomed a top-class martial warrior, a general stage. How many general stage martial warriors are there in the country or the world? During normal times, we don't see their advantage, but their capabilities were displayed during the Sea Beasts riot. "The Wang family is going to rise above all," Grandpa Zhou said in envy. "The Wang family didn't groom him. Wang Teng's talent is just too powerful. That's why he had his achievements. The Wang family is extremely fortunate to give birth to a phoenix in their chicken nest." Zhou Weichang complained in his heart, but he didn't speak out. Grandpa Zhou was in a fit of anger, so he would calm down after venting a bit. If anyone dared to refute, they would be dead. Zhou Weichang had realized this over the years. "Grandpa, don't scold Dad. Wang Teng's talent is too high. There's only one Wang Teng in the country. No, the world. The other nations might not have anyone who's able to reach the general stage at his age. The youngest general stage martial warrior I've heard of is 30 years old. There's no point in comparing." Zhou Baiyun opened her mouth and said, Grandpa Zhou noticed that his favorite granddaughter had spoken, so his expression softened a little. He sighed and nodded. "I understand what you're saying, but the Wang family is in the same city as us. How can I not get jealous? All the elite families in Donghai will be envious when they talk of the Wang family." He paused for a moment to regain his composure. Then he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Oh, right, little Yun. I remember that you have had some interaction with Wang Teng before. What do you know about him?" Before Zhou Baiyun could speak, the young man sitting opposite her said, "Grandpa, little Yun isn't familiar with him. She invited some peers for a gathering when she came back from overseas, and Wang Teng happened to be in the group. That's all." "Oh, is that it?" Grandpa Zhou looked at Zhou Baiyun and asked. Zhou Baiyun glanced at the young man opposite before replying, "Second brother is right. We're not close. However, I asked someone to investigate Wang Teng during that gathering, so I know a little about him." "Tell me," Grandpa Zhou urged. Zhou Shaohui pouted. Zhou Baiyun nodded and continued, "There was an explosion on Mount Baoan and the City Protection Bureau was activated." "Do you remember that incident?" "Are you saying?" A glint flashed past Zhou Weichang's eyes. "That's right. I suspect that this matter is related to him," Zhou Baiyun said. "What's the link? Grandpa is asking you about Wang Teng." "You're not answering the question," Zhou Shaohui scoffed. Zhou Baiyun ignored him and said, "From some evidence, I can conclude that there were martial warriors on the mountain and they had a fight. Wang Teng participated in the fight, so I think he was a martial warrior already at that time." "He hadn't taken his university entrance exam then," Zhou Weichang exclaimed. "That's right. His talent is scary," Zhou Baiyun said. "Isn't that bullshit? How can he become a general stage martial warrior at such a young age if he didn't have talent?" Zhou Shaohui opened his mouth again. Zhou Baiyun looked at him in disdain. Her second brother was still as stupid as ever. "Shut up." Grandpa Zhou glared at him. Everyone looked at him as if he was an idiot. Zhou Shaohui felt wronged. He didn't think he had made any mistakes. Why were they looking at him like this? Not only does this show that he's exceptionally talented, but we can also tell that he's good at concealing his ability and is very thoughtful in detail. Even the City Protection Bureau couldn't find proof that he was related to that case. It's hard for someone like him not to succeed. However, I didn't expect him to rise so quickly, Zhou Baiyun exclaimed with a strange look in her eyes. Grandpa Zhou nodded thoughtfully. One more thing. Zhou Baiyun opened her mouth once again and attracted everyone's attention. There was a gang of robbers who robbed a bank in the past. They got killed by a secretive martial warrior. Are you saying that he did that too? Zhou Shaohui clicked his tongue. That's right, it was him. Zhou Baiyun nodded firmly. I asked someone to look for information in the police station. Do you know how the robbers died? She left them hanging. How did they die? Zhou Shaohui frowned and hurried her. Grandpa Zhou and the others looked at Zhou Baiyun with curiosity in their eyes. Someone broke their heads with brute force. Zhou Baiyun's words startled them. Broke their heads. Gasps were heard in the hall. So he's a vicious fellow, too. Don't provoke him for no reason, Zhou Baiyun said. She specially looked at Zhou Shaohui with a smile. Zhou Shaohui shrunk his neck and replied hurriedly, Why are you looking at me? He's a general stage martial warrior. I still want to live. I'm not that stupid to offend him. This is unbelievable. How old was he? 17, I'm convinced. Without his temperament, he wouldn't have walked this far. Grandpa Zhou shook his head in astonishment. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and he said with a smile, Little Yun, are you satisfied with him? Huh. Zhou Baiyun was shocked. Chapter 556. The biggest landlord in Donghai. Satisfied. Satisfied of what? Zhou Baiyun was stunned. It was a little hard to answer the question Grandpa Zhou had thrown at her abruptly. However, she was a smart person, so she knew what he meant. It was a lie to say that she wasn't satisfied with Wang Teng. This fellow had so many achievements at such a young age. Even more, he was handsome and dashing. Any lady would have thoughts about him, but Zhou Baiyun never thought of using her marriage to strengthen her family. Her aim was the family head's position. She wanted to command the Zhou family and lead them to a brighter future. This was her original plan. Yes, original. Now she had seen a bigger world. The Zhou family in the past would be constricted in this small and narrow land no matter how smart she was. They couldn't come out of this well. Hence, when Grandpa Zhou asked that question, she was moved. Wang Teng could bring her into a bigger world. The other members of the Zhou family understood Grandpa Zhou's intention, too. They were caught a bit unawares. At the same time, some young ladies in the family started to have other thoughts. Their status would soar instantly if they married into the Wang family. But after glancing at Zhou Baiyun, they lost their confidence. The other young ladies in the family weren't as smart as her. Not only that, she was more beautiful than them, too. It would be tough to fight with her. Zhou Baiyun was undeniably the most outstanding younger generation in the Zhou family. Even her two elder brothers who were fighting with her for the family head position were weaker than her. If she were a man, her elder brothers wouldn't even have a chance. Still, some people wanted to try their luck. Everyone had different preferences. What if Wang Teng didn't like ladies like Zhou Baiyun? They still had a chance. Once they hooked onto Wang Teng, they would surpass the family head's line. It felt good just thinking about it. All of them belonged to the Zhou family, but everyone had their little thoughts. Who had never thought of making a counterattack? Zhou Weichang's eyes lit up. He felt that his daughter had a good chance of succeeding. How amazing it would be to be the father-in-law of a general stage martial warrior. He glanced at Zhou Baiyun and kept winking at her daughter. Go! Zhou Shaohui and Zhou Baiyun's eldest brother, Zhou Shaoan, who had remained quiet all this while, frowned. If she really married Wang Teng and gained such powerful backing, they wouldn't have any chances of being the family head. Wait! They weren't stupid. After some thought, they understood how things would work out. If Zhou Baiyun married Wang Teng, she wouldn't care about this small Zhou family anymore. Hence, the family head's position would definitely be theirs. Also, she was still part of the Zhou family, so they would gain many benefits because of her. Zhou Shaohui smiled. Younger sister, you should consider this carefully. Wang Teng is already a general stage martial warrior at his age and has a good relationship with the other formidable warriors like Governor Jiang and the president of Jixin Martial House. Ordinary people can't see them at all, much less know them. His connections are amazing and full of potential. Second brother, you seem eager to see me getting married. Zhou Baiyun glanced at him and said calmly, I'm just thinking about your happiness in life. It's hard to find another young, handsome, and talented youth like Wang Teng in the country. You will regret it if you don't grasp the chance. Zhou Xiaohui shrugged and said, Xiaohui is right. Younger sister, you won't find another Wang Teng if you give up this chance. Zhou Xiaoan smiled and said, All right, let little Yun consider this matter herself. No one will interfere in this. If not, I won't show you mercy. Grandpa Zhou waved his hands and said, Everyone rolled their eye. Aren't you the one who brought it up in the first place? Why are you blaming us for talking too much now? But they didn't say anything in the end. They looked at Zhou Baiyun and wondered how she would decide. Zhou Baiyun hesitated for a moment. Her gaze flickered before she took a deep breath and shook her head. He has a girlfriend. A girlfriend? Grandpa Zhou frowned. Do you know who she is? His high school friend. I heard that their relationship is very good. Zhou Baiyun had indeed investigated Wang Teng before. She knew him clearly. She had also investigated Lin Chuhan's background, so she told everyone about her. He's a young man who isn't married, so anything is possible. With your charisma, do you think you will lose to others? Grandpa Zhou smiled. What's more, this lady has no background. We can use some other methods to make her give up. If you want, do it. The Zhou family will be your strongest shield. Zhou Baiyun contemplated for a moment before nodding. She remained quiet. The black tortoise skylock array had reached the final stages. Wang Teng and the other run masters gathered in the center of Donghai to complete the core of the rune array. The core was the foundation. They would carve the core runes of the black tortoise skylock array here for it to be the backbone of the array. In the future, they would build a force tower here to supply endless energy to the array. That way, the defense array would protect the city round the clock. This was the most crucial step. A small mistake would trigger a chain reaction, and all the efforts they had made over the past few days would go to waste. Everyone's expression turned stern. The core section would be done by Wang Teng personally. The other run masters had no experience, so they weren't confident. Governor Jiang, Dan Taishuan, Ye Jixin, and the other formidable warriors were also present at the scene. They stood around the base and looked at Wang Teng. Wang Teng circled the base on foot before finally stopping in the middle. How is it? Governor Jiang asked agitatedly. No problem. I'll start carving the final core runes now. He disregarded everyone after he finished speaking and took out his rune pen. He started carving on the base. The other rune masters opened their eyes wide as they looked at his movements. They were afraid of missing a single second. What a fast speed. Everyone was astounded. Wang Teng didn't stop at all. The runes appeared smoothly, with no mistakes made. They were filled with deep respect for him, so powerful. Was this his true ability? They felt that all the rune knowledge they had learned was useless. Compared to Wang Teng, they had no face to display their knowledge. All of them were extremely careful when they carved the runes, afraid of making any mistakes. They were like primary school students doing math questions. On the other hand, Wang Teng had already jumped out of the student level and became a teacher. He was at a different stage. Comparisons were infuriating. Governor Jiang, Ye Jixin, and the other general stage martial warriors were outsiders, so they couldn't understand anything. However, when they saw the other rune masters' expressions, they knew that Wang Teng's rune mastery was definitely outstanding. Did this fellow start cultivating when he was in his mother's womb? His martial arts were powerful, and his rune mastery was profound. Others had to work hard half their lives or their entire lives to achieve all the things he did in any field. They glanced at one another and were astounded. At the same time, they decided firmly that they would tighten their relationships with Wang Teng. Their relationships were already not bad. With their foundations, many things would be easier for them. With his talent, it wouldn't be easy to pull him over, especially now that he had already matured. Looks like I need to give him some benefits. Force stones, weapons, or Dan pills. I don't think he lacks anything, Governor Jiang thought to himself. This fellow has just snatched a huge fortune from the Darkland. I'm envious that he got this opportunity, but he has the ability too. Others might have died after landing in the Darkland. Not only did he escape alive, but he also stole their treasures. Who else has the balls to do this? He has those treasures, so he won't lack resources. What a headache! Governor Jiang glanced at Wang Teng and revealed a helpless expression uncontrollably. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his eyes lit up. I can focus on the Wang family. He won't be able to run away once I tie the Wang family here. See, he wasn't the only one thinking about this. Yi Jitsun had a similar thought, too. Wang Teng was a member of Jixin Martial House, so he wouldn't give up this amazing opportunity. He must keep Wang Teng in Jixin. That way, Jixin would have a general stage martial warrior who was also a master-level rune master, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was said that Jixin Martial House was one of the top 3 martial arts academies, but he wanted to surpass the other 2 competitors, who didn't want to be the leader. Wang Teng was getting more and more well-known. Everyone in the country had witnessed his astonishing ability during the Sea Beasts riot. A few days later, his name had spread throughout the country, and everyone was treating him like a hero. If Jixin Martial House could keep him there would be many benefits. At least they could confirm that many people who wanted to learn martial arts would rush to Jixin Martial House. The Sea Beasts riot had ignited a martial arts craze. He received a report from his subordinates, telling him that the number of people signing up in his martial arts academy had increased tremendously these few days. This was a chance. Dan Te Xuan's gaze flickered, her mind similarly filled with many thoughts. Wang Teng's growth gave her a strong sense of danger. It was embarrassing for her disciple to surpass her. She was thinking of leaving her position as the chief commander of the Black Sparrow troop and having a closed-door cultivation session. If she didn't increase her skills to a satisfying level, she wouldn't appear in front of Wang Teng again. It was too embarrassing. Time passed. Half an hour later, the entire city vibrated. Boom! Everyone was startled. Wang Teng was floating in midair, while the runes on the ground seemed to have turned alive. They shimmered brightly and started wriggling. Then, the light spread from the center of the ground and expanded to its surroundings. An invisible force swept past them, raising a gentle gust of wind. No one detected anything, but in the rune master's eyes, the runes carved around Donghai were alive almost instantly. An invisible shield rose into the sky and formed an inverted bowl, enclosing Donghai in it. The black tortoise skylock array was a success. With this huge array protecting Donghai, they would be able to resist the attacks of general stage martial warriors. The citizens of Donghai wouldn't need to be in a constant state of anxiety when they lived here in the future. Wang Teng looked at his work of art. It should be everyone's work of art. He heaved a small sigh of relief. Wang Teng, you're helping all the citizens of Donghai. Let me represent everyone to thank you. Governor Jiang bowed to Wang Teng with a stern expression. Wang Teng was a little surprised. As the governor of a city, this bow meant a lot. He said instantly, "Governor Jiang, you're too polite. My family is in Donghai, so this isn't just a public affair. I have my personal reasons, too. I can't accept this bow. Everyone has their own intentions. It's not easy for you to do this much," Governor Jiang replied. Wang Teng might be thick-skinned, but even he felt a little shy now. Was he honestly so great? He didn't even know. "Master Wang, you're too humble. We have been interacting for a few days, so we know who you are. Although you didn't do much over the past few days, we know you're trying to train us. You have always been paying attention to the array. It's to your credit that we can finish this array so quickly. We know everything you've done for us," Chu Yongnian said. Wang Teng was stunned. Was he referring to him? He gave them all the troublesome matters, but they thought he was training them. These people were really kind. Wang Teng didn't say anything, since this was a beautiful misunderstanding. He would keep it that way. He just felt a little embarrassed. Cough. I suddenly remember that I have something to attend to. I'll leave now. He coughed awkwardly and flew into the sky. Then he turned and dashed away. Everyone glanced at one another and laughed involuntarily. He was still a young man. The next day, Governor Jiang arrived at the temporary lodging of the Wang family. I came because we didn't arrive at a conclusion last time. He went straight to the point when he saw Wang Teng. Wang Teng was stunned for a second before he reacted and rolled his eyes. Governor Jiang, if you want me to take out my treasures, you don't have to speak anymore. If I say there isn't, there isn't. How can I give you anything if I don't have it? Don't be impatient. Listen to my conditions first before you make your decision, Governor Jiang said. Wang Teng glanced at him without replying, but he gave him the chance to continue speaking. Although the government has allocated us the funds, they aren't enough to rebuild Donghai. Hence, I need your help. Governor Jiang stared into Wang Teng's eyes. I won't talk about intangible things, we'll speak of tangible ones. Wang Teng was moved. He remained quiet and waited for the governor to continue's sly little fox. Governor Jiang complained in his heart. He wouldn't respond unless he saw the benefits. This personality made him helpless. He had no choice but to continue saying, How about this? I will give you an equivalent amount of land for whatever money you give me. You will have the right to use these lands. If you're willing, your family can be the greatest real estate developer in Donghai. Governor Jiang, you're trying to fool me. The right to use can't be given so easily. Wang Teng shook his head and said, After the sea beasts riot, everything is destroyed. Many real estate companies have moved out of Donghai, so we have taken the lands back, Governor Jiang said. Wang Teng went into deep thought. He touched his chin and said, In that case, we'll have to bear a huge risk. There's always a risk if you want to make money, Governor Jiang replied. You will give me an equivalent amount of land, no matter how much I give? Wang Teng confirmed again. That's right. As long as you can give, I will agree, Governor Jiang said. Right to use them forever, Wang Teng continued. Forever, Governor Jiang raised his eyebrows. This brat was daring. He hesitated before saying, I can't make the decision also. Freehold land is not cheap. I can wait, Wang Teng said. All right, I will go back and ask before giving you a reply. Governor Jiang smiled. I know you're not being honest. You're still trying to fool me. Ha ha. Wang Teng laughed as he started contemplating. Being the biggest landlord in Donghai seemed like a good idea. In the future, his descendants wouldn't have to die from hunger even if there were no outstanding figures among them. They could live off rent. Chapter 557, Dead End of the Formidable Warrior. After Governor Jiang left, Wang Teng told Grandpa Wang and his father about the offer. Governor Jiang said that. Wang Shengguo asked in disbelief. Yes. Wang Teng nodded. It looks like the government didn't give many funds this time. If not, he wouldn't keep pestering you. Wang Shengguo frowned. Yes, that is understandable. The implications of the sea beasts' riot are huge. We can foresee the entire nation moving. That will require many human resources and material resources, all of which require a large amount of money to support them. The government won't be able to take care of everything, so Donghai's situation will rely heavily on Governor Jiang alone. Grandpa Wang sat on his chair and spoke slowly as he drank some tea. There must be many star cores and star bones in the corpses of the sea beasts. They can get a sum of money by selling these items. I'm already doing my part by not touching them, Wang Teng said. Grandpa Wang and his father glanced at him with weird expressions. If others had said this, they would believe them. But when Wang Teng said it, they felt that he was a little sly. The 3 Lord-level sea beasts were the biggest catch of the day. He took them, but he still had the face to say these words. What a bad person. Tell me honestly, how many treasures did you snatch? Wang Shengguo asked uncontrollably. He felt helpless too. Although his son was outstanding, he had many tricks up his sleeve. Why didn't he realize that he was a money lover in the past? He wondered who he took after. Not much, Wang Teng sniggered. How much is not much? Wang Shengguo rolled his eyes. I haven't calculated the exact value, but it should be a few thousand trillion. Wang Teng roughly counted his treasures and replied, How much did you say? Wang Shengguo widened his eyes in disbelief. He wondered if he had heard wrong. Grandpa Wang almost pulled his beard, staring at Wang Teng in a daze. The other members of the Wang family around them had the same expression. They looked as though they had seen a ghost. A few thousand trillion. Seriously, I didn't calculate it, so it's approximately this much, Wang Teng said carefully. He didn't dare to say the number again in case everyone got another fright, especially Grandpa Wang. He was getting old. If he ended up in the hospital from the shock, he would be a sinner. A few thousand trillions? Wang Shengguo was unwilling to accept this ambiguous answer, so he asked again. About there? About there, Wang Teng replied. Everyone knew that he didn't make a mistake since he was still certain of what he said. They looked at one another and saw only astonishment in their eyes. This is too much. Wang Shengguo took a deep breath and gave a bitter smile. Let me digest this. My heart isn't able to handle it. So our family is the richest family in the nation. Grandpa Wang felt as if this was a dream. He was old and experienced and always composed no matter what happened, but he was still shocked out of his wits at this moment. The top companies in the world were worth a few trillion, but the Wang family had left them in the dust in an instant. How could he not be astounded? Even if the leader of martial arts came, he would be dumbfounded too. We might not be the richest family. There are several secret families in the world. They might be living in seclusion, but their assets are worth over a few thousand trillion. Wang Teng shook his head. He didn't get arrogant. The more powerful he became, the greater his outlook was. That's right. This is the martial arts era. There are many things outside our expectations. Grandpa Wang smiled at himself mockingly. Are you going to fork out the money? Wang Shengguo asked. I'll definitely give the money. In the past, I've said that we might be helping Governor Jiang solve his problem, but simultaneously, this is our chance. However, we need to see what benefits he can provide us. I want to gain connections with the higher authorities using this chance and create a DAN, weapons and rune vessels industrial chain for the Wang family. We need Governor Jiang's support if we want to do this, Wang Teng said slowly. A sharp glint flashed past his eyes. Also, Donghai's geographical location is strategic. It's linked to all the ports in the nation and is the hub of communication of the country. This is a resource distribution center. Without the sea beasts' riot, we wouldn't have been able to get hold of the land here so easily. Wang Teng paused for a moment and looked at everyone digesting his words. He smiled and continued. Many families and companies are moving out of Donghai, while some others are still contemplating. They're playing the waiting game. Once this period is over and they grasp the situation, many real business giants will enter Donghai. At that time, our advantage will be gone. Why don't we be more decisive now and strike first? The first one to act will have the largest piece of cake. Everyone finally understood what Wang Teng wanted to do. Astonishment filled up their eyes. They didn't know that Wang Teng's ambition was this huge. Grandpa Wang and Wang Shenghong were experienced businessmen, so they understood Wang Teng's intention at once. With Donghai as their base, he wanted to create a business empire that would influence the entire nation. Wang Shengguo, Wang Shenghong, and many others could foresee the amazing future. They started to get excited. Grandpa Wang looked at Wang Teng in satisfaction. Although his grandson was a little too outstanding, he was still his grandson. Hence, it was a good thing. He said, Since you have a plan, do it. The entire family will help you. Wang Shenghong, Wang Shengguo, Wang Shengjun, and Fang Junming were the backbone of the Wang family. They all felt restless and excited now. They looked at Wang Teng with an intense gaze, hoping that he would agree to Governor Jiang immediately and give them a chance to display their capabilities. Wang Teng was caught between laughter and tears. All these were just words. It would take a long time if they wanted to execute it. He didn't expect Grandpa Wang to be so excited. Don't be impatient. What will come, will come. If Governor Jiang wants to get a large sum of funds, I'm the best choice. The other families might be wealthy, but they won't be able to provide so many liquid assets immediately. Wang Teng smiled confidently. Grandpa Wang nodded. After pondering for a moment, he knew that Wang Teng was speaking the truth. This was quite certain. After they finished discussing, they planned to leave. At this moment, Dan Teixuan came. Wang Teng was surprised. I wonder why she came to look for me now. Don't make her wait too long, Grandpa Wang urged. Okay. Wang Teng nodded and left. Seeing Dan Teixuan, who was standing not far away, Wang Teng greeted her instantly. Master, come with me. Someone wants to see you, Dan Teixuan said after she turned and nodded at him. See me? Who? Wang Teng asked curiously. You'll know once you go. Dan Teixuan rose into the air. Wang Teng shook his head and followed her. The two of them came to Donghai Military Academy in the blink of an eye. They went straight to the instructor dormitory. He was extremely familiar with Donghai Military Academy, but Dan Teixuan brought him to a place he had never been to before. This was a simple and crude wood house situated in the depth of the instructor dormitory. There were trees all around covering the wooden house. It was secluded and quiet. This place is. Wang Teng looked at Dan Teixuan curiously. Dan Teixuan didn't reply to him. She brought him to the door and knocked on it lightly. Cough, come in. After a cough, a familiar voice came out. Old Han. Wang Teng remembered the voice. He finally knew who Dan Teixuan brought him to visit. Speaking about it, this was a boss-level character. He held back the windstorm giant ape alone during the sea beasts riot. He might have lost in the end. But he was injured, to begin with. If he wasn't, he might have won. Wang Teng listened to his coughing and frowned uncontrollably. This old man's injury seemed quite serious. Dan Teixuan pushed the door and entered. Wang Teng entered the wooden house after her. The interior was a little dim. He scanned the surroundings and felt a little dumbfounded. This house was too simple and crude. Besides some simple furniture and appliances, there was nothing. It was hard to believe that a formidable warrior lived here. Wang Teng didn't place much attention on the decor. His gaze quickly landed on the old man lying on the bed in the corner. He squinted when he noticed the old man's state. It had only been a few days, but there was a great change in his appearance. His hair had turned white and his face was full of wrinkles. Moreover, his body had gotten thinner with his back bending lower. Using his spiritual sight, Wang Teng could see an extremely thick death aura around him. How did he become like this? Wang Teng was shocked. Even he couldn't accept it when he saw a formidable warrior deteriorating to a normal old man. You're here, Led Han said in a hoarse voice. His muddy eyes lit up a little. Dan Teixuan and Wang Teng remained quiet. They walked closer and silently stared at the old man on the bed. They didn't know what to say, except the situation. I'm getting old and should have returned to the earth a long time ago. There's nothing I can't accept. Old Han smiled slightly. He seemed to be recalling the past. 30 years ago, I was in the first batch of people to become martial warriors. I was lucky. I stepped on this path when I was 43 years old. Many people looked down on me, but I got all the way here. Ha ha, to think that most of the old fellows are buried in the ground now. They probably didn't expect me to walk the furthest. They said that I was too old and that talent will decide one's achievements, but I destroyed all these beliefs. My life is worth it. Old Han wasn't speaking to the two people in front of him. His gaze had floated away into the depth of his memory. He seemed to be speaking to himself and his peers who had passed away. Wang Teng didn't know that this old man had a legendary life. Times would create a hero. He was the hero of his time, the pioneer of all martial warriors. Based on his ability, he should be enjoying his old age in peace. He would continue being an ordinary guard of Donghai Military Academy and watch the students grow. Then he would slowly finish the last of his journey. He shouldn't be lying on the bed and waiting to die while reminiscing the past. But when Donghai was in a crisis, he still stood out without fear. Even though he knew that he wouldn't be able to suppress his old injuries anymore if he acted, even though he knew that he would end up in this state, he didn't hesitate. Wang Teng respected him. However, he could detect a hint of regret in old Han's voice. He said that his life was worth it, but he had paid a huge price to reach this stage only to stop here. Anyone would feel regret. Wang Teng didn't want this old man to die like this. He didn't say anything and sat down beside the bed. Stretching out his hand, he placed his fingers on old Han's wrist. Dan Taixuan and old Han were slightly stunned. "Don't waste your effort. Many doctors and alchemists have come to take a look. My time is here. There's nothing you can do." Old Han shook his head and said, with a calm smile. His voice was composed as if he wasn't talking about himself. "No harm taking a look," Wang Teng replied ambiguously. He pushed his spiritual power into old Han's body and inspected his condition slowly. Old Han didn't stop him. He didn't have the power to stop him anyway. He was really at the end of his life. After giving him a checkup, Wang Teng locked his brows in a tight frown. Old Han was like a candle, flickering in the wind, old and ailing. All the old injuries accumulated in his body had relapsed at once. His body was like a sieve, full of holes. Old Han saw his expression and smiled once again. "You don't have to feel sad. Many master alchemists looked at my body and couldn't do anything about it, much less you." Cough. Before he could finish, he started coughing violently. Blood dripped down the edge of his lips. "Don't speak. I haven't even opened my mouth. Why are you so impatient?" Wang Teng replied in frustration. He didn't care about being polite. "Wang Teng." Dan Taixuan scolded him when she noticed how rude he was. "It's all right. I like this fellow's personality. This is the personality an unrivaled talent should have." Old Han didn't mind. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. "Who wants you to like me? Why would an old man like you like me so scary?" He hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "Actually, you might still have some hope." "What?" Dan Taixuan was astounded. She frowned. "Wang Teng, this isn't a joke. Don't talk nonsense. When did you see me spouting nonsense?" Wang Teng looked at her and asked. Dan Taixuan was stunned. She thought about it and realized that he was telling the truth. This fellow might be a little unreliable at times, but at the crucial moment he would never disappoint. "Did he really have a way? You have a cure?" Old Han asked unconsciously. He was stunned for a moment after hearing Wang Teng's resolute tone. "I can only help you control your injury for the moment. If you want to heal completely, you'll need some time." Wang Teng nodded and replied, "Have you learned medicine before?" Old Han hesitated before asking, "No, I'm a master alchemist." Wang Teng glanced at him and smiled. "Master alchemist?" Dan Taixuan and Old Han were flabbergasted. Wang Teng was an alchemist and a master level at that. Chapter 558, A Huge Gift, Master Alchemist. It could be said that it was the highest alchemist rank here on Earth, equivalent to a saint in the medical world. These saints would study medicine for their whole lives before they could gradually attain perfection and be at the pinnacle of the medical world. By then, they would be at least 50 years old. It was the same for alchemists. Even though the force had entered Earth for 30 years, only around a dozen master alchemists had emerged. But they were not young. Subsequently, there were no other alchemists that had reached the ranks of a master. Even the prodigies who were well known throughout the country could only become advanced stage alchemists. If they wanted to be a master, they would require much more experience. A master alchemist was still much inferior to the master alchemists in the Xingwu continent. It was the same for a run master. That was the gap between the two worlds. And now Wang Teng claimed that he was a master alchemist. Would anyone believe that he was a 20-year-old master alchemist? But Dan Taixuan knew that Wang Teng would not be fooling around. He might be cheeky, but he knew his priorities. All sorts of complicated thoughts were flowing through Dan Taixuan's mind. Wasn't he a rune master? Why was he now a master alchemist? Who taught him that? She couldn't help asking. Did you get an alchemist grandmaster in the Xingwu continent to teach you? Why would you think that? Wang Teng gave her a strange look and asked, Otherwise, how did you reach the master stage? Don't tell me you learned it on your own. Dan Taishuan didn't believe he was that talented. Honestly speaking, I learned it on my own, Wang Teng replied. Dan Taishuan looked at Wang Teng as if he was teasing her. Old Han heard their conversation and became anxious. Could these two youngsters consider this old man's feelings? Was it the time to discuss how Wang Teng became an alchemist master? His life and death was the most important thing now. He cleared his throat and asked weakly, Wang Teng, can you heal internal injuries? Old Han, weren't you reminiscing and preparing to die just now? Wang Teng was amused. What do you young people know? No one would want to die if they had the choice. I haven't lived long enough. Old Han's pale face became red as he grunted in anger. Wang Teng laughed out loud. Old Han was an interesting person. He didn't have the attitude of a formidable warrior and was extremely easygoing. Dan Taishuan wanted to laugh too, but managed to hold it back. She still had to have some respect for him. After all, Wang Teng and she were different. Wang Teng also got serious and nodded. Everything I said is true. All right, I will hand my life over to you then. Old Han was decisive and didn't question Wang Teng's ability. As long as he had something, he would let Wang Teng try it. He was already in such a condition, he had to make a Hail Mary effort. Wang Teng looked at his attributes panel with a calm face. Alchemist, 888, 10,000, advanced stage. Without a doubt, he was just a bit away from reaching the master stage. But he didn't back down and steeled his resolve. He knew that there was some rare healing medicine that would have great healing effects when paired together. It would be enough to stabilize Old Han's injury. As for solving Old Han's problem from the roots, that would have to wait till he reached the Grandmaster stage. Only then could he cultivate better healing medicine and spiritual Dan that could boost his vitality. Even in the Xingwu continent, not many people knew about a spiritual Dan like that, and it would only be in the hands of a few people. The alchemists on Earth would not have been able to obtain these healing medicine, but he could get them by picking up attribute bubbles. He would have to wait till he reached the Grand Master stage and head to the Xingwu continent to learn from the alchemist Grand Masters, when in fact he would be farming them. That was why Wang Teng wasn't afraid. As these thoughts flashed past his mind, he said calmly, I need some ingredients. Say it. I'll get someone to prepare them, Dan, Taishuan said with a serious expression. Purple figwort, silver leaf grass, 9-section worm embryos, black gastrodia. Wang Teng didn't hold back and listed all the ingredients for the primary blood recovery Dan and purple jade spirit bone cream, one for the internal injuries, while one for the outer, with both of them working together. Although there wouldn't be instant results, it would at least be enough to control Old Han's condition. Dan Taishuan noted them down with a calm expression. She didn't know anything about these herbs, but it didn't matter as she could just get someone else to buy them. Both of them didn't stay any longer and left. Before leaving, Wang Teng glanced at Old Han's residence and became a little emotional. He really was a hidden master, back at the temporary residence of the Wang family. Wang Teng thought about it and planned to find Lin Chuhan. Lin Chuhan's house was also wrecked by the sea beasts, and they were living in the temporary residences. Furthermore, they were living just beside the Wang family. Li Shumei really treated Lin Chuhan as her daughter-in-law. She also knew that her family situation wasn't very good and took good care of her. Many people knew that Wang Teng was from the Wang family, and they were very respectful in trivial matters. Everyone would accommodate the Wang family even without his presence. That was why having Lin Chuhan's family arranged next to the Wang family was just a matter of saying one sentence. Of course, it was different for other people. For them to get better treatment, they might not even get it, even if they went around begging for help, Dave. CO. Just as Wang Teng had reached Lin family's place, he saw Lin Chuhan sending off a woman. He showed a surprised face. Why did she look familiar? The woman also saw Wang Teng and turned to glance at him. She then left after saying something to Lin Chuhan. Wang Teng couldn't remember who she was. He never cared to remember people who he didn't care too much about. However, someone he wasn't quite familiar with had suddenly appeared beside Lin Chuhan. He walked up and asked her, "Who was that?" "A new friend. She helped me a lot," Lin Chuhan explained. Wang Teng didn't probe further. If she were a guy, he would have cared a lot more. "Why is a busy man like you here?" Lin Chuhan asked. "I think I hear some resentment from you." Wang Teng chuckled. "What resentment?" "No, not from me." Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes. Her pretty face still had a cold expression as she turned around and walked into the house. Wang Teng smiled. "Actually, I didn't come here to see you. I came here to see someone's cultivation progress and give some pointers, after all. Someone's too weak." Lin Chuhan's face immediately turned black. "Too weak? You're the one who's a monster. You should blame yourself for leaving everyone else in the dust." She stopped abruptly and turned to glare at Wang Teng. However, in an instant, his face was in front of hers, and his breath puffed directly on her face. The warm air heated her face rapidly, her cheeks turning red. Lin Chuhan suddenly retreated like a frightened little rabbit. However, she was too hasty and tripped and fell backward. Such a familiar scene in the past. Wang Teng almost made her stumble along the corridor when she was in high school. Wait, she did fall at that time. The same thing was happening again. This bastard. These thoughts flashed past Lin Chuhan's mind in an instant. However, she wasn't the helpless young lady anymore. Her movements were faster and more agile. This small accident wasn't a problem at all. She reacted quickly and tapped her feet on the ground, stabilizing herself. However, someone was faster than her. How could Wang Teng give up this great chance? The next instant, he stepped forward and hugged Lin Chuhan's waist. He leaned close to her and smiled. "Why are you so clumsy? Fortunately, you have me, or you would have fallen to the ground. Of course, with our relationship, there's no need to thank me." Lin Chuhan couldn't stand his shamelessness. She pushed him away and glared at him in anger and embarrassment. "Can you be more decent?" Wang Teng chuckled and stopped teasing her. He turned serious and said, "Come, let's go to your room." "What do you want to do?" Lin Chuhan stared at him vigilantly. Wang Teng, he swore that he wasn't thinking about anything. "To guide you in your cultivation," Wang Teng said helplessly. He stepped past her and walked into the room. Lin Chuhan was a little puzzled, but she still followed him. Mother Lin greeted him enthusiastically when she saw him. "Wang Teng is here. Have your lunch here. I will make some delicious food for you." "Okay, it has been a while since I have had your cooking." Wang Teng smiled and said, "The temporary lodging wasn't big." So Lin Chuxia heard the commotion too. She ran out of her room. "Brother Wang Teng." "Chuxia, how's your cultivation recently?" Wang Teng rubbed her black hair and asked. "I'm already at the 3-star soldier level. I'm stronger than my older sister. Ha ha." Lin Chuxia smiled proudly. "Also, my gun kung fu is better than before. I heard my sister's instructor saying that I'm already at the small achievement stage. I noticed it from your performance during the war. Your gun kung fu is indeed at the small achievement stage." Wang Teng nodded. He smiled and continued. "It looks like your talent is not bad. Am I better than my sister?" Lin Chuxia asked happily. "That's right. You're more powerful than your sister," Wang Teng replied. "Enough with you two. Why are you talking to each other as if I'm not present?" Lin Chuhan was speechless. She didn't mind it when Wang Teng teased her, but even her younger sister had joined him now. Who could bear this frustration? Mother Lin was happy to see the three of them fooling around with one another. She smiled and said, "You youngsters can chat among yourselves. I'll start cooking." She walked into the kitchen and left the space to these 3 kids. "Let's go. I'll talk to you about cultivation. Chuxia, you can come along," Wang Teng said. "All right, I have many questions too." Lin Chuxia grabbed Wang Teng's arm happily and pulled him into her room. "Come to my room, come to my room." Lin Chuhan didn't think that Lin Chuxia would be so direct. However, when she saw them entering the room, she could only grit her teeth and follow them. Wang Teng sat down cross-legged on the ground. The two sisters sat down opposite him. He contemplated for a moment before opening his mouth. Your situations are different, so I will explain one by one. Chuhan, you're a wood element martial warrior and cultivate wood force. What scripture are you learning now? I used my school credits to exchange for a yellow rank high-class scripture, the green spiritual scripture. Lin Chuhan didn't hide it. Yellow rank high class? Wang Teng was surprised. A normal student will, at most, be able to get a yellow rank middle class scripture. How did you manage to exchange for a high class one? Lin Chuhan stretched her fair neck and snorted. I have some talent in alchemy, and my memory is not bad. When I go on missions, I help the instructors from the Dan faculty to get some herbs and earn many school credits from this. Those instructors from the Dan faculty are rich, so they are more generous. So, you got a side hustle. Wang Teng smiled at the same time. He was a little surprised. Lin Chuhan was talented in alchemy. This wasn't something he was expecting. Having a talent was a good thing. He would see how strong her talent was before deciding how to groom her. I'm not stupid. School credits are easier to earn. It's a benefit given to martial arts students by the country. Once we go out of school, there won't be another chance like this. I have to grab it, Lin Chuhan said. Wang Teng agreed with her entirely. She was right. However, many people didn't have this enlightenment. Some students only knew how to cultivate in school and rarely spent time thinking about how to earn more school credits. By the time they remembered that they had to do it, they were at a disadvantage. Compared to the students who were already earning school credits, they needed to work extra hard. Some of them might not even have realized this. Yellow rank high class is better than most ordinary students, but there are still people practicing dark level and earth level scriptures, Wang Teng said. You make it sound so easy. Dark level, earth level. I might not be able to accumulate enough school credits to buy those scriptures in my 4 years in university, Lin Chuhan replied angrily. This is what I wanted to tell you. Wang Teng gave a mysterious smile. He waved his hand and said, Come closer. What? Lin Chuhan looked at him in frustration. Come, and you will know, Wang Teng said. Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes at him and leaned over. Wang Teng lifted his forefinger and tapped the middle of her forehead. This is. Lin Chuhan was shocked. Focus and receive it. Wang Teng ordered softly. Lin Chuhan understood and hurriedly followed his instructions. She felt a memory surging into her mind. After some time, Wang Teng retracted his finger and Lin Chuhan opened her eyes. Sky rank scripture? She stared at Wang Teng in bewilderment. That's right, I just passed a sky rank wood element scripture to you, Wang Teng replied calmly. It's too valuable. Lin Chuhan took a deep breath. She never expected Wang Teng to pass her such an invaluable sky rank scripture. It might be valuable to you, but it's just something I can obtain easily. You don't have to worry about taking it. Wang Teng smiled gently and said, Lin Chuhan didn't believe him at all. Was a sky rank scripture something you could obtain easily? Wang Teng must be boasting again. But she understood he was saying this to make her feel at ease about taking it. Suddenly, Lin Chuhan felt a little touched. He gave her such a precious item. Who else would do this? Her gaze turned extremely gentle as she looked at Wang Teng. Cough. Don't look at me like that. It's scary. Wang Teng felt his hair standing because of her gaze. Why did she suddenly look at him so gently for no reason? The gentleness in Lin Chuhan's eyes disappeared without a trace. She took a deep breath, feeling as if she was ogling at a blind man. No, she wasn't ogling. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief when she resumed her cold aura. He nodded and said, That's the right way. Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes. Don't think too much. Take it as a present. This is my first present to you, so it can't be too lousy, right? Wang Teng smiled. Lin Chuhan gritted her teeth. She didn't reject him anymore. Practice this scripture and raise your ability quickly. Wang Teng turned serious also. Don't tell others. It will put you in danger. You should understand that wealth can cause disasters. Lin Chuhan nodded firmly. She knew that if others found out she possessed a sky-rank scripture, it would cause her unnecessary troubles. Brother Wang Teng, my older sister, has a gift. So where's mine? Lin Chuxia asked. She refused to be left out. Okay, you have one too. Wang Teng hesitated for a moment and took out an item from his space ring. This black snake poisonous ginseng is a rare poison element spiritual herb. After refining, it will help in your cultivation and your poison force. However, it's still better to make dans with it. I'll pass them to you after I make them. Okay? Lin Chuxia had no objections. She just wanted a present and didn't care what it was. She nodded happily and said, Okay, then. Wang Teng pointed out the problems in their battle techniques and cultivation. These two ladies were talented people, so they understood what Wang Teng was saying at once. Not much time was needed to explain the details to them. As for your alchemy talent, I think there's no need to hurry. We'll take it one step at a time. Once we lay the foundations right, you will have an easy time afterward, Wang Teng said to Lin Chuhan at the end. Lin Chuhan nodded. The instructors of the Dan faculty said this frequently too, but when Wang Teng said it, she found it a little strange. Wang Teng also taught Lin Chuhan some ways to study alchemy. She was still in the accumulating knowledge stage, so there was nothing much to say. Strength is the main thing. We are in troubled times. You need to raise your combat prowess quickly. I can't be with you all the time, Wang Teng lamented. Don't treat us like kids. Lin Chuhan glanced at him. We might not be as outstanding as you, but we're not bad either. Yes, not bad, Wang Teng smiled. In the afternoon, Mother Lin called them for lunch. Wang Teng left the Lin family afterward. Chapter 559. That person wants to see you after leaving the Lin family. Wang Teng went back to the Wang family's base. Li Shumei wasn't angry that he didn't eat lunch at home. On the other hand, she was elated. He didn't hide his whereabouts, so she knew that he was at Lin Chuhan's. Son, all the best. Li Shumei gave him a meaningful gaze and walked away. Wang Teng shook his head. Since last year, Li Shumei had been urging him to get married earlier. When he didn't have a girlfriend, she would rush him to find one. Now that he had one, she might hurry him to get married and have children. He would just pretend to listen and agree. He didn't plan to get married so early or become an emotionless child creator. These adults were atrocious. He would wait until he reached the highest level before having a child. Wang Teng raised his head and puffed up his chest. He walked into the house and started cultivating. Governor Jiang finally came for him again. Of course, it was regarding the same matter. When they met, the other members of the Wang family were present too. After serving tea, Wang Teng asked Governor Jiang to have some first. Then he smiled and said, Governor Jiang, if you had come a few days later, I might have gone to the Xingwu continent. How is it? Do you have an answer? Now, Governor Jiang tensed up. He cursed Wang Teng for being too sly. He didn't know if his words were true, but since he needed Wang Teng's help, he couldn't disregard him. If he really ran away, all he could do was cry. He glanced at Wang Teng and said calmly, I can represent the higher authorities to accept your freehold criteria. The other members of the Wang family were elated. If the higher authorities agreed on giving them freehold land, it was equivalent to bestowing it to them. With this foundation, it was hard for the Wang family not to prosper. But Governor Jiang scanned everyone's expression and noticed Wang Teng's calm face. He raised his eyebrows uncontrollably. This fellow was good at keeping his composure. But what, Governor Jiang? You can be direct. Cooperation is built on trust. There's no point for you to keep beating around the bush to find our bottom line, Wang Teng replied calmly. Grandpa Wang and the others regained their composure and turned serious. They scolded themselves for getting blinded by this huge surprise. Based on current city planning for the new Donghai, we will simplify the regional division and segregate the city into 9 sections, 3 sections in the center, 3 in the inner circle, and 3 in the outer circle. According to the higher authorities, your family can have a limit of 50 square kilometers of freehold land, but it can't be all in the center. You can only have a total of 10 square kilometers in the center. Of course, this will depend on how much funds you have, Governor Jiang said slowly. The calm emotions of the Wang family were ignited once again. The entire Donghai was more than 600 square kilometers. In the past, 50 square kilometers was the size of a small administrative district. The higher authorities were so generous, but in the end it was still up to Wang Teng. Everyone's gaze landed on him. They were stunned. Wang Teng was still calm. There were no emotions in his eyes. The Wang family smiled bitterly. Strength decided your horizon at Wang Teng's level. He wasn't looking at this small Donghai anymore. No wonder he could treat it so calmly. Governor Jiang noticed this too and was a little shocked. He gave up his thought of trying to play dumb. This fellow wasn't easy to fool. He was afraid that he would come up empty-handed if he continued with his tricks. That wouldn't be worth it. Wang Teng took a sip of the tea and smiled slowly. That's not enough. I want 80 square kilometers of land with 20 in the center region. The Wang family gasped. They were astounded by Wang Teng's words. He asked for 30 more square kilometers. Wang Teng was indeed daring. If it was them, they wouldn't dare to do this. That's impossible. Governor Jiang's expression changed. He shook his head fervently and said, "This is daylight robbery. It's already an exception for us to give you freehold land, but you still want to bargain for more. That's not right. You're the one asking me to buy. I don't have to buy anything," Wang Teng replied calmly. Governor Jiang had nothing to say. He felt extremely frustrated. The one asking for help was always at a disadvantage. He was the governor of a city, yet he couldn't do anything to this young lad. Who could he complain to? All right. He looked at Wang Teng's expression and knew that he had to take a step back. He sighed in his heart and continued, 80 is impossible. 65 is the limit with 15 in the city. Nothing more than that. Deal. Wang Teng's expression changed and he stretched out his hand with a smile. Governor Jiang felt that he got fooled. Was his calm expression fake? Why did he agree so readily? This young fellow was a cunning one. He should have pushed down the numbers more, but it was too late now. He couldn't take back his words. "Do you even have enough money?" Governor Jiang retorted, not raising his hand. "You don't have to worry about that. Just give me the right to use the land based on how much I have," Wang Teng said. "Also, we should sign the contract as soon as possible. I'll let the Wang family be in charge of this in the future." Governor Jiang was exasperated. He didn't want to talk to Wang Teng anymore and took out the contract. The area of freehold land he promised was written on it. He pushed it in front of Wang Teng and said, "Sign it." Wang Teng took the contract after giving it a quick scan. He signed his name without any hesitation. There were 2 copies of the contract, one for each party. Governor Jiang kept the one for him and said, "Prepare the money quickly. I'm in a rush to use it." Wang Teng nodded. He asked, "Will the government buy gems and force stones?" "As many as you have." Governor Jiang glanced at him and said confidently, "Let's go. I need to convert what I have into cash. If not, I don't have the money," Wang Teng said. "Go where? Do you think Donghai has money to give you now? If you want to get cash, go to other cities. If you need a large sum, I suggest you head to capital Jaya." "They can give you everything at once," Governor Jiang said. "You're right. I'll go to capital Jaya then," Wang Teng contemplated and replied. "Take care of this yourself. I just want to see money as soon as possible." Governor Jiang paused for a moment before adding, "Recently, there's news that the one from capital Jaya wants to see you. Prepare yourself." "The one from capital Jaya wants to see me?" Wang Teng was dumbstruck. This piece of news was a mega bomb. Even he found it unbelievable. He asked, "Why does he want to see me? How will I know?" Governor Jiang left after throwing this sentence down. The Wang family was shaken as they stared at Wang Teng speechlessly. This piece of news astounded them too. It wasn't hard to guess what that person was. Wang Teng had already reached that level. This was unbelievable. If that person really calls for you, you have to be vigilant. Don't say the wrong things, Grandpa Wang reminded him with a forced smile. Wang Teng didn't know what to say. Did they think that he was that kind of person? He glanced around him. Everyone had the same expression. He felt that his mature and prudent image had crumbled. Wang Teng wasn't certain if this piece of news was real, but when Dan Taishuan brought it to him again, he had to believe it. "Follow me to Capital Jie tomorrow. The leader of martial arts wants to see you," Dan Taishuan said. "He really wants to see me? Why?" Wang Teng asked. "I don't know." Dan Taishuan shook her head. "It's not a bad thing. Do you think someone with that position will harm you? You might have caught his attention because of your outstanding performance this time. It's not strange that he wanted to meet you." Wang Teng nodded. He kept quiet. "I've brought all the spiritual herbs you need. Let's make the healing medicine for old Han first." Dan Taishuan changed the topic. "Okay." The two of them went straight to the furnace room in Donghai Military Academy. The Dan faculty was Kui Heng's territory, hence when they arrived he was alerted. "Principal, Wang Teng, why are you here?" Kui Heng hurried up and asked. "Old Kui, prepare a furnace room. Wang Teng is going to make old Han's medicine," Dan Taishuan said directly. Recently, many alchemists had gathered in Donghai to make dans for the martial warriors who got hurt during the Sea Beasts riot. The constructions in Donghai were mostly destroyed, but some of the buildings in martial arts universities were standing because their defensive ability was a bit better. However, there was a limited number of furnace rooms, and the alchemists from all over the nation were occupying them. "Didn't everyone who saw old Han say there's no way to treat him?" Kui Heng was stunned. He exclaimed, "Wait, did you say that Wang Teng is going to make medicine?" He looked at Wang Teng curiously. "Wang Teng has already reached the master level." Dan Taishuan glanced at Wang Teng and said, "Master level?" Kui Heng staggered, laughing awkwardly in disbelief. "Principal, are you joking with me?" "I'm not. He said that he's at the master level unless he lied to me." Dan Taishuan gave an unconcerned look. Wang Teng was speechless, staring at her in frustration. "Wang Teng, this isn't a joke. I know that your alchemy talent isn't bad, but, although Kui Heng didn't say it explicitly, he obviously didn't believe that Wang Teng was a master alchemist. This was too hard to believe. He knew from Situ Yun that Wang Teng's rune mastery was very high. It had reached the master level. But this made it harder for him to believe that Wang Teng's alchemy mastery had reached a similar level. No human could be so talented. "Head Kui, you have to let me try before you can know." Wang Teng smiled and said nonchalantly, "Why don't you understand?" Kui Heng was agitated. Wang Teng was famous and young. Many people admired him, but many were jealous too. In the past, many master alchemists had already seen old Han's injury and opined that it couldn't be cured. If Wang Teng came out and said that he could treat it, he was indirectly saying that they were all useless. It was all right if he treated old Han. He could shut people's mouths with that. However, if he failed, those envious people would use it against him and say that he was too full of himself. Wang Teng saw through his thoughts and said, "Head Tui, don't worry, I'm confident." "Oh, did you say you're confident that you can treat old Han?" A voice was heard suddenly. Chapter 560. He healed him. Everyone looked over and saw a group of people walking towards them. Amongst them was an old man who had just left a furnace room and had heard their conversation. His gaze landed on Wang Teng. "Master Chen," Tui Heng greeted him. "Young people are always more confident in themselves. Wang Teng has the best of intentions. Intentions are intentions, but don't fool around. Old Han's situation is not optimistic. A little carelessness will aggravate his injury and might even shorten his remaining lifespan." Master Chen said, "Besides, we have not given up. We've been looking through books and records, trying to find a way to heal him. He is just causing trouble by interfering now." Kui Heng looked a little uncomfortable. Chen Rifan's words were too harsh. Trouble? He didn't even know whether Wang Teng would be able to heal him and decided to throw the baby out with the bathwater while chastising him. Wang Teng sneered. "Master Chen, you sound as though I can't heal old Han. You're young. Have you memorized the thousands of medicinal herbs? How far is your progress in alchemy? You dare say you can heal old Han?" Didn't your teacher tell you that alchemy requires the utmost caution? Master Chen frowned and rebuked. Since when was alchemy based on age? Wang Teng looked at him and responded indifferently. Forget about being a master alchemist. Of all the alchemists in the country, not one has managed to reach the advanced stage without 10 or 20 years of experience. You sure talk big for someone your age. Master Chen reprimanded him again. People like you haven't learned enough, yet you blame others for being too good. I think you have wasted your years of learning alchemy. If you can't heal him, then that's it. What's your motive for coming up with a bunch of excuses and trying to obstruct someone when he says he can do it? Wang Teng wasn't going to back down either. It wasn't that he was looking down on the alchemists on Earth. There was nothing to say about the disparity in abilities, but this Master Chen was just flaunting his seniority, acting as though he might be bullied and pushed around if he didn't speak. Chen Rufan was so angry that his face turned green. A young man standing beside him saw that his teacher was being humiliated and stood up for him after some hesitation. Wang Teng, I know that your strength has reached the general stage and that no one in the younger generation can match up to you. But alchemy-wise, my teacher has spent many years reaching the master level and is already amongst the best on Earth. He is still considered your senior. You're going too far by insulting him like this. Your teacher ran over to scold me for no reason. Is that what a senior should do? Wang Teng glanced at him and questioned disdainfully. There's no need to say more. I do want to see what kind of healing medicine you can come up with. Chen Rifan's expression was uncomfortable as he scoffed. You don't know what you're saying? Wang Teng glanced at him calmly and stopped caring about him anymore. He looked at Kui Heng. Head, Kui, I can use the furnace room, right? There was nothing else Kui Heng could say now that things had turned out this way. Sighing, he nodded his head. Wang Teng then walked straight into the furnace room. Chen Rifan and the others didn't leave and started waiting on one side. Kui Heng approached Dan Taishuan and asked softly, Principal, is Wang Teng really confident? Do you think he is the kind of person who speaks without thinking? Dan Taishuan was calm as she glanced at him and responded with a question. Well, Kui Heng understood what Dan Taishuan meant, but he still felt incredible. He couldn't help but keep looking at the furnace room. Inside the furnace room, Wang Teng didn't take that Master Chen to heart. His gaze swept across the room and he murmured under his breath. His spiritual power swept across the room, and a few attribute bubbles that were scattered in the furnace room flew towards him. These attribute bubbles were dropped when Master Chen was making medicine. That was going to help him. Alchemy 30. Spiritual Realm Enlightenment 10. Alchemy 50. Alchemy 20. After picking up the attribute bubbles in the furnace room, there was a gleam in Wang Teng's eyes. His spiritual power swept through the surrounding furnace rooms. Sure enough, a bunch of attribute bubbles passed through the walls and gathered in the furnace room where Wang Teng was at. Alchemy 50, Alchemy 60, Spirit 85, Alchemy 45, Spiritual Realm Enlightenment 10, Alchemy 15, Emperor Realm Spirit 16, Alchemy 60, Alchemy 45, Wang Teng smiled widely. The number of attribute bubbles in this wave was not small. It was fortunate that he wasn't in a hurry to use his blank attributes to increase his alchemy. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, many related memories emerged in his mind, increasing his knowledge of alchemy and making up for his experience. His alchemy skills smoothly advanced to the next level. Alchemist 360,000 Master. At this moment, his alchemy skills had truly reached the master level. In just a short while, he had become a master alchemist from an advanced stage alchemist. If Master Chen knew about it, he would probably vomit blood in anger. That was also why Wang Teng dared to challenge the master alchemist when he was just an advanced stage alchemist. Although he was young, he had a bug on his side. You can hit me if you're not satisfied. Sneering, Wang Teng stepped forward, picked the furnace up and threw it aside. He then took out his black meteorite furnace and prepared to make the medicine. With a thought in his mind, emerald glazed flame erupted, wrapping the black meteorite furnace and raising the temperature inside the furnace room. He took out the ingredients that Dan Tashuan had prepared, which started floating into the furnace under his spiritual power's control. Some turned into liquid, while others turned into powder outside the furnace room. Kui Heng, Chen Rifan, and the others suddenly felt a scorching heat from Wang Teng's furnace room. There was a look of surprise on their faces. Why is the temperature so high? The material and the runes of the furnace room should be able to withstand the heat. Kui Heng muttered. Suddenly his body shuddered and he exclaimed, "Is that flame made from the essence of the world?" Chen Rufan naturally thought about this possibility, and there was a vivid expression on his face. Did that Wang Teng really get his hands on such a flame? At this time, many alchemists walked out of their furnace room and lambasted. "Damn, what's going on? I was at a critical stage of making Dan. Now it's all ruined by the sudden rise in temperature. What, you too? That's right, me too. What's going on?" "I don't know. Master Shu, Master Ji." As the head, Shui Heng naturally had to go up and explain, "Masters, please be patient. This is probably caused by an alchemist in Donghai. I didn't expect him to disturb everyone. Please excuse him." "Oh, who's able to disturb us when he's making Dan?" the two master alchemists asked curiously. "It's—" Shui Heng wasn't sure how he should introduce Wang Teng. He gave a forced smile and said, "Why don't you wait for him to come out and take a look yourselves?" His words made the two master alchemists even more curious, but they didn't probe further. They decided to wait outside. This temperature doesn't feel like a normal flame." Master Shu couldn't help but say, "If I'm right, it should be a special flame." Master Ji touched his beard and said, he wasn't very young. Master Shu looked at Chen Rifan, who was beside him, and asked, "Master Chen, you came out first. Do you know which Donghai master alchemist is making Dan inside?" Chen Rifan's face was a little black, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Hence, when he heard Master Shu's question, he didn't give him any good response. "I don't know." Master Shu was confused. He pouted and stopped asking. In the end, Chen Rifan was the one who couldn't control himself and opened his mouth. The person inside said he can treat old Han. Oh, Master Shu and Master Ji were stunned. "Are you sure?" He said it. "I don't know." Chen Rifan gave a look of disbelief. "Let's wait and see," Master Ji smiled and said in a nonchalant tone. Time flew. They had been waiting for half an hour. A strange scene appeared outside the furnace room. A group of people was standing outside the closed furnace room, as if there was a stunning beauty inside. "It has ended," Master Ji suddenly said. Oh, Master Shu was excited. Smiling, he said, "I smell a Dan fragrance. It looks like this master had succeeded." Wang Teng had made the primary blood recovery Dan and the purple jade spirit bone cream in a single try. A satisfied smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He kept his black meteorite furnace and opened the door of the furnace room. The next instant, he was stunned. Why were there so many people surrounding the room? What were these people doing, gathering outside a market? Master Shu, Master Ji, and many others were dumbfounded. They stared at Wang Teng's unbelievably young face for a long time, as if trying to find some abnormality on it. They were in disbelief. Could this master be an old fellow who was good at retaining his youthful looks? They had heard that in the Xingwu continent, there was a way to maintain one's youthful appearance. There were even spiritual Dans that could renew one's youth. Did he use such methods? If there was a chance, they wanted to ask if he was willing to make an exchange. They wanted to get Dans to maintain their youths too. "What are y'all doing?" Wang Teng glanced around him. Seeing Kui Heng, he shot him the question. "When you were making Dan, the temperature went too high and affected everyone," Kui Heng explained. "Oh, I see. I'm sorry about that. I was being inconsiderate." Wang Teng understood and cupped his fists at everyone. "It's all right. We were affected even though we were a distance away, so that means our alchemy mastery isn't good enough." "You're not to be blamed," Master Ji chuckled. "That's right. We are not skilled enough." Master Shu laughed too. He showed no intention of blaming Wang Teng. Chen Rifan pouted. His face was black. It was inappropriate for the other master alchemists to say anything after hearing Master Shu and Master Ji. They decided to act generous and let it slide. That way they could still gain the favor of these two masters. Wait. Why do I find this master a little familiar? Master Shu suddenly got puzzled. Let me introduce him. Kui Heng secretly laughed. He went forward and said, This is Master Xu Heiyu and Master Ji Xin Shui, and this is Wang Teng, a student from my Donghai military academy, but he's already a general stage martial warrior. General stage. Xu Heiyu and Ji Xin Shui were shocked. They immediately thought of something and cried in alarm. You're that Wang Teng. They knew Wang Teng, but they had never seen him in real life, so they didn't recognize him at first. If there's no other Wang Teng, I should be the one that you're thinking of. Wang Teng smiled and replied, What a promising young man. Ji Xin Shui sized up Wang Teng and exclaimed, May I know what level your alchemy is at? Xu Heiyu asked. Master level, Wang Teng said calmly. He didn't hide Ji Xin Shui, and Xu Heiyu gasped involuntarily. I didn't smell wrong. The Dan fragrance just now came from high-class Dans. Only master-level alchemists can make high-class Dans, Xu Heiyu said. Kui Heng was stunned, too. Wang Teng had indeed reached the master level. How did he practice? A cold snort came from the side. Then a sarcastic voice was heard. Although he made the Dan, We don't know if it can heal old Han. It might just look good on the surface without any effects. Don't make a joke of yourself later. UK Hu and Ji Xin Shui noticed something amiss. This Master Chen had some grudges against this young Master Wang. They glanced at each other but didn't say anything. They wanted to watch a good show. Chen Rifen's wasn't popular among them. They wanted to see if Master Wang could shut him up. Wang Teng didn't care about the dog barking at the side. He said to Dan Taixuan, Let's find old Han now. You succeeded? Dan Taixuan asked. Yes. Wang Teng nodded. The two of them headed to old Han's house. Xu Heiyu and Ji Xin Shui looked at each other before hurrying after them. I want to see how capable you are. Chen Rifan scoffed and followed them. Watch over this place. I'll go and take a look, Cui. Heng said to the other alchemists around him before rushing over. After they left, the alchemists started chatting among themselves. Deep in the instructor dormitory in a little wooden house, Wang Teng and Dan Taixuan knocked on the door and walked in. You're here, Old Han's eyes lit up. Your spiritual Dan is here. Wang Teng lifted the 2 jade bottles in his hand and smiled at Old Han. Quick, I still want to live. This body is frustrating me, Old Han urged. Wang Teng smiled and passed him the 2 jade bottles, one for internal consumption and one for external usage. Give it a try yourself. Then he walked out of the house with Dan Taixuan. They waited outside for more than an hour before the door opened with a creak. Old Han walked out slowly. His back was still bent, but the color had returned to his face. He wasn't as weak as before, where he looked as if he was on the brink of death. Old Han, how do you feel? Wang Teng smiled and said, Ha ha ha, I can finally catch a breath. Old Han laughed and said, He healed him. Chen Rifan muttered to himself. He was dumbstruck. Chapter 561, The Leader of Martial Arts. Old Han appeared in front of everyone. He had recovered from his injuries. Not only did Chen Rifan couldn't believe it, even the 2 master alchemists, Ji Xin Shui and Xu Heiyu, felt like they were dreaming. Wang Teng actually healed him when the 3 of them weren't able to. This fellow was indeed exceptional. At this moment, they started to believe that he was a master alchemist. With his skills, he should be regarded as a master level. Kui Heng believed it too. He was embarrassed that he had tried to dissuade Wang Teng previously. All this while, he was just embarrassing himself. Wang Teng was already a master alchemist, and he might even be better than him. There was nothing for him to worry about, but it was a great thing that Wang Teng was still a student of the Donghai military academy. With him, they had 2 master alchemists in their ranks. Wang Teng, thank you very much. Old Han put away his smile and said solemnly to Wang Teng. He really thought that his time was up. but Wang Teng had managed to yank him out of the gates of hell. He was indebted to him for saving his life. If you want to thank me, do it after I completely heal that injury of yours. It's just under control for now, Wang Teng said. 2 more years for me is good enough. Old Han didn't mind it and smiled. Wang Teng just laughed. Old Han probably had an idea that only a grandmaster could save him and felt that it would be nothing short of a fantasy for Wang Teng to reach that level in 2 years. He knew very well that even in the Xingwu continent, there were not many grandmaster alchemists, and they were all at least a century old. It was not easy for Wang Teng to even reach the master level at such a young age. He had an inkling that Wang Teng would climb the next level, but definitely not in 2 years. Chen Rufin was too ashamed to stay any longer. He turned around to leave with his disciple. He had heard that Wang Teng wasn't unable to heal old Han completely, but he at least managed to extend the old man's life by 2 years. Mind you, before this, none of the alchemists were able to do anything. In his situation, 5 days was the most old Han could live. If he spoke now, he would be asking for humiliation. His face was already on the floor. There was no need to step on it anymore. Ji Xinshui and Xu Haoyu didn't care when they saw Chen Rifan leaving. They even felt a little happy seeing him embarrassed. They walked over and started chatting with Wang Teng. The guy had reached the master level at an incredibly young age. They would be idiots if they didn't befriend him. Wang Teng knew some methods they didn't know, so they could interact and improve together. The 2 of them came forward and called him Master Wang. They viewed him as someone at their level and were extremely enthusiastic. "Oh, right, Master Wang. Were you using a divine fire just now?" Ji Xinshui hesitated before asking. He couldn't control his curiosity anymore. Wang Teng was slightly astonished. Then he nodded and said, "That's right. It's called the Emerald Glazed Flame." He raised his hand, and a green flame appeared on his palm. It blossomed like a beautiful green flower, its intense heat spreading in an instant. With his current ability, he wasn't worried that others would snatch his things. Dan Teichuan and Old Han were conversing at the side. They felt the scorching heat from the emerald glazed flame and walked over involuntarily. "During the sea beast's riot, I sensed that you used a certain divine fire." "So this was it," Old Han said in a thoughtful tone. He sized up the green flame on Wang Teng's palm curiously. "I was just lucky enough to have it," Wang Teng said. "We want your luck too." Ji Xinshui and Xu Haoyu lamented in envy. "It's rare enough to find a divine fire, much less capture it." Ji Xinshui shook his head. Xu Haoyu nodded in agreement. Although they were envious, they were all master-level characters, so they were broad-minded and didn't lose their head. They talked a little longer. The 2 masters then invited Wang Teng to share his alchemy experience again when he was free before taking their leave. The next day, Wang Teng informed his family members before stepping on the military plane heading to capital Saya, along with Dan Taichuan. The sky was getting more and more dangerous, especially after the sea beast's riot. The entire nation had raised its vigilance. The military aircraft they were in was equipped with extremely powerful rune weapons. If they met any flying star beasts, they would be able to strike it down. Of course, not everyone had the right to sit in military aircraft. The military plane traveled at high speed and traversed half the nation's land in half an hour. At the moment, it was crossing a mountain. Screech! The cry of a bird was abruptly heard in the sky. The sound penetrated through clouds and rocks, surging towards them like a huge wave. The military plane vibrated and suddenly changed direction. The 2 people on board felt the commotion. Dan Taichuan asked calmly, "What happened?" "Report." "It's an ice feather vulture," the soldier in front said. "Strike it down," Dan Taichuan ordered with a stern expression. "Yes." In the sky, a vulture covered with snow-white feathers spread out its wings. It was 1/3 the length of the military plane, looking extremely majestic. Its beak was as sharp as a hook, and a cold glint escaped from its eyes. Wang Teng's spiritual power shot out from his forehead. It twirled in the air as he sensed the situation outside. 6 star? He sensed the level of this ice feather vulture. But there was no change in his expression. It was just a 6-star beast. They could kill it easily. However, the element of this ice feather vulture caught his attention. Ice element. His ice element was only at the 7-star soldier level. If there was a large number of ice element star beasts for him to collect attributes from, it would be easy for him to rise to the general stage. He wondered if there were many ice feather vultures. Wang Teng touched his chin and pondered on the thought. The ice feather vulture outside suddenly shuddered for no reason as it felt an evil intention enveloping it. A hint of curiosity flashed in its eyes. What happened? The strange feeling came and left quickly. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. The ice feather vulture's gaze turned cold again as it stared at the military plane in front. The military aircraft hovered in the air. The runes glowed brightly on the surface and congregated into a ray of golden light before discharging in a straight line. Boom. The ice feather vulture was given a shock. It tilted its body and threw a look of contempt their way. This is it. Boom, boom, boom. The next instant, multiple golden rays shot out one after another, piercing through its wings and body. The ice feather vulture cried in pain, plunging to the ground. It couldn't stand a fight in front of the military aircraft. The vulture gifted Wang Teng a few attribute bubbles. He swept them over with his spiritual power, Ice Force 50, Ice Force 65, Ice Force 48. Indeed, Wang Teng had a sudden thought. He opened his mouth and asked, "Can you open the cabin door?" The soldier in front looked at Dan Taishuan, who nodded in approval. The cabin door at the back of the military aircraft opened slowly. Strong gusts of wind gushed into the aircraft. Fortunately, there were no other items inside, or they would have been blown away by the strong wind. The ice feather vulture that hadn't died flew over from afar under the control of an invisible force and entered the cabin. The cabin door then closed. Wang Teng walked over and looked at the ice feather vulture in deep thought. It was bound by his spiritual power, and its eyes were no longer cold, only fear was left in them. "Why did you catch this ice feather vulture?" Dan Taishuan asked. "My ice force is a little low in level, so the ice force nucleus of this vulture should be able to help me," Wang Teng said casually. "What's the level of your ice force now?" Dan Taishuan was curious. Wang Teng's 5 basic elements were too outstanding, so she had neglected the ice element that he had displayed at the start. 7-star soldier level, Wang Teng replied. Dan Taishuan. Was this what a normal person would say? Others had to spend much time and effort to reach the 7-star soldier level, but Wang Teng said that it was too low. What? Wang Teng asked involuntarily when he noticed her strange expression. Nothing. Dan Taishuan coughed awkwardly. She continued, "If you want an ice force nucleus, you can go to Jiang. There are many ice element star beasts in the snow mountains. This ice feather vulture probably came from there. I wonder what it's doing here." Jiang, Wang Teng started pondering. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "I heard that there's a dimensional rift there. How's the current situation? It isn't good." Dan Taishuan shook her head with a serious expression. Wang Teng noticed that she didn't explain further, so he didn't ask. His gaze turned sharp as he invaded the ice feather vulture with his spiritual power. A force nucleus broke out from its body, while the ice feather vulture died instantly. Wang Teng held on to the 6-star ice force nucleus and scanned it with his eyes. Ice Force 120, Advanced Stage Ice Talent 45. Ice Force 105, Wang Teng already had Advanced Stage Ice Talent, so this was the icing on the cake. His Advanced Stage Ice Talent increased slightly, as did his Ice Force. Ice Force 708 5000, 7-star. Wang Teng looked at the changes in his Ice Force and nodded slightly. It wasn't much, but there was an increase. Jiang. He gazed in the northwest direction. It looked like he had to visit there soon. No other accidents happened for the rest of their journey. The two of them quickly reached a military airport in the suburban district of capital Xia. Lieutenant General Dan, Major General Wang, nice to meet you. The person who welcomed them was a middle-aged man dressed in a military uniform with 2 crimson stars on his shoulder. Lieutenant General Tang. Dan Tai Xuan nodded at the other party. Then she introduced him to Wang Teng. This is Lieutenant General Tang Qilu from the capital Zaya military.
Lieutenant General Tang, nice to meet you.
Wang Teng greeted. You're indeed young and outstanding. Tang Qilu sized up Wang Teng and exclaimed, You're too polite. Wang Teng replied humbly, Let's go. The 3 commanders are waiting for you. Tang Qilu didn't say much and led the 2 of them onto a military pickup truck. They drove towards the military district. There was a soldier driving the car. Tang Qilu knew that it was Wang Teng's first time here. So he took special care of him and briefly introduced the situation of the capital Zia military. Wang Teng glanced around him as he listened to the introduction. Capital Zia army took up a large area of land, and all kinds of buildings and gunfires could be seen here, with many soldiers patrolling around. This place was heavily guarded. 2 was Wang Teng had been to a few military districts, but this was his first time seeing a district of this size, as expected of the greatest military in the nation. The military truck passed through layers and layers of guards. Finally, they came to the center of the district and stopped in front of a large building. You can go in. I'll send you until here. Tang Qilu smiled slightly and turned to leave. The 2 of them sent Lieutenant General Tang off with their gazes, Let's go. Dan Tai Xuan was familiar with this place. She brought Wang Teng into the large building. Inside, there were soldiers on duty leading the way. They took the lift and went to the top floor of this huge building. Wang Teng felt emotional. It wasn't easy to come to this place. Without Tang Qilu leading them at the start, it would be a few times more troublesome for them to get in. The military knew their background, so it was easier for them. If it were others, they wouldn't have been permitted access without undergoing layers of inspection. The 3 commanders are inside. This way, please. A soldier's voice pulled Wang Teng back to reality. A huge door had appeared in front of him. The soldier left without stopping. Dan Taichuan wanted to knock, but an old voice came out from the room. Come in. Dan Taichuan wasn't surprised. Based on the cultivation levels of the 3 people inside, they would have noticed them when they arrived at the bottom of the building. She pushed the door and entered. Wang Teng looked inside. The figure of 3 elders appeared, the 3 great commanders. No, these 3 commanders had different auras, but all of them had a formidable force of presence lurking around their bodies. Wang Teng activated his spiritual sight and almost got blinded. The light given off by the 3 elders was exceptionally glaring. Although it wasn't as intense as the windstorm giant ape, they must have reached the upper levels of the general stage. While Wang Teng was sizing up the 3 elders, they were looking at him too. They were no strangers to Wang Teng, but this was their first time seeing him in real life. Despite looking him up and down, they couldn't see through him. They were astounded. Come in. They exchanged glances with one another before a skinny and small elder opened his mouth. Dan Taishuan and Wang Teng walked into the main hall. Wang Teng, a voice suddenly came from the side. Wang Teng was shocked as he glanced sideways. A tall and lofty man with graying hair was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, not far away from the 3 commanders. He was facing them with his back, with his hands behind him. How is this possible? Wang Teng was shocked. He didn't notice the presence of another person in this room, leader of martial arts. Dan Taishuan lost her composure when she saw this person. At first, she thought they were here to see the 3 great commanders first, before going to the imperial palace to visit the leader. Who knew that he would appear here? He came to see Wang Teng personally. Dan Taishuan was in disbelief. She bowed slightly to greet the leader. This person was the most powerful martial warrior in the entire nation. Even in the world, his ability was top tier. Without him, their country wouldn't be able to remain so peaceful and harmonious. He was the pillar supporting the entire nation. Wang Teng immediately understood who this person was when he saw this scene. Astonishment flashed past his eyes. Do you know why I came to look for you? The leader turned and smiled as he gazed at Wang Teng, Chapter 562, Alien. I don't know, Wang Teng replied directly. He wasn't afraid of the guy. After the initial astonishment, he had already regained his composure. The leader of martial arts was worth respecting, but there was no need to be fearful of him. In the past, Wang Teng might not have been so open-minded, but now he was at the general stage and was confident that he would be on par with the three great commanders or the leader soon. Hence, his fear towards them wasn't that great. This was the temperament of a formidable warrior. The leader didn't mind his tone. Instead, he gave a smile of approval and said, "Let's go. I'll bring you somewhere." He walked out of the door. The three great commanders glanced at one another and followed him out of the room. "Can you finish what you have to say at once? Stop beating around the bush." Wang Teng rolled his eyes and complained in his heart. They took the elevator down. This was a different elevator from the one Wang Teng took just now. Very soon, the elevator stopped. The door opened and a bright underground space appeared in front. There was a long corridor. The leader strode ahead. Many figures wearing long white gowns were shuttling back and forth hurriedly. Seeing the leader and the three great commanders, they would bow and greet them. They only straightened their backs after they walked far away. Wang Teng looked at the white gowns and frowned. Fuck. Are they going to cut him up for research? Should he run or not? The problem was, he couldn't beat the leader yet. Wang Teng was in a dilemma. He followed the leader until they reached a huge room that looked like a laboratory in a science fiction movie. The door of the room was extremely thick and sturdy. Through the window, he noticed that the staff inside were all covered up. Their white working uniform was like a spacesuit. The view from the window was limited. Besides the staff, he could only see some high-technology devices. He couldn't see anything else. Use your force to cover yourself as protection. The leader opened his mouth and said, then he opened the door. There was a sterilization scanning area behind the door. Everyone was scanned thoroughly to sterilize their bodies before they could pass through another door to enter the room. Wang Teng was shocked. Where was this? Why did they have to be so strict when entering? He hesitated for a moment and decided to follow the leader. Covering himself with force, he entered the room behind the man. He couldn't run away. Since he had no chance of resisting, why not see what they wanted to do? These people were all general-stage formidable warriors, hence there was no need to cover themselves up tightly with the protective suit. The instant Wang Teng entered, he scanned the surroundings. Soon, his gaze was fixed on a huge enclosed cabin. Bewilderment appeared in his eyes. There was a human-shaped creature covered with scales locked up in the enclosed cabin. It was approximately 3 meters tall, and even its face had scales on it. There was a horn in its head giving off a gold glint. It looked a little hideous because of it.
What is that?
Wang Teng was dumbfounded. He also noticed that the limbs of this creature were chained up by rune chains. A huge, thick metal chain tied up its body, while a few more chains penetrated its body to lock it up entirely. At the same time, many tubes were stabbed into the creature. They seemed to be sucking something from its body. It's still alive? Wang Teng shuddered at this scene as expected. This was a laboratory researching living creatures. How frightening. But they were kind enough not to cut it up. Suddenly, Wang Teng's eyes lit up as the tube sucked up something from the creature's body. 2 attribute bubbles suddenly dropped out. Huh? Wang Teng glanced at the leader and the others silently. If he used his spiritual power to sweep the attribute bubbles over, he would definitely get noticed. But he couldn't touch it without using his spiritual power either. What should he do? Should he pick them up? Wang Teng hesitated. If he was at another place with other people around him, he would do it. Yet this was an important research facility, and the leader of martial arts and the 3 great commanders were beside him. If he used his spiritual power recklessly, he would cause huge trouble. Wang Teng contemplated and decided to give up. He would pick them up when he had the chance thereafter. He activated his spiritual sight and looked at the creature. Huh. Wang Teng was given another shock. He saw a special force color from within the creature. It was different from any other force he had ever seen. What force is this? Wang Teng's heart was itching. His curiosity towards this scaled creature had increased to an all-time high. He looked at the two attribute bubbles and wished that he could pick them up instantly. This creature was neither a star beast nor a dark apparition. If not, it wouldn't have this force. He looked at the leader of martial arts uncontrollably. They probably brought him here to see this creature. As expected, the leader exchanged a few words with the person in charge of this laboratory. Then he turned and said to Wang Teng, "Do you know what this is?" "I don't know." Wang Teng shook his head and replied, "It's an alien." The leader paused for a moment before saying slowly, "Alien?" Wang Teng was dumbstruck. He didn't expect this creature to come from outer space. "The world is bigger than we think," the leader exclaimed. Wang Teng remained silent. Xingwu continent, Darkland, the outer space. He felt that the more he knew, the more he couldn't understand this world. He had found the ancient god's corpse in the dimensional rift, and always felt that it belonged to another world. However, today, someone told him that there were powerful presences in their world too. How did this creature? Wang Teng paused. He didn't know if he should ask. "You want to know how we caught it and brought it to the laboratory?" The leader smiled. "Yes." Wang Teng nodded. About 18 years ago, a spaceship from outer space fell onto a certain island in the ocean. At that time, something went wrong with the spaceship, so it caused a huge commotion when it crashed onto land. All the countries sent people out to search for it. They found it and caught the badly injured creatures in the spaceship. After a round of debate, some big countries gained ownership of these creatures. Our country is one of them, the leader explained briefly. Wang Teng was surprised. He looked at the leader's expression and asked, "So we brought it back for research?" "Cough, we didn't plan to research at first, but these creatures don't want to cooperate. They were powerful too, so if they weren't heavily injured at that time, they might have caused disasters on Earth." The leader coughed awkwardly as he replied. Wang Teng glanced at him silently. Was that the truth? Chapter 563, Constellation Force. The leader remained calm without a change in his expression. Wang Teng shrugged. No matter what the answer was, they had already started the research. What could he do? Were they going to release the creature and say, "This is all a misunderstanding. Let's be good friends in the future"? Bullshit. Wang Teng looked at the creature in front. He remembered something and asked, "Did you say it's very powerful?" "Yes, more powerful than any human martial warriors." The leader was exceptionally serious. Wang Teng was shocked. An idea flashed into his mind, and he blurted out his thoughts. "So the countries on Earth want to decipher a path to become stronger from it." The leader looked at him in admiration. "You're indeed smart." "That's right. We want to find the secret to becoming stronger from it. We have only reached the general stage. If we don't achieve a breakthrough, we will be at a disadvantage against star beasts, dark apparitions, and unknown aliens." "What have the other countries found out?" Wang Teng asked again. "I don't know." The leader shook his head. "This is why I brought you here." "I don't think you brought me here just to see this alien, right?" Wang Teng asked with bright eyes. "There will be a global exchange event soon. It will be held on Mount Saint, and only youths aged 25 and below will participate in this event." "I want you to represent our country for the event," the leader said directly. "A global exchange event?" Wang Teng was puzzled. He had never heard of this event. "It has been held many times, but normal people don't know about it." "Do you want me to find out what the other countries have discovered?" Wang Teng asked. "That is one reason. I also hope that you can suppress the younger generations of the other nations to show the strength of our country," the leader said. "Our performance has always been average. But with the current changes in the world and the restless star beasts and dark apparitions, we need to display more power to have more initiative." Wang Teng understood. He was there to be a coolie. They called him over from Donghai and went an entire round to tell him this. He had reached the brigadier general stage and was close to becoming a low-tier general. He had probably surpassed all the younger generation talents in the world. What benefits will I get if I agree? Wang Teng smiled and asked. He didn't agree immediately. Indeed, you won't commit yourself until you get what you want. The leader smiled and asked, What do you want? Wang Teng hesitated before saying, I took many treasures from the Darkland and want to turn them into cash. Can you help me settle this? You took treasures from the Darkland. The leader's expression turned weird. He was a little surprised. How much? A few trillions, Wang Teng said shyly. The three commanders who had been silent all this while widened their eyes in surprise and looked at Wang Teng as if he were a monster. The leader choked too. He kept quiet for some time before he said, I'll ask someone to take care of them. Just pass them to me later. Wang Teng nodded. Can I observe this alien, Wang Teng? We have gathered the top talents in the nation, but no one managed to find anything. Don't waste your time. The scrawny commander couldn't help but open his mouth. I'll just take a look, Wang Teng sniggered. Sure, I'll ask someone to open the cabin, the leader said. No need. I'll use my spiritual power, Wang Teng said. The leader nodded his head. It was recorded in his data that he was a divine spirit master. Hence, he wasn't surprised. Wang Teng noticed that the two attribute bubbles were already disappearing, so he immediately sent his spiritual power out. He picked it up. Constellation Force. Fire. 10. Constellation Force Fire. 12. This is... Wang Teng was flabbergasted. Constellation Force. And it was a fire element Constellation Force. As the Constellation Force merged into his body, Wang Teng felt a certain change. He pulled out his attributes panel and looked at his force column. There was a new Constellation Force Fire entry, 22. This Constellation Force was different from his other fire force. It seemed strangely more powerful. However, this wasn't the time to look into it. He pretended to use his spiritual power to scan the alien a few times before retracting it. Suddenly, the alien opened its eyes. Percent amp. It struggled frantically and made strange and inaudible sounds with its throat. Quick, quick, give it a huge jab of anesthetic. Don't let it struggle. The person in charge who was talking to the leader just now shouted. The staff around them started to get busy. After a series of operations, the anesthetic was injected into the alien through one of the tubes. The alien gave a frustrated and angry roar. Its eyes popped out, and it went back to sleep again. The leader and the others seemed used to this scene. They shook their heads helplessly. Wang Teng glanced at the leader and then at the alien. Suddenly, he found this fellow a little pitiful. It had been locked up for 18 years and was treated as an object of study. Its life was dark. Did you discover anything? The leader asked. Its force seems powerful. Wang Teng thought for a moment. He didn't want to say anything at first, but he figured it wasn't good, so he gave an ambiguous answer in the end. That is the direction of our research. Unfortunately, we haven't found a way to alter our force, the leader said. You think that this force is a mutation of our force? Wang Teng read between the lines. High possible, the leader said. Wang Teng nodded in deep thought. All right, you have taken a look at it. Do you have any other requests? The leader asked. That's all. I agree to go for the global event. Wang Teng didn't make any requests and agreed to the leader's suggestion. Let's leave. The leader walked out of the laboratory. Wang Teng threw a sad look at the alien in the cabin. He wished that he could gain more attributes bubbles from it, but this wasn't a place he could enter whenever he wanted. He didn't make this request just now because it was too sudden, and he was asking for too much. After they came up, the three great commanders arranged Wang Teng and Dan Taixuan's lodging and let them rest. 3 days later, Wang Teng would board the military aircraft heading to Mount Saint. As they watched him leave, the lofty commander asked curiously, "Why didn't you ask him about the rock body? He seemed to have found the path forward. We will know what we need to know. He will tell us when he feels he can say it." The leader smiled and replied. The three commanders were silent. Chapter 564. Once a master, always a mother. That night, Wang Teng and Dan Taixuan stayed in the capital Xia military district. Wang Teng was a major general now, so by right, he belonged to the military. It was reasonable for him to live in the military district. There were accommodations, especially for outsiders in the military district. The treatment was not bad. Under the guidance of a soldier, they passed through a small cobblestone path and saw many simple buildings in front of them. They looked exquisite. It was hard to imagine that such accommodations existed in the military that was known for being frugal. Noticing Wang Teng's surprise, Dan Taishuan explained, "This area is normally used to welcome foreign guests, hence it mustn't look too shabby." Wang Teng was enlightened and nodded. He discovered that Dan Taishuan seemed familiar with this place. It wasn't her first time here. Loft 03, 05, and 08 are empty. Major General Wang, you can choose one, the soldier leading the way said. I'll take 08. I came to capital Jia to earn a fortune, so I'll choose this lucky number, rubbing his chin. Wang Teng said seriously. The soldier. Dan Taishuan rolled her eyes. She was speechless. All right, you can get going? You don't have to worry about us, Dan Taishuan said to the soldier. Yes, after the soldier left, Wang Teng asked Dan Taishuan curiously, Master, where will you be staying? Dan Taishuan frowned. Stop calling me master. You're no weaker than me now. In the martial arts world, your ability decides your status. You can talk to me as a peer. Wang Teng didn't expect her to talk about this. He was shocked. Then he straightened his face and said, Once a master, always a mother. Dan Taishuan was speechless. To hell with always a mother. What could you expect from a hog but a grunt? Cough. Sorry, I made a mistake. That isn't the main point. The thing is, I always treated you as my master. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly and continued, You taught me many things in the past. When we went to the Crimson Tiger Troop, you stood up for me without any hesitation. I'll always remember it. Dan Taishuan glanced at Wang Teng. This fellow had some conscience. Her expression remained emotionless as she stretched her back and said lazily, All right, let's not talk about the past. If you really remember what I've done for you, call me sister from now on. All right, I'll call you Sister Xuan from now. Wang Teng knew that as his status changed, it would be awkward to keep calling Dan Taishuan his master. Hence, he agreed to her request. Dan Taishuan nodded. He pointed to the loft beside her and said, That's where I'll be staying. Call me if you need anything. Wang Teng finally saw the Xuan doorplate on the loft. She had a personal loft here. Why don't I have this treatment? He wasn't convinced. He was a major general who was going to represent the country soon. Why couldn't he enjoy a similar treatment? Outrageous. He must talk to the 3 great commanders about this the next time he saw them. Wait until you're a lieutenant general. Dan Taishuan snorted and walked towards the loft. She left Wang Teng with a heartless back view. Wang Teng was stunned for a moment before regaining his senses. She had mocked him. Dan Taishuan was still the evil Dan Taishuan. Since you're not my master anymore, I won't give in to you. Wang Teng glared at Dan Taishuan's amazing figure as he muttered to himself. Dan Taishuan felt the furious gaze and froze. She turned around abruptly and glared ruthlessly at Wang Teng. She was welcomed with an innocent and pure gaze. If you look at me with that gaze again, I'll dig your eyes out. Dan Taishuan threatened him before slamming the door shut and disappearing from Wang Teng's sight. A paper tiger. Wang Teng laughed and shook his head as if he had discovered something funny. In the No. 08 loft, Wang Teng sat down cross-legged on the bed and focused on his attributes panel. Constellation Force, Fire, 22. His mind was fixed on the Constellation Force. He felt it thoroughly and discovered that there were strands of special fire force mixed in his normal fire force. The next instant, Wang Teng opened his eyes and lifted his hand. Fire force surged out from his body and congregated into a ball of flame on his palm. At this moment there was an even more scorching flame within this fiery red flame. Wang Teng removed it from the normal flame carefully. In the end, it formed a dark red flame. Its color was darker, and its temperature was higher, possessing a stronger destructive power. Based on what the leader said, this constellation force is mutated from our normal force. Wang Teng stared at the dark red flame in deep thought. In that case, there must be something connecting these two forces. This connection might be a profound force skill scripture. The humans on Earth lack this advanced skill scripture, so they can only stop at the general stage. Wang Teng frowned. He had a sudden thought. The ancient god's body also had a stronger and more profound force skill scripture, however. It cultivates the body and not force. Wait, that isn't right. I remember that when I raised my ancient god's body's level, a certain force merged into my body. It was similar to the constellation force, but that force was purer, and it didn't possess any attributes. Wang Teng recalled the feeling as he activated his ancient god's body. He tried to sense the secret within. Boom! His heart pounded forcefully. The blood in his body churned and nourished his flesh and bones. A powerful strength surged out of his body. A magical golden mark appeared on his forehead. Wang Teng followed the path on the ancient god's body. A loud explosion suddenly came from his body, and a large suction force surged out. It was nighttime. The stars hung high in the sky. Suddenly, all the stars shimmered and blinked once. Then the force within the area flowed toward him frantically. These forces weren't limited to one type. There were all kinds of attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and ice. All of them flowed over and turned into a purer form of energy using the ancient god's body. Finally, it merged into his body. As expected, Wang Teng activated the scripture once and felt the tremendous changes outside. He immediately stopped the cultivation of the ancient god's body. Bewilderment appeared in his eyes. The ancient god's body was exceptionally domineering. It was able to absorb all forces into his body. No wonder the ancient god's tribes sucked the energy from the planets and stars to raise their cultivation. Their path was too powerful. If I'm right, those forces are the constellation forces. Wang Teng took a deep breath to calm down. He made his guess. Chapter 565. Wang, Wikipedia, Teng. When Wang Teng was cultivating the ancient god's body, the three great commanders walked out of their lodgings and looked up at the sky. Did you sense that? The lofty Commander Long asked in a stern voice. The fluctuation was violent, but it disappeared too quickly. I can't find the location. Commander Hong was scrawny, but his voice was loud and clear. The last refined-looking elder was Commander Yong. His gaze flickered as he said, I wonder who can cause such a huge commotion. Do you think it's old Wu? Before Commander Long could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. Old Long, be careful of what you say, Commander Hong and Commander Yong said simultaneously. I know. Commander Long was frustrated, he muttered. If they found any results during their research, they can be direct. What's the point of hiding? Commander Hong and Commander Yong ignored him. The three of them investigated the commotion again, but discovered nothing. They went back to their lodgings dejectedly. Wang Teng didn't know that the commotion caused by his ancient god's body cultivation had attracted the attention of the three great commanders. Honestly, what happened just now was out of his expectations. In the past, he used his blank attributes to raise the level of his ancient god's body, so he didn't need any external force. Hence, no one detected anything. But now he cultivated the ancient god's body properly using the standard cultivation method, so a large amount of force was needed. This would definitely attract others' attention, and they would realize that his cultivation method was different. Wang Teng didn't mind releasing this cultivation method to the public when the right time came, but it wasn't now. He hadn't experienced it yet, so why should he let others do it first? He had his selfish thoughts, too. The ancient god's body was exceptionally powerful. He wouldn't tell everyone about it. He would tell them after he found a normal force skill scripture to cultivate constellation force. That way, his heart wouldn't hurt. It looks like the leader's guess is right, Wang Teng wondered to himself. The constellation arose from normal force. The next stage of human cultivation was to learn how to evolve force into constellation force so that they could move to a higher realm. Wang Teng pondered to himself silently. All sorts of ideas went through his mind. He had already experienced the process of the transformation of forces, so he had some understanding of it. If he could merge this skill into the sky rank scriptures he possessed, would he be able to come up with a new way of cultivating constellation force? Wang Teng's eyes lit up at the thought. He immediately put his idea into motion. He possessed many advanced rank scriptures from yellow rank to sky rank. No one had more scriptures than him in the future. He could be called Wang Wikipedia Teng. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He closed his eyes and focused on going through the constellation force skill scripture in his mind. The night passed quickly. The next morning, Dan Teixuan called Wang Teng up for breakfast. Wang Teng opened the door with panda eyes. He had underestimated the difficulty of creating a scripture. This wasn't something a normal human could do. He felt that his head was going to explode after thinking the entire night. However, his efforts weren't useless. He did have some new enlightenment, but he was still a vast distance away from creating a new constellation force skill scripture. "What's the matter with you?" Dan Teixuan asked in surprise. "Nothing. I didn't sleep well," Wang Teng replied casually. "Didn't sleep well?" Dan Teixuan looked at him curiously. Then she thought of something, and her expression turned strange. "Young man, you need to curb yourself." Wang Teng almost vomited blood. "Curb your head. What are you thinking? Am I wrong?" Dan Teixuan glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. "Definitely. I'm so handsome. Why will I do that?" Wang Teng was speechless. "What are you referring to? I don't understand. I just hope that you will stop staying up late." Wang Teng. Dan Teixuan smirked in her heart when she saw his frustrated expression. "How dare you be cheeky around me?" She was taking revenge for what happened yesterday night after their breakfast. They prepared to go back to their lodging. "What do you plan to do for the next few days?" Dan Teixuan asked. "Nothing. I'm going back to cultivate." Wang Teng hadn't given up. He decided to go back and try it out again. "Since we're here, let me bring you to a good place," Dan Teixuan said with a mysterious smile. "Oh, what place?" Wang Teng got interested when he saw her expression. "You'll know once you get there," Dan Teixuan said. "But that place needs some contribution points." Contribution points. Wang Teng knew what contribution points were. The military would reward people with contribution points after they completed a mission or made great achievements. These contribution points could be used in the military or exchanged for other resources in official stores. Honestly, he had quite some contribution points on his hands. Without him knowing, he had made many contributions to the human race. He caught the spy for dark apparitions, helped in the Star Maple City War and the Sea Beasts riot. He made great contributions during these events, so the higher authorities gave him his due contribution points. However, Wang Teng didn't need any other resources, so he never used them. They walked deep into the military district and stopped outside a heavily guarded building. "Please show your identity." The guard walked up and stopped them. Wang Teng and Dan Teixuan took out their identity certificates. The three guards present saluted and said indifferently, "Lieutenant General Dan, Major General Wang, please enter." The two of them entered the building and took the elevator to the underground level. The underground space was extremely similar to the space Wang Teng visited yesterday. A silver-white corridor appeared in front of him. They walked forward. On the way, Dan Teixuan explained, "The place I'm bringing you to is called virtual reality." Virtual reality, Wang Teng remembered something. "Isn't it the same as the virtual combat chambers we have in school? If it were the same, why would I bring you here?" Dan Teixuan smiled and asked, "Huh?" Wang Teng looked at her curiously. "The virtual combat chamber here is more advanced than the virtual combat chambers at the academy." "You will know the details later," Dan Teixuan said secretively. The two of them came to an underground room. There were enclosed cabins that looked like coffins placed all around the room. Many people were lying inside. "Swipe some contribution points and enter," Dan Teixuan said. She swiped her contribution points and laid in one cabin. Wang Teng looked around him and shook his head. Why did she have to be so secretive about this? He followed Dan Taishuan's actions and swiped his contribution points. A lovely sound suddenly rang inside the cabin. Respected Major General Wang, welcome to the virtual reality system. You need 1,000 contribution points to enter for 10 hours. Do you wish to enter? Chapter 566. Does this human likes to get tortured? 1,000 contribution points. Wang Teng was stunned. 1,000 contribution points for 10 hours was a lot. He looked at his personal wristwatch. Given his current status, the wristwatch was no longer the one from Jixin Marshall House, but the one given by the military. It had better functions and was one of the top rune equipment on Earth. There was a record of Wang Teng's contribution points in it, and there were 56,000 points. Wang Teng was astonished again when he saw his contribution points. It was quite a substantial number. If he didn't make so many contributions, he wouldn't have been able to obtain so many points. That was fine now. He had enough contribution points for him to squander for a while. He made his choice immediately. Yes, the cabin door in front of him opened slowly. Please, enter the virtual chamber. Wear the sensor helmet and connect to the virtual reality. The ethereal voice sounded again. Wang Teng scanned the interior of the virtual cabin. He smiled, entering the cabin according to the instructions while wearing the helmet, connecting to the virtual reality. Please concentrate your spirit. Wang Teng closed his eyes and concentrated his spirit. Suddenly there was a glimpse of light in his sea of consciousness, and his spirit was instantly sucked into it. The next moment, Wang Teng felt his eyes getting blinded by the bright, dazzling light. However, his spiritual perception was still intact. Imperial Realm spirit was not something ordinary people could match up to. The spiritual power gradually extended, surprising Wang Teng. He realized that the surroundings seemed real. Every area that the spiritual power passed through felt real. It was completely different from what he had experienced in the virtual combat chamber. He opened his eyes and looked around. There was a seemingly quiet street, lined with high-rise steel buildings on its sides, whose metal surfaces reflected dazzling light. How is it? Dan Taishuan's voice could be heard from the side. This is virtual reality, Wang Teng cried out in astonishment. If he hadn't known in advance where this place was, he would have almost thought that he was in the real world. Not bad? Do you feel that the 1,000 contribution points were well spent? Dan Taishuan smiled. Just based on this sense of reality, it wasn't a waste. Wang Teng was speechless and nodded. With a slight frown, he asked curiously, "Is this virtual reality a product of our research? You think too much? With our current technology, we would need at least hundreds of years to create something like this," Dan Taishuan answered. Then, where did this come from? A thought flashed through Wang Teng's mind, and he probed, "Is this alien technology?" "Oh, you guessed it." Dan Taishuan glanced at him in surprise. She walked towards him while nodding. "Go out first. We'll talk while walking." When the aliens landed on Earth, the spacecraft they were riding in was mostly destroyed. However, some of the technologies and equipment survived the crash, and this virtual reality cabin was one of them. Spacecraft. Wang Teng was attracted by the content of Dan Taishuan's words, and his eyes were shining brightly as he asked curiously, "What kind? After we get out, I'll bring you to see it. With our authority, we can enter that place." Wang Teng nodded and didn't ask any more. Filled with emotions, he said, "Looks like the aliens' technology is much more advanced than ours." "That's right, which is why all the countries are worried or even terrified." Dan Taishuan frowned. "The universe is too vast, and Earth is just a drop of water in the ocean. It might be just a planet in the corner that has life, but no one knows what it is like outside of the solar system. Now that aliens with scales all over their bodies have appeared, it is very likely that other life forms also exist. They are stronger than us, and their technology is more advanced than ours. Earth is as fragile as a newborn child. Everyone is worried. If the aliens target the Earth one day and descend onto Earth, what will happen?" Wang Teng's expression became serious. It was obvious if that day arrived, there would be drastic changes to Earth. If the nest fell, the eggs would be broken. Earth was home to all human beings, and aliens were outsiders. Those who were not their kin were sure to be of a different heart. This sentence was not unfounded. The weak would eventually be stepped on, and no one would treat someone well for no good. Reason? Now, Earth was too weak. Judging from the current situation, these aliens have not discovered Earth's existence. Wang Teng said, "The universe is too big, and it's normal not to find us for the time being." Dan Taishuan nodded. "Maybe the aliens that we captured were just too unlucky and strayed onto Earth, and that everything was just an accident. Is it possible for them to have sent a signal before they crashed?" Wang Teng wasn't as optimistic and thought of a possibility in his mind. "We can't rule it out, but we can't do anything about it, can we?" Dan Taishuan said helplessly, "All we can do now is to improve ourselves, to deal with the powerful enemy who may come at any time." This world is getting more and more interesting." Wang Teng took a deep breath and smiled. "You are still able to laugh." Dan Taishuan rolled her eyes. Even with her calm and composed disposition, she felt burdened. However, Wang Teng could still laugh about it. Even she felt that his brain was wired differently from ordinary people. Did he have a screw loose, or an extra screw in his head? Wang Teng suddenly realized that Dan Taishuan's gaze was a little strange. "Are you thinking about something bad again?" "No." Dan Taishuan immediately denied and reacted. "Why the word again? What do you think of me?" "You will have to ask yourself that." Wang Teng shrugged. As they talked, they turned at the crossroads and came to another street where some figures appeared. There were all kinds of stores. Some people had opened stores in virtual reality. "Are you surprised?" Dan Taishuan laughed. "What's the point of opening a store in the virtual world?" Wang Teng couldn't help but ask. "Only items that are produced in the virtual reality can be used here. If you don't believe me, take a look at your wristwatch," Dan Taishuan explained. Wang Teng lowered his head and fiddled with it as expected. The wristwatch became a display item that could not be used at all. Only its time was still ticking. "Now, you know why," Dan Taishuan smiled. "This virtual reality is very wide. Although there are no other races here, there are countless star beasts. Training here would greatly improve you. Fighting here would require weapons, and the materials come from virtual reality. It's a bit complicated to describe anyway. A self-contained trading system is formed here." Wang Teng had a thought in his mind. "Wait, why are there only star beasts and not other races? Also, are the buildings here created by us, or were they originally here to begin with? Looks like you discovered where the problem lies." Dan Taishuan was surprised by Wang Teng's subtlety. "Some people suspect that we are missing a piece of technology?" Missing a piece of technology? Wang Teng seemed to have grasped it, but he couldn't figure it out. It felt extremely uncomfortable, as though something was scratching his heart. "Have you watched science fantasy movies? Do you know what's Skynet?" Dan Taishuan asked. "Are you saying?" A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. He looked at Dan Taishuan in astonishment. "We only have these virtual reality cabins. Some people guessed that this is just an empty shell, so the virtual reality we are entering is the most basic one. If we can connect to the alien Skynet, something unexpected might appear," Dan Taishuan said slowly. "Skynet," Wang Teng muttered to himself. "Skynet is just the name we give it. We don't know what it is," Dan Taishuan continued, "but we know that it's more advanced than our internet." "It's hard to believe," Wang Teng gave a bitter smile. "What's so hard about it?" "The writers of science fantasy movies have done the thinking for us. No one had seen it in the past, so we find it too far-fetched." "But now do you still think it doesn't exist?" Dan Taishuan asked. "Maybe." Wang Teng didn't give a definite answer. "Let's go outside the city and kill some star beasts to get a feel of it." Dan Taishuan was about to rise into the air when she stopped suddenly. "Do you want to buy some weapons? I have enough virtual coins to buy a weapon." "It's all right. I can kill star beasts without weapons." Wang Teng shook his head. Dan Taishuan remained quiet. She flew into the air and rushed out of the city. Wang Teng tapped the ground and turned into a ray of light. He disappeared on the spot. The two of them flew out of the city. No one stopped them at the city gates. This city was empty. Only a few humans were living inside because virtual reality hadn't been popularized. The numbers weren't enough to start the operations of the city. Dan Taishuan and Wang Teng entered a mountain and started hunting. At their level, they wouldn't feel anything if their prey's level was too low. It wouldn't give them any experience. They searched for some time before they discovered a huge ice python sleeping beside an ice lake. You wanted to kill ice element star beasts, right? There's one ice element python right here for you to practice, Dan Taishuan whispered. She was hiding on a large tree with Wang Teng and looking at the ice python lying on the ice lake. Wang Teng wondered if Dan Taishuan purposely found this ice element star beast for him because she knew that he wanted to hunt for ice element star beasts. He glanced at Dan Taishuan secretly and noticed that her expression didn't change. She seemed to have discovered this ice python coincidentally instead of searching for it specifically. I'm thinking too much, Wang Teng mocked himself. His gaze turned sharp as he looked at the large python. Its huge body circled the lake, protecting the lake in its arms. Ice blue scales covered its body, and it was giving off a chilling aura. There were 2 sharp horns on its head, with a ball of faint ice mist floating above them. Immortal. This was Wang Teng's first thought. Then he sensed that this python was different from the other pythons on Earth. They weren't the same breed. The animals on Earth might have mutated, but they still possessed their original traits. However, the traits this star beast had were a little different in essence. It was just like 2 different human races. The next moment he moved, his body vanished, appearing above the giant blue python's forehead. He clenched his fists and smashed it down like a cannon. Boom, an explosion resounded. The frightening fist pressure squeezed the air around it, and a huge outline of an ape king materialized. This was a serious punch. From his spiritual sight, this ice python was a low-tier, lord-level star beast. Hence, Wang Teng didn't hold back his strength. The giant python woke up with a start. It raised its head and hissed into the sky. When it saw Wang Teng's attack landing on its body, a humane emotion flashed past its cold and vertical pupils. Then it smashed into Wang Teng without evading. A thick layer of ice congregated on its horns, forming an arc and looking extremely sturdy. This was a real iron head. All of this happened within a few breaths. Wang Teng's fist landed on the ice-blue giant python's head. Boom. Both sides paused for a split second. The giant python gave a look of contempt. It seemed to be mocking the human for overestimating himself. This is it. Crack. Right then, lines started to appear on the layer of ice on the giant python's head. The cracks spread outwards. The giant python was astounded. Bang! Suddenly the ice layer shattered entirely, and Wang Teng's fist smashed down with overwhelming force. The giant python's body was thrown out. It smashed onto the ground and rolled a few times violently. The python was stunned by the fist. Some distance away, Dan Taishuan's jaw almost dropped. Why was this fellow so strong? He slammed a lord-level star beast on the ground with a single punch. Wang Teng was stunned too as he looked at the attribute bubbles that had suddenly appeared on the ground. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Seriously? There were attribute bubbles in the virtual world. He was honestly shocked. What kind of world is this? This doesn't make sense. He picked up the attribute bubbles anxiously. Ice Force 130, Ice Force 99, blank attribute 58. He confirmed the changes in his attributes panel before he believed that he could pick up attributes bubbles in the virtual world. Virtual reality wouldn't be more advanced than the system. They wouldn't be able to clone another system out, right? That was impossible. Wang Teng was extremely confident in his system. That meant that there were some special circumstances in this virtual world, no matter what. This was a good thing. He was looking for a way to raise his ice force, and here it came. Even heaven was helping him. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He looked at the giant python as if it was an ice baby. The ice-blue giant python shook its head. Its puzzling gaze turned cold again, and it stared at the human in front with killing intent. That's right, this is the gaze. Come and kill me. Go all out and kill me. Come, Wang Teng shouted excitedly, the ice-blue giant python. Does this human likes to get tortured? Chapter 567. A very serious punch. Dan Taishuan was still thinking if she should help Wang Teng, however. When she saw him suddenly getting excited, she felt that her worry was for nothing. Indeed, Wang Teng was able to punch this low-tier, lord-level python into the air with a single punch. Without any ultimate moves, he might still be able to defeat this star beast. As a 10-star was Brigadier General, he jumped a level and was fighting with an 11-star lord-level star beast. He had gone further and further on the invincible path. No, as his ex-master, how could she fall behind him? Dan Taishuan gritted her teeth. The motivation to become stronger instantly rose in her heart. She was a top-tier talent, too. If not, she wouldn't be able to become a general stage martial warrior at 27. Hence, it was understandable why she felt frustrated when Wang Teng caught up with her. Dan Taishuan glanced at Wang Teng, who was fighting with the ice python. The corners of her lips twitched. What was he excited about? The ice-blue giant python moved its body slowly as it stared vigilantly at Wang Teng. It felt a sense of danger from this human, especially that gaze. He seemed like a maniac. Hiss. It hissed at Wang Teng before it shrunk its head back. Wang Teng didn't move. Although the ice python had shrunk its head back, it still didn't launch an attack. What's this stupid python doing? Wang Teng was stunned, feeling confused. Was that a fake move just now, as a lord-level star beast? Why are you making a fake move? Do you think we're playing basketball? Fake move. This ice python seems like an idiot. Did I hurt its head just now? Wang Teng started to look at the python with compassion. It was quite pitiful. It wasn't easy to become a lord-level star beast, but he had knocked it stupid. Never mind, this star beast is stupid, so there's no point in keeping it. I will kill it and eat it. I wonder if ice element star beast's meat is delicious. Wang Teng had never tasted it before. As these random thoughts flashed through his mind, Wang Teng suddenly disappeared on the spot. He turned into a ray of light and shot towards the ice python. He raised his fist and metal force gushed out, forming a powerful and firm force on his fist. Sky rank battle technique, golden star fist strength of Ultima. This was a very serious punch. In that instant, the ice python felt an extremely frightening power from Wang Teng's fist. The fist zoomed in continuously in its eyes like a huge mountain boring down on it. This is? Dan Taishuan sensed something and widened her eyes in astonishment. The ice python hissed fiercely. An ice-blue ball of light quickly formed in its mouth and it spurted it out. Boom! The ice-blue ball of light went straight for Wang Teng's fist. Force glow exploded, and the terrifying residual force of their attacks swept through the lake. The center of this ball of light erupted. Dan Taishuan squinted as she stared at the point of contact. Roar! The ice python's howl was heard from afar. The pain in its voice was obvious. Dan Taishuan's expression changed. The ice python seemed to have suffered miserably during their exchange just now. The dust blown into the sky by the strong wind dissipated gradually. The situation in front was finally revealed. A deep hole had appeared on the ground and buried deep inside. Its hard scales had cracked, and many parts of it were broken. The scales were scattered everywhere. A large pool of blood flowed down its head. It looked tragic. There was a figure standing above its head. It was, of course, Wang Teng. Is it dead? Dan Taishuan frowned. This result was out of her expectations. There was a difference in their level, so it was hard to believe that the ice python got so easily defeated by Wang Teng. Did this ice python look fierce, but was actually useless? At this moment, the ice python suddenly opened its eyes and hissed. It moved its body frantically. Wang Teng stood on its head firmly without falling. He grabbed one of the ice python's horns and his gaze turned cold. You're putting up a stiff resistance. The ice python flung its head furiously, wanting to fling Wang Teng off. At the same time, a chill surged out of its horn and spread to Wang Teng's arm. A thick layer of ice froze around Wang Teng's arm. Are you trying to freeze me? Wang Teng smirked. He released his emerald-glazed flame, covering his arm internally and externally. The fire was the bane of ice. Moreover, the emerald-glazed flame was a divine fire. So there weren't many ice forces that could resist it. The ice python's ice force hadn't reached that stage. The thick layer of ice melted instantly. Wang Teng didn't retract his emerald-glazed flame. He allowed it to spread out until it reached the ice python. Roar. The ice python's eyes widened in surprise, and it hissed in agony. Hot, extremely hot. What did this human do? The ice element star beast wasn't able to withstand the scorching heat of the emerald-glazed flame at all. This heat was the worst torture for it. Wang Teng's gaze was cold. He grabbed the other horn with his free hand, and the emerald-glazed flame seeped out of it, enveloping the hand. The two ice-blue horns of the python started turning red at a visible speed. They seemed to be getting cooked. The ice python gave a loud hiss. Its voice had changed. It seemed to be suffering great pain. Dan Taishuan looked at the scene from afar and suddenly started pitying the ice python. It was tragic. This giant python was extremely unlucky to have met Wang Teng, a person who possessed the divine fire. It could only be tormented. The green flame wrapped around the ice python's horns. The scorching heat flowed into its body through the sharp horns, and the ice mist was evaporated. Steam appeared above its head. No matter how hard the ice python struggled, it couldn't break free from Wang Teng. At this moment, it understood what despair felt like. Boom. The next moment, the ice python stopped struggling. Its huge body slammed on the ground forcefully, and it stopped moving. Smoke rose from its head. It seemed to be cooked. Wang Teng leaped down from the ice python's head calmly. He glanced at the attribute bubbles around him and swept them over with his spiritual power. He picked them up. Ice Force 230, Ice Force 560. Ice Force 360, Ice Force 420, Advanced Stage Ice Talent 156, Blank Attribute 640. Wang Teng counted his gains silently and was overjoyed. There were 1570 points of Ice Force. Adding the 229 points from before, he had gained 1799 points in total. This was not bad. Ice Force 2507 5000 7 star. Wang Teng looked at his Ice Force. The gains allowed his Ice Force to reach the middle zone of the 7-star level. He needed only 2,500 points more to break through this level. What did this mean? Simple. All he needed to do was to kill another Lord-level Ice Element Star Beast. At this moment, Wang Teng was full of motivation. He hoped that he could find another Lord-level Star Beast immediately and pick up another round of Ice Force from it. He wanted his Ice Force to reach 8-star immediately. Besides his Ice Force, Wang Teng also received 156 points of Advanced Stage Ice Talent and 640 blank attributes. The gains were not bad. Virtual reality was a good place. Chapter 568. What a great way to kill all the ants. There must be some secrets in this virtual reality because he could pick up attributes. Wang Teng thought to himself. He was restless. Dan Taishuan walked over with a strange expression. You cooked it? Cough, I didn't. It's not entirely cooked. It's probably half done. Wang Teng kicked the ice python's corpse as he coughed awkwardly. Is there a difference? Dan Taishuan rolled her eyes at him. Of course. Half-cooked meant that I'm not so cruel, Wang Teng said in a righteous tone. Dan Taishuan. She was shocked by this person's shamelessness. Don't care about the details. I learned many things from the fight just now. I plan to look for other ice element star beasts, Wang Teng said. VO, all right. You seem like a fish in water, so I don't have to follow you anymore. We'll move separately and gather in the city when the time is up. Wang Teng had no objection. He had already found a special cultivation method for himself in virtual reality. Now he just wanted to look for ice element star beasts quickly and hunt them. Other people could only raise their battle ability through the experiences in virtual reality, but he could get attribute points. If others knew about his cheat, They might turn green with envy. Dan Taixuan turned and prepared to leave. Suddenly she stopped and turned back. She asked, "Was there ultima in your punch just now?" "You noticed it?" Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. "So it's true. You have grasped the ultima." Dan Taixuan was flabbergasted. She stared at Wang Teng as if he were a monster. "I was lucky," Wang Teng replied calmly. "Hurry and leave. I don't want to see you." Dan Taixuan felt her heart churning in pain. This fellow was here to stimulate others. After separating with Dan Taixuan, Wang Teng started roaming the mountains, searching for ice element star beasts seriously. "Where are you?" "Come into my arms quickly," Wang Teng muttered as he combed the area for ice element star beasts. Wherever he went, the star beast around him scurried away as if they saw something terrifying. "Huh?" Wang Teng saw a high mountain in the distance. The peak of the mountain was white, turning into a natural ice world. His eyes lit up. There must be ice element star beasts up there. The next instant, Wang Teng rose into the air and turned into a ray of light. He flew straight for the peak. He stopped in midair, ignoring the wind pressure in the sky. He activated his spiritual sight and scanned the peak below. His eyes were like a radar scanning the force fluctuations below. Suddenly, an icy blue ball of light entered his vision. "I finally found it." Wang Teng was elated. He rushed towards the ball of light without any hesitation. From the size of the ball of the light, it didn't look like a Lord-level star beast, but it was still an ice element star beast. Ice element martial warriors were rare, so he could only gain ice force from ice element star beasts. He mustn't let go of any chance. Soon, Wang Teng saw the appearance of the ice element star beast. This was a snow-white giant ice ant. Its body was like an ice sculpture, crystal clear. There was a snow-white shell that looked like armor made of snow. Its appearance was magical. The ice ant was moving a corpse and crawling forward. Wang Teng wanted to attack it, but when he saw this scene, he stopped abruptly. The habits and living conditions of ants appeared in his mind. Although ice ants were star beasts, they were similar to normal ants. There must be a nest of them. This ice ant was just carrying its prey back to its nest. Wang Teng decided to follow it. After making his decision, Wang Teng hid his aura entirely. He tailed the ice ant. Ants weren't slow, but they were too small as compared to humans. Hence, they needed more time to move the same distance as a human. However, the ice ant in front of him was anything but small. It was the size of a small beetle car. It traveled a few hundred meters in an instant. After some time, a nest hidden under the rocks appeared in front of Wang Teng. The ice ant arrived at the entrance of the nest. Another ice ant crawled out, and they touched each other's antenna. Then they crawled into the nest. Wang Teng floated down from the sky. This entrance was big enough for him to enter while standing straight. Activating his dark talent, dark force surged out. He executed the shadow-merging secret skill and hid in the dark as he moved into the nest. As he went deeper, he realized that the nest extended in all directions, and the paths had many twists and turns. The nest spanned a huge area. Very soon, he saw an ice ant. Wang Teng didn't attack it immediately. He wanted to understand the situation first. He headed deeper into the nest and met more and more ice ants along the way. The edge of his lips lifted into an arc. There were so many ice ants, so there must be many attribute bubbles. This was going to be a good harvest. Wang Teng suppressed the excitement in his heart. He took a few turns and finally came to a huge underground space. A large queen ant was lying horizontally here. Its entire body was white and it was bloated and round. If you took a bite of it, juice might spurt out. Wang Teng scanned it with his spiritual sight and noticed that the intensity of the light in the queen ant's body had reached mid-tier lord level. This queen ant was stronger than the ice python he met some time ago. But Wang Teng looked at the bloated body of the queen ant. He wondered if it was still able to fight. Could it be that it was just a reproductive tool like a normal queen ant? It would be great if that was true. He could kill a lord-level star beast with extreme ease. Of course, Wang Teng knew that this might not be the case. There were all kinds of star beasts. He didn't dare to treat this queen ant as a weakling. Furthermore, he looked around the queen ant. There were a few soldier ants present based on the intensity of the forces in the soldier ants' bodies. Some of them were at the 9-star, while a few had reached low-tier lord level. This ant nest was not bad. Although Wang Teng was elated, he was a little afraid. Ants were known for their numbers. Even he would feel terrified if all the ice ants swarmed out of their nest at once. I need to think of a way to settle it once and for all. Wang Teng touched his chin and pondered to himself as he hid in the dark. This nest of ice ants was a little hard to swallow, but he wouldn't give up. Once he killed all of them, he would be able to gain a huge number of Ice Force attribute bubbles. His Ice Force might leap all the way to the 9-star level because of this. Wang Teng shuddered in excitement when he imagined that scene. His mind worked furiously. That's it. Suddenly, an idea flashed past his mind. With an evil smile at the edge of his lips, he retreated toward the entrance. When he arrived at the entrance, his gaze flickered and poison force gushed out of his body. Then the emerald-glazed flame came out. Once the poison force touched the emerald-glazed flame, a thick black smoke erupted. Wang Teng pushed his force out and formed a strong gale. He blew the black smoke into the nest. What a great way to kill all the ants. Chapter 569, A Fat Queen Ant. When Wang Teng released the poisonous smoke at the entrance, his expression was extremely calm. It would be better off dead than be an emotionless reproductive tool. Wang Teng felt that he was doing a good deed. Ding, he received a good man card. He successfully gave himself a good man card at this moment. Faint crawling sounds could be heard inside the nest. It didn't sound like 1 or 2 ants. Instead, there seemed to be 4 to 5 ice ants crawling inside. A sharp glint flashed past Wang Teng's eyes. He raised his large fist. The instant an ice ant popped its head out, Wang Teng smashed it with his fist. Bang, the ice ant's shell collapsed in a single blow and its head exploded. Ice Force 88. Blank Attribute 56. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles. 88 points. This was a lucky start. The second this ice ant died, the one behind crawled out hurriedly. Then the third and the fourth one came out. Wang Teng was feeling over the moon. He sent an ice ant to hell with every single punch he made. Ice Force 50, Blank Attribute 38, Intermediate Stage Ice Talent 10, Ice Force 70. Blank Attribute 46, Ice Force 66. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles. His Ice Force rose continuously, and his blank attributes increased steadily too. The ice ants in front weren't strong. They were at most at the 4-star or 5-star level. The intermediate stage ice talent some of them dropped was useless to Wang Teng. As time passed, more and more ice ants crawled out. Wang Teng was overjoyed. These were all moving attributes. He got increasingly excited as he killed the ants. Soon a small pile of ant corpses was formed at the entrance of the nest. This virtual reality was extremely lifelike. The corpses of the dead star beasts wouldn't disappear instantly. They remained here and merged into the natural environment. Hence, Wang Teng had no choice but to add a movement. Whenever he killed an ant, he would kick the corpse to the side. If not, the entrance would be blocked. Suddenly, Wang Teng's expression changed. He felt a few stronger auras coming closer. The Lord-level soldier ants. Wang Teng knew that the main highlight of the show was here. After so many unimportant ants died, the bosses inside couldn't sit still anymore. Swoosh! A figure suddenly rushed out and charged towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng squinted and slammed his fist out. Mirage Mountain Fist. Boom! The ice ant that charged out stopped abruptly as if it was frozen. Everyone knew that ants were extremely strong. They were able to lift an item 400 times their body weight and drag an item 1,700 times their body weight. If a normal ant was so strong, think about how much strength these ice ants possessed. Wang Teng didn't exert his entire force in this move, but he already felt the powerful strength coming from the body of the ice ant in front of him. They were at a standstill. At the same time, a cold stream flowed over from the ice ant's body. If he wasn't a fire element martial warrior, he would have gotten hurt by the coldness. If his body was frozen, how could he resist the ice ant? Hence, normal martial warriors wouldn't have any advantages against these ice ants. Unfortunately, the ice ants met the bug in this world, Wang Teng. He possessed multiple elements, and his brigadier general level fire force was powerful enough to tackle his opponent's ice force. The fire force flowed through his body, turning it into a furnace. All the coldness was dispelled. The ice ant opposite felt the scorching heat. It turned a little anxious and wanted to stay away from the heat source. At the same time, two more Lord-level ice ants dashed out from the cave and hurled themselves at Wang Teng. Wang Teng stared intently at them and caught the antenna of the ice ant in front of him. He tapped his feet on the ground and landed on top of the ice ant's head. The other two ice ants rushed out from the side and collided with each other. Their heads were spinning. Wang Teng burst out laughing. He slammed his fist down on the ice ant below him. The emerald-glazed flame covered up his fist as it pierced through the ice ant's body with its scorching heat. The ice ant raised its head frantically and wanted to throw Wang Teng down. But as the emerald-glazed flame invaded its body, the crystal-clear shell of the ice ant gradually turned red, and hot air rose from its body. The ice ant was cooked. The other two ice ants saw the tragic state of their comrade and naturally felt fearful. They kept retreating. Wang Teng leaped down from the ice ant's head and landed in front of the two ice ants. He released both his fists at once. Boom, boom, the green flame exploded, enveloping the two ice ants. They burned furiously. The two ice ants rolled on the ground, wanting to extinguish the fire. Unfortunately, the emerald-glazed flame wasn't a normal flame, so it couldn't be put out so easily. Very soon, the two ice ants turned into ashes within the green flames. A few attribute bubbles were dropped. Ice Force 5-6 there. Ice Force 380, Blank Attribute 720, Advanced Stage Ice Talent 186, Ice Force 45 there, Blank Attribute 64 there, Advanced Stage Ice Talent 222. Good riddance. These Lord-level Ice Ant were the main course. This was a great harvest. Wang Teng's Ice Force had jumped from the 7-star to the 8-star soldier-level Ice Force to 57,000 8-star. Within a few hours, his ice force rose from 7-star to 8-star. A normal person would feel that this was a dream. At the same time, he accumulated 6,300 points of blank attributes. He felt more at ease with his savings. Once again, Wang Teng was a rich man with savings. However, seeing the last advanced stage ice talent bubble, his good mood was gone. 22 points, system. Are you serious? 1. I have already collected this bubble, so I have to take it. If not, I won't accept this atrocious number. I have my dignity. Wang Teng accepted the bubble in frustration. Suddenly, he looked towards the entrance. Under the influence of the poison smoke, a bloated body was slowly moving out of the nest. It was the queen ant. Wang Teng turned vigilant. This queen ant was at mid-tier lord level. He wondered how powerful it was. He should be careful. Soon he discovered that the queen ant didn't crawl out by itself. More than 10 ice ants were carrying it out step by step. It was like a fatty that couldn't move by itself. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. He didn't know how this queen ant was going to fight. Was it going to smash him with its bloated body? His imagination ran wild with the help of the ice ants. The queen ant finally arrived at the entrance. A large number of ice ants scurried out from the nest after it. They surrounded the queen ant and looked at Wang Teng vigilantly. Without any warning, a strange airwave came out of the queen ant's mouth. It spread out in circles. What is it doing? Wang Teng didn't feel any attack. He frowned in confusion. But the next instant, the ground shook suddenly, and loud noises came from the sky above him. Large patches of snow fell on him. Wang Teng raised his head and squinted his eyes. What the fuck? Avalanche? Wang Teng couldn't help but curse. He stared at the queen ant in disbelief. Was this phenomenon created by the airwaves just now? In Chinese, the number 2 can mean stupid. Chapter 570, Only a Small Improvement. Wang Teng was startled when he heard the loud noises above avalanche. The queen ant had created an avalanche. Wasn't she afraid of getting buried by it? Wang Teng immediately soared into the air. It wouldn't be fun if he was buried alive, however. The queen ant would never let him off so easily. The airwaves became more and more violent as they rippled out. Boom! Ice and snow were rolling down, and the ice sheets swept down above his head. The worst thing was that the ice and snow seemed to be targeting Wang Teng. The ice and snow didn't go anywhere and slammed towards the top of his head. Wang Teng's face turned dark. He didn't expect the Ant Queen to deal him a blow like this. It didn't make a sound and immediately used its ultimate move. It was more crafty than he was. Bah, other people were the crafty ones, not him. Wang Teng lowered his head and looked at the queen ant. It stared back at him as well. Ah! Wang Teng sneered. The emerald glazed flame burst out and surrounded his body. The ice and snow seemed to be under the queen ant's control as they condensed into a huge icicle with icy cold light flashing at its tip. Wang Teng saw that, and his spiritual power gushed out. Using the control techniques of a divine spirit master, he condensed the emerald-glazed flames into one place. Roar! A majestic and powerful emerald dragon emerged from the flames. The compact scales on its body seemed real. Go! Wang Teng shouted coldly. The emerald dragon rose into the sky, facing the horrifying avalanche. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! The power of the flames surged, melting the ice and snow. The icicle was instantly melted as a path was opened up in the middle of the avalanche. When the surrounding ice and snow fell, Wang Teng was unharmed as he stood in the middle of the sky. His hair and clothes were flapping in the wind. He looked down and realized that the ice ants had been completely buried. However, with his spiritual sight, he could still see that they were alive. Ice and snow couldn't do any damage to them. I see. An avalanche can not only stop and kill me, but also cover their tracks for them to escape. Wang Teng's eyes flashed as he snickered. A Lord-level star beast is not that stupid after all. Unfortunately, you have made the wrong move. As Wang Teng stood in midair, the emerald-glazed flame condensed into a flame spear, locking onto the traces of the ice ants. He then waved his hand, and countless flame spears shot straight down. Swoosh! Swoosh! There were sounds of air crackling as the flame spears cut through the sky and pierced the thick layers of ice, nailing the ants down onto the ground below. After exterminating all of the ants, Wang Teng collected the attribute bubbles that they had dropped. Ice Force 320, Blank Attribute 130, Ice Force 170, Blank Attribute 89, Advanced Stage, Ice Talent 38, Ice Force 250, Blank Attribute 140. Finally, Wang Teng's gaze locked onto the queen ant. Its bloated body landed on the ground, unable to move at all. Besides, after using the avalanche once, it seemed like within a short period of time, it couldn't use the same move again. Wang Teng also noticed this abnormality. He looked at the queen ant like it was a lamb about to be slaughtered. His expression suddenly became weird. Is this queen ant really so weak? Just one hit? This queen ant was probably the weakest Lord-level star beast in history. If the queen ant knew what Wang Teng was thinking, it would probably vomit blood in frustration. Ordinary martial warriors couldn't even get close to her. The swarms of ice ants were enough for the intruders to get more than what they had bargained for. The strength of the ice ants was in their number. These ice ants were all offspring of the ant queen. It was strong because of its terrifying reproductive ability. Giving birth to large numbers of powerful ice ants to serve itself was its most powerful means. But there was nothing else to say since it had encountered Wang Teng, the bug. It wasn't weak, just that its opponent was too strong. Wang Teng shook his head and dealt with the poor ant queen mercilessly. A large number of attribute bubbles appeared above the snow. Ice Force 1430, Ice Force 380, Blank Attribute 1600, Advanced Stage Ice Talent 420, Avalanche 1, Emperor Realm Spirit 380. Wang Teng was a little surprised. The Queen Ant had dropped quite a lot of attribute bubbles. It even dropped Emperor Realm Spirit attribute bubbles. Wang Teng was in a bit of disbelief. The Queen Ant's spiritual power had actually reached the Emperor Realm. It was rare for an ordinary human Roadmaster to reach the Emperor Realm. This Queen Ant was gifted. He then looked at his force attributes again. This time, he had obtained 2,810 points of ice force from the Ant Queen. Adding the ones he got by killing the other ice ants, it was an extremely huge amount. Now, Wang Teng's ice force had already reached the 8-star soldier level, and he wasn't far away from reaching the 9-star soldier level. Ice force, 595,0700 8-star, 1,000 more points to go. Wang Teng said to himself as he felt a bit unfortunate. Besides that, there were a full 420 points of advanced stage ice talent. The low-tier, Lord-level ice ants had raised his advanced stage ice talent by a lot. With these 420 points, Wang Teng's advanced stage ice talent finally upgraded, ultimate stage ice talent, 35,000. Wang Teng felt that the essence of his body had undergone some mysterious changes. His body became extremely sensitive to ice force. As he looked at the snow in front of him, tiny dots of ice force gathered towards his body. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a prince of snow. Next was the 1,600 points of blank attributes. The number of blank attributes that he had collected by sweeping the ice ant's nest was in the thousands, making his total tally reach 5 figures. Blank attribute, 19,500. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he looked at the last attribute bubble. The Queen Ant's skill, Avalanche. He didn't expect that there would be a skill amongst these attribute bubbles. Wang Teng couldn't help but wonder what this virtual reality really was. One could argue that the existence of force and blank attributes in virtual reality was because the star beasts were made using force here. However, these skills were the innate abilities of star beasts. They were already rare in the real world, let alone in this virtual reality. This virtual reality was even more mysterious than he had imagined. Wang Teng couldn't understand, so he didn't dwell on it. He shook his head and calmed down. As the attribute bubble was absorbed into his body, the relevant details of the skill appeared in his mind. No wonder the Queen Ant's spiritual power had reached the Emperor Realm. Wang Teng muttered to himself. This skill needed spiritual power. It utilized a special way to create shocks and combined it with the ice talent to control ice and snow, creating an avalanche. The avalanche was not a weak skill among the other ice element battle techniques. The reason it didn't hurt Wang Teng was that he had contained it. However, in Wang Teng's hands, avalanche was different. After all, his spiritual power had reached the Imperial Realm, and the power of his avalanche would definitely increase multiple times. Of course, there were limitations. The skill was best used in snowy mountains like the one here. In other places, it would need huge amounts of ice force to create the ice. Also, it would not have that same impact and momentum from falling from a high area, resulting in a lower effect. In summary, it was a good skill, but it needed the right time and place. This meant nothing much to Wang Teng. One more skill meant one more method for him. It was always good to have more skills. Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. He suddenly realized that this virtual reality was tailor-made for him. It was too friendly to him. He didn't know what kind of changes would happen to virtual reality if he could connect it to the Skynet. What could he gain from it? With this thought in mind, Wang Teng continued to search the snow-capped mountains. If he could find another nest of ice ants, that would be great. Unfortunately, he could only fantasize about it. Perhaps this nest of ants was the overlord of this snow mountain, and there were no other similar species here. Wang Teng had no choice but to take a step back and see if he could find other ice star beasts. If his ice force could reach the 9-star soldier level before he left virtual reality, it would be a huge gain for him. With less than 3 hours left, Wang Teng scoured through the snow mountain and almost turned it over. In the end, he managed to find 2 or 3 kittens. They weren't Lord level, but they were at least 7-star to 9-star, and they provided him with many Ice Force attributes. Wang Tang's Ice Force had finally broken through and reached the 9-star soldier level. Ice Force 135 9000, 9-star. He was extremely satisfied with his gains this time around. However, he had wasted a lot of time, and it was too late to rush back to the city now. As soon as it was time, a spot of light appeared in his mind again. "I'm going back." Wang Tang didn't have the time to react before the spot of light sucked him in. His body disappeared from the snow mountain. When he regained his senses, he was already back to reality. Opening the door of the virtual chamber, he sat up, turned his head, and saw that Dan Taishuan had just walked out of the virtual chamber. "You didn't return to the city?" Dan Taishuan frowned when she saw him. It was a bit too far away. It was too late to go back. Wang Teng remembered her advice and scratched his head in embarrassment. "Looks like you had too much fun killing star beasts." Dan Taishuan glanced at him and said, "You got it." Wang Teng was a little awkward. She didn't have to expose him. How was it? Dan Taishuan couldn't help but ask him when she saw him like this. "It was okay. My strength did improve a little." Wang Teng thought about it and didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Improving his Ice Force from the 7-star soldier level to the 9-star soldier level was a small improvement for him for his current strength. "In such a short period of time, you actually improved," Dan Taishuan said in surprise. "I'm just lucky," Wang Teng laughed. Dan Taishuan didn't know what to say anymore. Many people entered virtual reality to fight, mainly to improve their strength. However, it took a lot of time. But this was the first time that Wang Teng had entered virtual reality, and within 10 hours he actually managed to improve. He made it hard for people to live. Was that what you call a monster? Even with Dan Taishuan's talents, she was hit hard. If she knew what exactly the small improvement was, her reaction wouldn't be this small. She would be in hysteria. Dan Taishuan shook her head and didn't say anything on the topic. She reminded, "Whenever you leave virtual reality, even if you don't return to the city, you should find a safe place to stay. Otherwise, the next time you enter, you might face a star beast and get killed immediately. Your spirit will take a hit. Someone encountered that situation before, and it took him a long time to recover." Wang Teng realized what Dan Taishuan meant when she kept reminding him to return to the city. That was the reason. Virtual reality was really too advanced. The secrets that it contained could only be unearthed by humans after a long period of exploration. However, for a newbie like him, he still needed to listen to the senior's advice. Otherwise, he would have to suffer losses from his inexperience. "All right, I'll take note of it next time." Wang Teng nodded solemnly. "Are you coming tomorrow?" Dan Taishuan's expression softened when she saw Wang Teng taking her advice. "Of course, I came all the way down to capital Xia. How could I pass up such an opportunity? Fighting star beasts in reality would take up too much time, even more so if we are injured. Whereas for virtual reality, as long as we don't get killed, even heavy injuries wouldn't have any great impact on our real bodies. At most, we would only get a little weak. We can recover after a while. Let's come back tomorrow." Wang Tang nodded. After agreeing to meet again, they each went back to rest. Chapter 571. Dan Taishuan had a breakdown. Virtual reality. In a valley, Wang Teng was fighting with a giant poisonous toad. The poisonous toad was entirely blackish-purple. There were numerous pustules on its skin, making it look frightening. This toad was at a low-tier Lord level. It was powerful, and its poison force made it harder to deal with. Even Wang Teng had a hard time taking this poisonous toad down. Swoosh! 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 Wang Teng floated in midair in the valley and dodged right and left, evading an extremely agile black shadow. This black shadow came from the mouth of the poisonous toad. It was like an elastic poisonous whip, stabbing and twining around Wang Teng. It formed lingering shadows around Wang Teng. Wang Teng's speed was amazing. He left after images and disappeared. The black shadow penetrated the afterimage of Wang Teng before slamming into the rock wall behind him, leaving a deep hole. There were signs of corrosion at the edges. The black shadow bounced back into the poisonous toad's mouth. It was its tongue. This poisonous toad tongue skill was amazing. Wang Teng found the poisonous toad's tongue a little irritating. It was gross. There was a poisonous and sticky liquid on it that was extremely corrosive. If it landed on him, he would be poisoned. But Wang Teng was resolute. He must kill this poisonous toad. It had taken him a long time to find this poison element star beast. He must defeat it. Wang Teng shifted his gaze, and spiritual power flowed through his body. The emerald glazed flame formed a large net covering half the sky. It fell towards the poisonous toad. Gulp, gulp. Malicious intent shone in the poisonous toad's eyes. It puffed up its cheeks and made gurgling sounds. Then it spat out a mouth of poisonous liquid. Splurt. When the poisonous liquid landed on the flaming net, a hissing sound escaped the point of contact. The two objects corroded each other. The poisonous liquid almost made an opening in the flaming net. The emerald-glazed flame was a divine fire, but this poisonous toad was at the Lord level. With its strong poison, it could resist the emerald-glazed flame to a certain extent. But that was it. Wang Teng controlled his spiritual power as he released the emerald-glazed flame continuously out from his body to maintain the form of the flaming net. The next instant, the flaming net shrouded the poisonous toad. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! The flaming net enveloped the poisonous toad and burned violently. Burnt marks started to form on its body. The Lord-level poisonous toad croaked in pain. It struggled furiously, trying to break free from the flaming net. Tighten. Wang Teng focused his gaze on the net and tightened it forcefully, while controlling it with his spiritual power. The poisonous toad made a frightening croaking sound. A strange change was occurring to its body. Poof, poof, poof. The pustules on its body suddenly burst one by one. A large amount of poisonous pus spurted out, attempting to corrode the flaming net. Wang Teng snorted. The emerald-glazed flame burned even more violently. It engulfed the poisonous toad completely. At the same time, ice spears appeared in the air, aimed directly at the poisonous toad below. During the 2 days in virtual reality, Wang Teng often used the skills of a divine spirit master. Compared to the past, he was getting skilled at it. The skills of a divine spirit master were essentially the use of their spiritual kinesis to fight for them. Feeling a life-threatening danger, the poisonous toad struggled even more furiously. Wang Teng remained indifferent, though, as he controlled the ice spears. They shot towards the poisonous toad. The air was compressed, and cracking sounds were heard. The spears seemed to have cut through the air, forming a white line where they passed. A chill spread out in the surroundings. Boom. Instantly, the ice spears pierced through the huge body of the poisonous toad. Croak, the Lord-level poisonous toad gave its last cry of agony. Then its huge body collapsed, and it died. A few attribute bubbles dropped. Wang Teng kept his emerald-glazed flame and swept the bubbles over with his spiritual power. Poison Force 5-5, Poison Force 630, Advanced Stage Poison Talent 175, Blank Attribute 86. Wang Teng looked at his attributes panel. He was satisfied with the gains this time. Poison Force 3580 5000, 7-star. Wang Teng had stayed in virtual reality for 2 days. Most of the time he was searching for poison element, ice element, and wind element star beasts to kill. Now his poison force had reached the 7-star soldier level, while his wind force was at the 8-star soldier level. They were finally catching up to the rest of his forces. His ice force was still at the 9-star soldier level. After all, there weren't many ice element star beasts that existed in a huge group like the nest of ice ants. He was extremely lucky to have found them. Also, the size of the ant colony wasn't as huge as a normal ant colony. Normally, there were hundreds and thousands of ants in a nest. Some even had a few tens of thousands. If the ice ants existed in such large numbers, the entire snow mountain would be destroyed. The stronger the animals, the lesser the number. Even so, Wang Teng still killed a few ice element star beasts these 2 days. His ice force rose a little, and he was much closer to reaching the brigadier general stage. Ice force 4330, 9000, 9 star. At the same time, Wang Teng's blank attribute increased tremendously, exceeding 20,000 points blank attribute, 21101 run. Wang Teng kept his attributes panel. He was satisfied. It had been 3 days, and his gains were already amazing. Wang Teng almost couldn't believe it. I should go back. Wang Teng looked at the time. He rose into the air and flew towards the city. In the real world, Wang Teng climbed out from the virtual reality cabin. Dan Taishuan had been waiting for some time. When she saw him coming out, she said, "You will be heading to Mount Saint tomorrow, so have an early rest today." Wang Teng nodded. He looked at her happy face and smiled. "It looks like you have made good progress in the past 2 days. Not bad. My cultivation rose a little." A pretty smile appeared at the edge of her mouth uncontrollably. It was obvious that she was in a good mood. Although Dan Taishuan wasn't as incredible as the bug, Wang Teng, she was able to make good progress in the short time she spent in virtual reality. This proved that her talent was extremely high. Not bad, as expected of Sister Xuan. Wang Teng nodded and praised her. Dan Taishuan felt even better. There was a strong sense of achievement when this ultimate talent praised her. Do you think you're the only talent in this world?" "I'm not bad either." Dan Taishuan raised her head and revealed her fair neck. She felt proud of herself. "I made progress, too." "My ice force has reached the 9-star soldier level," Wang Teng suddenly said. Dan Taishuan, the good mood that just appeared, was destroyed immediately. Dan Taishuan had a breakdown, OIO, a few days ago. When they came to capital Xia, Wang Teng said that his ice force was lacking. In less than 3 days, he had reached the 9-star soldier level. "Are you kidding me? This is a joke, right?" Dan Taishuan stared at Wang Teng for a long time, trying to detect a hint of guilt on it. In the end, she was disappointed. Wang Teng remained shameless. He seemed to know what she was thinking, so a wisp of ice force surged out of his body. 9-star soldier level. Dan Taishuan turned and left. Her face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This fellow was evil. Wang Teng sniggered behind her. He was tormented by Dan Taishuan in the past, so he wanted to get his revenge slowly. Chapter 572. Queen Phoenix aircraft set out. The next day. At the airport in capital Xia military district, a pitch-black Rune aircraft was parked on the empty ground outside. The body of the aircraft was sleek and the edges were defined. With a triangular overall shape, its wings looked like 2 sharp blades. Wang Teng's eyes lit up when he saw this aircraft. A man liked cars, but he loved aircraft more. This black aircraft was noticeably more advanced and high class than the one he took in the past. Comparing it to cars, the one he took to here was just a normal car, while this aircraft was the Lamborghini and Ferrari among the sports cars. "Do you like it?" A light-hearted voice sounded in his ears. "Commander Hong." Wang Teng saw the skinny elder walking towards him and greeted him hurriedly. "Wang Teng!" Commander Long and Commander Yong followed behind Commander Hong. Wang Teng greeted them too. "This is the newest Rune aircraft, Queen Phoenix. Its functions, speed, defense, and rune power are all tip-top. You will need to fly over 2 continents before you reach Mount Saint. Along the way, you might meet powerful star beasts, so this aircraft can help you solve many troubles." Commander Yong saw Wang Teng was sizing up the aircraft with interest, so he smiled and explained to him. "This is the newest aircraft model." Wang Teng was amazed. "Do you want it?" Commander Hong suddenly asked. Wang Teng looked at him in astonishment. He chuckled and replied, "Of course, but I only dare to think about it. A young man should have some ambition." "There's no need to control your desires so strictly," Commander Hong said. Commander Long and Commander Yong smiled silently. Although Wang Teng was moved, he just stared at Commander Hong without saying anything. "Ha ha, you little brat, Commander," Hong scolded him while laughing when he saw his expression. He went directly to the point. "I'm not going to beat around the bush. If you defeat all the talents from the other countries from your generation, I'll give you a Queen Phoenix aircraft." "Really?" Wang Teng asked in disbelief. This aircraft could be a gift, but since the words came from Commander Hong of the three great commanders, they were highly credible. Dan Taishuan gave an envious look when she heard this. This was the newest Rune aircraft model, and only the top-level military troops had it currently. Yet Commander Hong wanted to give one to Wang Teng. Of course it's true. Commander Hong didn't get angry because of Wang Teng's suspicion. Instead, he chuckled. "Wang Teng, Commander. Long and I have witnessed this together. He can't go back on his words." Commander Yang glanced at Wang Teng and smiled. "Ha ha, I just found it unbelievable." Wang Teng scratched his head and laughed. "What do you think? Are you confident that you can defeat the other talents?" Commander Hong asked. "I have to try to know." Wang Teng didn't make any promises. The three great commanders were instantly disappointed. Their country had never achieved any glamorous results in international events over the years. Hence, they hoped that Wang Teng could give it his all and earn glory. That was why they were willing to throw in this expensive aircraft. But Wang Teng opened his mouth slowly. The three great commanders looked at him. Wang Teng felt his head turning numb from their gazes. He continued hurriedly, "But I think you can start preparing the aircraft." The three great commanders exchanged glances with one another and burst out laughing. Commander Hong pointed at Wang Teng with his finger and said light-heartedly, "All right, we will prepare it for you. Don't disappoint us." "Of course, don't worry." Wang Teng had a sudden thought and asked, "If I get this aircraft, can I fly it in our country?" "Don't worry. We'll help you with the necessary paperwork," Commander Hong waved his hand and replied. Elated, Wang Teng nodded and said, "Thank you. Small case." Wang Teng smiled and kept quiet to the three great commanders with their status and position. This was indeed a small case. However, if he had to do it himself, it wouldn't be as simple. Although he would still be able to finish all the paperwork himself, with his current identity, he would have to go through many procedures and spend much time. It would be great if Commander Hong could do it all for him. As they spoke, a group of people came over from afar. "They're here." Commander Long opened his mouth and said. Wang Teng turned around and looked at the people who were walking over. To his surprise, there were many familiar faces. They were all his opponents during the martial arts competition. He saw Ran Qingchang, Ji Xiaming, Luo Cheng, and many others. "They're here too," Wang Teng wondered to himself. Others looked a little older. However, they should be less than 25. They were hiding their aura so that normal people wouldn't notice them. Wang Teng activated his spiritual sight and immediately realized that three of them had reached the Brigadier General stage. One of them was at the low-tier General stage. As powerful martial warriors, these people weren't famous. This was surprising. They reached the three great commanders and saluted them. At ease, the three great commanders nodded and said. Ren Qingchang and the other students had noticed Wang Teng, too. Their gazes were complicated. It had only been a while since they last saw this young man, but he had already gone far ahead of them. They felt a little embarrassed. Commander Hong saw everyone's gazes. He decided to liven up the atmosphere and introduced, "This is Wang Teng. I'm sure many of you have seen him before, so I won't introduce him further. You can interact with one another along the way." Everyone nodded. "Wang Teng, you will be leading the team this time. You're the team leader," Commander Hong continued. "I'm the team leader?" Wang Teng pointed at his nose and shook his head. "Why don't we let someone else be the leader? These people are more powerful than me." He pointed to the three Brigadier General stage and the low-tier General stage martial warriors. The martial warriors were stunned. Wang Teng didn't point at them coincidentally. He must have sensed their cultivation stage. If not, why did he point at them among all the people present? At first, when they heard that Commander Hong wanted Wang Teng to be the leader, they were unconvinced. However, because of his unintentional display of power, they started to hesitate. "What do you think?" Commander Hong looked at the four youths. "We have no objections." The four people looked at one another before shaking their heads. Wang Teng was frustrated. These people weren't willing to accept him, so why weren't they voicing out their thoughts? He didn't want to be the leader. It was an arduous but fruitless task that would waste his precious time. If someone stepped out, he could push the role away. Unfortunately, his wish didn't come true. Wang Teng felt a little regretful. The others were speechless when they saw his expression. "We are giving you our acknowledgement by letting you be our leader. Why do you seem so forced, Commander?" Hong glared at Wang Teng before he said, "Since there are no objections, you can board the plane." Everyone started boarding the Queen Phoenix aircraft with Wang Teng taking the lead. "We wish you success." The soldiers below suddenly saluted behind them as they shouted. Wang Teng and the others turned around involuntarily. Then they stopped in their tracks and returned their salutes with a stern expression. The cabin door closed slowly. The Queen Phoenix aircraft turned into a black shadow as it shot into the air and disappeared over the horizon. Chapter 573. Teaching Them a Lesson. Queen Phoenix. After they boarded, they took their seats. The plane seemed flat and small from the outside, but it was very spacious internally. There was enough space to house everyone, and it wasn't squeezy. There was a comfortable and extravagant resting room in the aircraft with a variety of facilities. To the passengers, this was an enjoyment. Besides the people who were going to participate in the event, there were a few logistics staff present. Dan Teixuan tagged along too. She had been to the event before and was more familiar with the situation there. Thus, she accompanied them as their advisor. Wang Teng finally knew her real purpose for coming to Capital Zaya. It wasn't as simple as sending him off. At this moment, everyone was sitting in the resting area. The atmosphere was a little quiet. The gathering of the young, talented martial warriors wouldn't be harmonious. Instead, sparks of competitiveness flew in the air, but if someone was way out of their territory, this competitiveness would be groundless. Hence, the scene below took place. Ren Qingchang, Ji Xiaoming, Luo Cheng, and Zhao Yuanwu, the up-and-rising, talented younger generations during the national #1 martial arts competition, didn't have any thought of comparing themselves with Wang Teng. The other people were the formidable martial warriors hidden in the military. They were all 25 years old. They were considered the younger generations, too, but they were a batch before Wang Teng and the other students. These people were past talents. After entering the military, they were specially groomed and had managed to reach the brigadier general stage before 25. One of them had even reached the low-tier general stage. Their cultivation levels were on par with Wang Teng, but they were 5 years older than him. Based on his current progression rate, in 1 year, he would be able to surpass these people until they couldn't catch up. He didn't need 5 years. Hence, when they heard the commanders appointing Wang Teng as their leader, they didn't voice their unhappiness, even though they were unconvinced. Dan Teixuan noticed the dull atmosphere and realized the reason immediately. She glanced at Wang Teng helplessly, but she was a lazy person and didn't like to interfere in these affairs. Hence, she didn't say anything. On the other hand, a female officer around 30 years old smiled and opened her mouth. "Major General Wang, the talents from the various universities. Let me introduce these people to you. This is Yanbo Kui Fei, Zhu Yushao, and Mu Zhiguo." The female officer pointed at the four people and started introducing them. When she pointed at the last man called Mu Zhiguo, Wang Teng stared at him for a moment longer. Low-tier general stage, Wang Teng was astounded that there was a low-tier general stage martial warrior in the team. Mu Zhiguo sensed his gaze and raised his head, their eyes meeting. The man was quiet and ordinary-looking. His aura was reserved and he looked extremely normal. No one would believe that he was stronger than the other three people. Then the female officer introduced the students. The two parties had a brief understanding of one another. Zhu Yushao smiled and said to Ji Xiaoming, "I'm from the first university too. What a coincidence to meet my fellow schoolmate here." Senior sister Zhu. Ji Xiaoming was surprised and nodded at her. Junior brother Ji is extremely talented. You earned the right to participate in this global event even before you graduated. You are stronger than we were, Zhu Yushao praised. Ji Ximing felt a little awkward when he heard this. He glanced at Wang Teng secretly and replied, "You're flattering me. Y'all are the main force of our team." Zhu Yushao was slightly stunned, but she quickly regained her senses and smiled in embarrassment. "Let's all work hard together." On the other side, Kui Fei and Yan Bo exchanged glances before sniggering. "Major General Wang, you are our leader this time. If we meet powerful opponents from other nations, we will have to rely on you. I heard that many talented martial warriors have appeared in other nations over the past few years." He was picking a fight. Ren Qingchang, Ji Ximing, and many others looked at the ground silently. Having experienced it before, they knew how hard Wang Teng was to deal with. This fellow wasn't an easygoing person. If they dug a hole for him, they themselves might end up in it. Wang Teng glanced at the dup and knew what they were thinking. Although they seemed to be flattering him, they were actually making things difficult for him. He scoffed in his heart but didn't show it on his face. "You are at the Brigadier General stage? Don't you have enough confidence in yourselves?" The two of them didn't know how to reply to him. At first, they thought that he would agree to them readily, but he shot the question back at them. This question wasn't easy to answer. If they said they weren't confident, they would appear extremely useless. If they said they were, they would need to step out before Wang Teng to fight. After all, as the leader, he should be the last. Their plans went down the drain right away. Their gaze flickered as they tried to think of a way to answer the question. Yan Bo coughed awkwardly and replied, "We were just worried, after all. Our opponents are the talents of other nations. We're afraid we will embarrass the nation if we lose to them. However, when we have to fight, we will give it our best. Indeed, this affects the nation, so we won't dare to belittle the challenge ahead of us." Kui Fei agreed with a serious face. "Your thoughts are not bad. Work hard during the event and earn glory for the nation. This is your way to repay the country. If you can't win against your opponent, I'll do something." Wang Teng smiled as he replied, Definitely, definitely." When the glory of the country was mentioned, there was nothing they could say. They could only nod and agree. Wang Teng didn't continue. He had taught them a lesson, so this was enough. He left some space for these two people to breathe. Dan Taishuan prayed silently for these two martial warriors when she saw this scene. These two didn't have the capability to make Wang Teng suffer. They were still far behind him. Wang Teng had shown them mercy by not embarrassing them too much. Zhu Yushao looked at Wang Teng's smiling face and suddenly felt that anyone who thought that this fellow was easy to bully would suffer greatly. Fortunately, she didn't say anything just now. Otherwise, she would be the one getting embarrassed. Mu Zhiguo remained quiet. There was no expression on his face. He didn't seem concerned about what happened. After suffering a defeat, Kui Fei and Yan Bo realized that Wang Teng had sidestepped their trap perfectly. Instead, they helped him to establish his position as their leader. You could imagine how exasperated they felt. The female officer came out to ease the situation again. At the same time, she was secretly shocked. Major General Wang was young, but he wasn't easy to fool. No wonder the commander asked him to be the leader. "Senior Mu? You should be from the Capital Military Academy, right?" Luo Cheng, who had kept quiet so far, looked at Mu Zhiguo intently and asked, "Huh, yes." Mu Zhiguo was stunned for a moment before he realized that Luo Cheng was talking to him. He nodded his head absent-mindedly. "It's really you." Luo Cheng seemed to be confirming something. A hint of happiness appeared on his face. He continued, "I heard many things about you from the principal and the heads." A yearning look appeared in Mu Zhiguo's eyes. He seemed to be reminiscing about the past. How are they? Chapter 574, Crossing the Pasiraya Plains. Everyone's attention was attracted to Luo Cheng and Mu Zhiguo's conversation. Mu Zhiguo seemed to have some stories about him. Everyone felt curious. The principal and the heads are well. "They often talk about you," Luo Cheng replied hurriedly when he noticed that Mu Zhiguo seemed a little emotional. "I was too stubborn in the past. I disappointed them," Mu Zhiguo said after a moment of silence. They don't blame you. If they were in your shoes, they would have done the same thing, Luo Cheng comforted him. Never mind. It has been many years. There's no use talking about it. Mu Zhiguo shook his head and turned silent again. Luo Cheng opened his mouth. Seeing that Mu Zhiguo didn't want to speak anymore, he sighed in his heart. It was inappropriate for him to speak further. When the two of them stopped talking halfway through the story, the people around them felt frustrated. Even Zhu Yushao and Yan Bo, who had been interacting with Mu Zhiguo for 3 years, didn't know his past. Wang Teng smiled and said, "Senior Mu, your cultivation is the highest among us. We'll need your help when we arrive." "You're stronger than me." Mu Zhiguo glanced at him and replied. Yan Bo and Kui Fei knew how powerful Mu Zhiguo was. So hearing his assessment of Wang Teng, they were shocked. They did hear some rumors of Wang Teng, but since they didn't witness him in action personally, they felt that they were exaggerated. After hearing Mu Zhiguo's words, they wondered if Wang Teng was honestly so powerful. Boom. Just when everyone was having their thoughts, the plane vibrated slightly, and a loud sound was heard from outside. What happened? Everyone frowned and asked. The female officer was wearing a headset. She received a report and explained, "It's all right. We collided into a star beast. It has been settled. No one was worried. They weren't weak themselves, so even if the aircraft was destroyed, they had the ability to protect themselves. However, they were only halfway through. If they got struck down by a star beast before they reached their destination, the other countries would laugh at them." "Where are we?" Dan Taishuan opened her mouth and asked, "We have entered Daxiang country's territory and are at the southeast of Pausaraya Plains." The female officer looked up their location before replying, "Ask them to be careful." "The natural ecology in this zone is perfect for the star beasts. It's the heaven of star beasts," Dan Taishuan said sternly with a sharp gaze. "Understood." The female officer nodded before turning to walk out of the resting room. "Get some rest. We will wake you up when we arrive," Dan Taishuan said. Their conversation was interrupted by the sudden star beast attack, so they didn't continue anymore. They closed their eyes and started resting. Wang Teng followed others' example and also closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged on the sofa. He cultivated, as he released his spiritual power, to feel the outside world. This was his first time traveling so far in this world. He was extremely unfamiliar with the place, so it made him very curious. Dan Taishuan was right. The natural ecology of the plains they were flying above was blossoming. There were many lives below, and the aura of star beasts could be felt everywhere. Suddenly, his expression changed. He had noticed something. Wood Force 30, Metal Force 80, blank, attribute E15, Wood Force 65, blank, attribute EE. There were numerous small and big attribute bubbles floating in the plane. Wang Teng's expression turned weird. He didn't expect to pick up bubbles for free. Why was he so lucky recently? Wang Teng wondered to himself. Then he swept the bubbles over quickly with his spiritual power and picked them up. The plane's speed was fast, so Wang Teng could only sweep the planes down below with his spiritual power once. Nonetheless, he still managed to gain a large number of bubbles. It was a windfall. All his forces grew. Even his blank attributes rose by a few thousand points. This was a huge earning for him. Dan Taishuan felt Wang Teng's spiritual power. She opened her eyes to look at him and saw a smile at the corner of his lips. He seemed to be thinking of something happy. She felt puzzled. What was there to be happy about? She didn't know that in this short moment. Wang Teng's ability had improved by a sizable gap. Huh? Wang Teng suddenly muttered to himself softly. Ultimate Stage Wood Talent 5, and Ultimate Stage Talent had appeared. Wang Teng was surprised and overjoyed. This gain was unexpected. There seemed to be a star beast with Ultimate Stage Wood Talent living in this plane. He knew clearly that these attribute bubbles were dropped by the countless star beast in the plane below. Hence, there must be a star beast with Ultimate Stage Wood Talent below. Wang Teng silently marked the location where he picked up the Ultimate Stage Wood Talent in his mind. He planned to come back and take a look when he had the time. Along the way, Wang Teng didn't just pick up attribute bubbles, he also discovered a few powerful auras from star beasts. In half an hour, he sensed almost 30 star beasts that had reached the Lord-level stage. Some of their auras were on par with the three great commanders. It was frightening. Wang Teng turned more and more serious. He started to feel that the outside world was very dangerous. However, he didn't know that when he swept the plains with his imperial realm spirit, the star beasts below thought that it was a powerful flying animal soaring past them. Although they were alarmed, they didn't attack because they thought he was just passing by. Thus, their journey was exceptionally smooth. It was so smooth that the pilot of the aircraft found it unbelievable. After some time, the plane vibrated gently. Everyone opened their eyes, ending their rest. The female officer walked over and said, "We have arrived." Finally. They were all a little tense during the journey. Thus, when they heard they had arrived at their destination, they heaved a sigh of relief. "Let's go. The local military has already sent people to fetch us." Dan Taixuan stood up and scanned the crowd. Suddenly, she paused for a moment and said to Wang Teng, "Change into your military uniform." Wang Teng looked at himself before glancing at the others. He realized that they were all in uniform. He was the only one in casual attire, pouting. He went to the bathroom helplessly. He quickly changed into his military uniform. Fortunately, he had kept his Major General uniform in his space ring. If not, he wouldn't have anything to wear. A few moments later, Wang Teng came out of the bathroom. He had already changed into a dark green Major General uniform. He looked handsome and dignified with an exceptional aura. As he walked, he gave off an outstanding vibe. Dan Taixuan's eyes lit up slightly. She nodded in satisfaction and walked out of the plane. "Major General Wang, you look handsome like this." Zhu Yushao leaned over and chuckled. She was walking behind Wang Teng. Wang Teng glanced at her. Of course. Zhu Yushao was stunned. Other people would have remained humble, but Wang Teng appeared as if he deserved the praise. This person's skin was really thick. Shameless. Zhu Yushao had a new understanding of Wang Teng. Yan Bo Ji Xiuming and the others pretended that they didn't hear anything. They gave no comments regarding this person's shamelessness, but their hearts were filled with contempt. The cabin door opened. A group of people was waiting below. As Dan Taixuan and Wang Teng came down the stairs, the people came to greet them. A man with a large beard and defined features said, "Welcome." He was speaking in Chinese. "Parak, I didn't expect you to welcome us," Dan Taixuan said to the person who came. Dan Taixuan, long time no see. The man with a large beard, Parak, knew Dan Taixuan. He smiled and started chatting with her. Although he was speaking Chinese, his accent was a little strange. It sounded a bit inaudible. Wang Teng didn't find it weird. This was how most foreigners spoke when they spoke other languages. The foreigners probably felt the same way too. Parak led everyone onto a few cars. Dan Taixuan, Wang Teng, and Parak were in the first car, while the others were separated in the cars behind them. They headed straight for Mount Saint. This journey was considered diplomacy. The process was more tedious than what Wang Teng expected. Luckily, he didn't have to worry about this. The female officer followed them, so she was in charge of talking to Parak. After a long car ride, they finally arrived on Mount Saint. Mount Saint was a large snow mountain with a long history and many mythologies throughout history. People endowed it with numerous legends and myths. This place was worshipped by many, making it even more holy than it already was, especially after the era of martial arts started. The legends were given a new lease of life. Mount Saint's status rose to its peak. When they got out of the cars, an ancient brownstone pavement appeared in front of them. "Everyone, we have arrived below Mount Saint. From here we can only climb up on foot," Parak said apologetically. Chapter 5075, LAS. The group didn't have any doubts about Parak's words. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Mount Saint was a belief of the locals. It was worshipped by them and was held in high regard around the world. It should be given its due respect. Besides, they were all martial warriors. No matter how tall Mount Saint was, it wouldn't pose a problem to them. Everyone went up the steps. The brown steps were old and ordinary, exuding a tinge of sorrow. Parik led the way in front while having a conversation with Dan Taishuan. He treated the steps like he was walking on flat ground. Suddenly he turned and smiled at Wang Teng. "Major General Wang Teng, you should be under 20 years old, right?" "I'm actually 25 years old. I'm just growing too slowly and a bit youthful." Wang Teng solemnly spouted nonsense. If he hadn't read information about Wang Teng, he would have believed it. The pride of country Zaya seemed a little frivolous. Dan Taishuan rolled her eyes at Wang Teng. This guy was embarrassing his country in a foreign land. Ren Qingchang, Ji Xiaming, and the others already had nothing more to say to Wang Teng. That sudden act of coy almost made them break their backs. Parik secretly judged Wang Teng in his heart and laughed. Major General Wang is really humorous. "You're flattering me," Wang Teng laughed. Parik's mouth twitched as he saw Wang Teng's happy-go-lucky attitude. This guy was fooling around with him. "Please introduce us to the myth of Mount Saint. I'm very curious about that." Wang Teng didn't care and changed the topic. Parik's eyes flashed, and he reacted immediately. He originally wanted to get some information out of him, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was led astray by Wang Teng. He smiled bitterly in his heart, but kept a poker face as he smiled politely. "All right, let me tell everyone about the myth. It starts more than 1,000 years ago. It was only folklore in the beginning, but after it was passed down for generations, it became a story that poets and writers recorded down in their poetry, drama, history, philosophy, and other works. These were then compiled into books and gradually became the various myths we have today. Jiang Xiaming and the others didn't know much about the origin. As Parik explained, they gradually became enthralled by it. Myths were manifestations of people's good wishes. Of course, it was also possible that people had seen and felt something. They then started fantasizing about something that didn't exist in reality. Wang Teng had a thought. Could the gods, titans, and those mythical beings mentioned in legends be traces left by humongous star beasts or aliens who had once stepped foot on Earth? They were seen by their ancestors, and the encounters were passed down for generations and gradually evolved into myths and legends. What Wang Teng didn't know was that in recent years, sentiments like this had already surfaced, and they were welcomed by many. Everyone continued to climb up. It didn't take long before they reached the middle of the mountain. They hadn't made it to the peak yet. When they reached the middle, everyone seemed to have stepped into another world. The mountainside in front of them was extremely wide, and it looked like a unique Western town. There were many cultural buildings from different eras here. Those who had studied history would find that these buildings spanned at least 1,000 years. Colosseum, arena, clock tower, colonnades, residences, and other unique Western architecture slowly unfolded in front of everyone's eyes like a scroll of painting. No one expected to see such a peculiar sight in the middle of the mountainside. There was a look of surprise in everyone's eyes. Wang Teng seemed to have found something and looked at the ground. The others couldn't see anything, but his gaze penetrated the ground and found runes hidden underneath. "I see." Wang Teng's mouth arched slightly. The town was hidden by rune arrays. The things they were seeing now might not be the same things that ordinary people could see. Wang Teng felt and noticed a faint spatial fluctuation. The array involved spatial fluctuations. Wang Teng was amazed as he looked around and came to a realization. No wonder there was such a huge space halfway up the mountainside. It's space expansion. "Everyone, we are here. The accommodation has been arranged and you will be staying here tonight." Parik didn't know that Wang Teng had seen what was behind the town. Still pleased with himself, he led the way ahead. As everyone entered the western town, they could feel the bustling atmosphere as people walked about in the lively streets. This was Wang Teng's first encounter with foreign customs. He stared around in curiosity and saw many interesting things. Various vendors were crying out. Some sold fruits and some sold little gifts. The rich aroma of local delicacies wafted through the air. There were all kinds of food, and it was too much for his eyes to feast on. "Don't you find it very special?" Parik saw his expression and laughed. "It's interesting." Wang Teng nodded without denying it. During the exchange event, you can go for a walk and do a little sightseeing. It will be even more beautiful at night. Parik smiled. If you are lucky, all of you might even have a beautiful encounter. Oh. Wang Teng's eyes lit up as he wrapped his arm around Parik's shoulder enthusiastically and said despicably, Brother Parik, tell me. There must be a perfect place to have beautiful encounters. Please give me some advice. Parik was a little stunned by Wang Teng's sudden behavior. When did he have such a good relationship with this brat? But Parik couldn't tell that this brat was the same type of person as him. He went stiff for a moment. He then relaxed and looked around before whispering to Wang Teng with a smile, You can go to the Soraka district. It's a famous shopping district with lively old streets which are all lined with boutiques, souvenir shops, specialty shops, restaurants, cafes, and pubs. There are theaters and museums, too. Beautiful girls always love that kind of place. Wang Teng's eyes became brighter as he listened. He couldn't stop nodding his head as he humbly accepted his senior's advice. Beside them, Yan Bo, Zhao Yuanwu, and the others strained their ears, wanting to hear something. Even Ji Xiuming and Mu Zhiguo were attracted to the conversation and seemed to be on the verge of making a move. The several girls in their group couldn't help but roll their eyes as they despised these stinky, lustful men. The two of you, enough. Dan Teixuan's face was dark. These two bastards were having a conversation about this kind of thing in front of them as if no one was around. Did they not exist? Wang Teng and Parik immediately coughed and separated from each other. They exchanged glances and meaningful smiles appeared on their faces. Brother, let's go at night. Brother, you can say whatever you like. Parik brought them to a hotel that had a local touch and arranged for them to stay in it. Everyone had a luxurious and comfortable room to themselves, along with great service. The hotel was built on the edge of a cliff. With the curtains opened, you could see the blue ocean from a distance, along with magnificent scenery. Everyone had their dinner in the hotel before leaving. Dan Teixuan said, Everyone can go out for the night, but don't give me any trouble. As she said this, she looked directly at Wang Teng. Why are you looking at me? I'm an honest guy who has never caused any trouble. Wang Teng grumbled. Talents from all over the world are gathered here. It will be chaotic these few days. When you go out, you will have to keep in touch with each other. Dan Teixuan reminded nonchalantly and left on her own. Wang Teng, what did Parik say to you just now? Zhao Yuanwu asked him when Dan Teixuan was further away. You want to know? Wang Teng glanced at him and snickered. Ask him yourself. He ignored the guy and swaggered away. He didn't care if Zhao Yuanwu was gritting his teeth behind him or if his face was filled with rage. This guy is not sharing the good stuff with others. Zhao Yuanwu roared. Everyone looked at him like an idiot. It would be embarrassing to announce the good stuff to everyone. Even if he didn't share it with us, he's the one who got the information. Don't blame him when you are too embarrassed to get it yourself. Although they wanted to know as well, it was hard for them to say it out loud. Everyone left on their own after shaking their heads. Zhao Yuanwu was furious, but he couldn't do a thing about it. He was fortunate to have been selected for the exchange event. His strength had recently improved, and he must perform well in the exchange event and make a name for himself by defeating talents from other countries. But it turned out that Wang Teng was here as well, and he even became their leader. He suddenly lost his voice. He didn't dare to fight Wang Teng. Head-on night fell, and the stars twinkled in the sky. The small town was already brightly lit, and the place was still lively. There were few differences between the day and night. In fact, the atmosphere at night seemed to be even better. Wang Teng roamed the streets with a few skewers of barbecued meat in his right hand and a burrito in his left. He was eating happily as his eyes wandered everywhere. Parik didn't lie to him. There were beautiful girls everywhere. Blonde hair, blue eyes, tall, slim, and those curves. Tisk, tisk. Wang Teng sucked in his saliva. The food in his hands was too fragrant. He couldn't resist himself. The food here was very unique. Since they were made differently, they naturally tasted different. For a foodie like him, tasting all the food was part of his routine. Moreover, as a force chef master, he also considered this to be a search for ingredients. Force Chef 80, Force Chef 100. Many vendors on the streets were Force Chefs, so Wang Teng collected a lot of attribute bubbles. He felt that meeting beautiful ladies was not the priority tonight. He needed to appreciate the local customs, or else it wouldn't feel like he had traveled overseas. He stumbled upon a museum on his stroll. The museum was extremely huge, and it looked a bit gloomy in the dark. However, there were still people entering and leaving it. It was still open at night. Wang Teng took a bite of his barbecued meat and a sip of his drink before walking in. His burrito had already been replaced by the drink. He was curious as to what would be displayed in a museum here. Could it be items that were mentioned in the myths? Wang Teng laughed at himself. The interior of the museum was large. Wang Teng admired the displayed artifacts as he walked in. Most of the things outside were oil paintings and ancient works of art. Although they were out of the ordinary, they couldn't attract this attention. Just a look was enough for him. The further he went inside, Wang Teng realized that the objects on display were getting fewer. Some items appeared only after a long distance. However, the collections inside had piqued Wang Teng's interest. At this moment, he was in front of an ancient longsword and stared at it for 3 minutes. As to why he took so long, it wasn't because it looked good. Killing intent 50. Killing intent 95, killing intent 70. This sword is said to be left by an extremely cruel tyrant. It was stained with blood and filled with ill omen. When ordinary people approach it, they will feel uncomfortable and leave quickly. But you have been staring at it for 3 minutes straight. Why? Just as Wang Teng was engrossed in collecting the attribute bubbles, a graceful and lovely voice came from behind. Just by hearing that voice, Wang Teng could guess that its owner was definitely a beautiful woman. However, he didn't pay attention to that as he looked over in surprise. He hadn't noticed someone approaching him. About 3 or 4 steps away from his back, there was a girl with a black veil standing there. It was as though she was blended in with the air. If she hadn't spoken just now, he might not have been aware of her existence. Wang Teng's pupils shrank, and countless thoughts drifted through his mind. Suddenly, he grinned and asked, "How long have you been looking at me?" 5 minutes. The girl had long blonde hair and azure pupils. Looking at Wang Teng with her soft eyes, she replied in a gentle voice, "After looking at me for so long, did you notice anything? Am I handsome?" Wang Teng smiled, like a bad guy trying to entice a little girl. "You're special. Based on my aesthetic standard, you are considered a handsome guy." The girl gave it a serious thought and replied, "Considered?" Wang Teng's mouth twitched. This was the first time he had gotten such a reply. He was wondering if he should thank her for her approval. "You haven't told me the reason why you have been staring at the sword." "It's because I think it looks good." Wang Teng diverted his gaze and bluffed. "How so?" The girl walked up and stood beside Wang Teng, frowning. She looked at the rusted longsword on display. "I think it's ugly. Sometimes beauty might not be in its appearance, but in its utility. To me, this sword is a pleasant surprise," Wang Teng said meaningfully. The girl looked at Wang Teng and nodded. "My name is Alaise. Nice to meet you. I'm Wang Teng." Wang Teng stretched his hand out. Seeing Wang Teng's palm, she seemed to understand. She then reached out her white palm and shook his hand. After introducing each other, Wang Teng let go of her hand, taking one last glance at the sword. Confirming that it had reached its limit today and would no longer drop attribute bubbles, he turned and walked towards the depths of the museum. Alaise followed behind him and didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Chapter 576, Crystal Skull. Walking in the quiet corridor of the museum, Wang Teng's footsteps could be heard loudly. The young lady called Alaise followed behind him with light footsteps. She didn't make a single sound. She was like a beautiful ghost. Wang Teng was confused. Why was this unfamiliar young lady following him? Was she curious about him? Wang Teng didn't chase her away. He himself was a little curious about her. He had used her spiritual sight to scan her just now. This young lady was a normal person. To hell with being normal. Wang Teng didn't believe this result at all. He felt that he must have seen wrong. He used his spiritual sight to look at the lady a few more times, but the result was the same. This didn't make sense. She appeared like a ghost just now. Was he just too careless? Wang Teng found it impossible. Hence, he must find out what happened. Even if he didn't, having a beautiful, golden-haired lady touring the museum with him was like having free accompaniment. Why not? "Alays, are you a local?" Wang Teng turned and asked. Yes, Alays's voice was as lovely as ever. She looked at him and said, "You're from country Jaya? Are you here for the Global Exchange Conference?" "Yes, I just came today." Wang Teng didn't hide it. Talents from all around the world gather on Mount Saint. There will be a fierce struggle, but you are very strong. Alays looked at him carefully and said, "You can tell?" Wang Teng was surprised. "I can't, but I can feel it." Alays pointed at her head. "Alays, you're not a normal person, right?" Wang Teng asked again. The golden-haired lady smiled gently. Her eyes were like the stars, angelic and deep. She didn't say anything. Wang Teng understood in his heart. He stopped asking and continued strolling in the museum, looking for items that could drop attributes. He had gotten a taste of success from the sword just now. That was more than 800 points of killing intent. Killing intent, 4320, 7000, 7-star. After a long period of accumulation, his killing intent had reached the 7-star level. During the Sea Beasts riot, he had made use of the killing intent from the Donghai martial warriors to gather an extremely powerful killing intent. That was how they resisted against the auras of a large number of sea beasts. If he raised his killing intent level to the 9-star, he would be able to get the same effect all alone. Unfortunately, the ancient sword was an artifact, so there was a limited number of attribute bubbles it could drop. After all, it had existed for thousands of years and wasn't as glorious as it was before. Wang Teng was curious as to how many people the sword's owner had killed in the past for it to have such a frightening killing intent. Even until today, the sword continued to drop killing intent attributes. Wang Teng didn't see any other items that dropped attributes thereafter. He was extremely disappointed. There was only one last exhibition room left. It was situated in the deepest part of the museum. However, Wang Teng wanted to leave. He was starting to get bored, although the items here were strange. Most of them were ordinary things. The ancient sword was considered a half-martial arts item. It was just a normal weapon, but it managed to last until today because of its special material. Also, it could form killing intent because it had tasted the blood of too many people. But since he was here, he didn't mind visiting one last room. Wang Teng entered the room slowly and scanned it. Suddenly, he stopped. Attribute bubbles. To his surprise, he found another item that could drop attributes in the last exhibition room. Wang Teng was caught between laughter and tears. Were they playing with him? Suddenly, he hastened his pace and went forward. Alays was puzzled. She wondered why he was suddenly in a hurry. When he got nearer, Wang Teng saw that the item dropping the attribute bubbles was called a crystal skull. He was bewildered. Multiple attribute bubbles were scattered beside the crystal skull. In the short time he took to walk over, another attribute bubble was added to the collection. He picked it up. Wang Teng picked the attribute bubbles without any hesitation. Imperial Realm Spirit 3, Imperial Realm Spirit 1, Imperial Realm Enlightenment 2, Imperial Realm Spirit 1. When he saw the words on the attributes panel, he was dumbfounded. The attribute bubbles dropped by the crystal skull consisted of enlightenment and spirit. Moreover, they were both at the Imperial Realm. This was unbelievable. Was this crystal skull alive? Wang Teng looked at the crystal skull in front of him with an ambiguous expression. He was in a daze. Alays saw his expression and explained, "It's said that this crystal skull is a relic from the ancient Maya civilization. It's the same size as a human skull, and there were 13 skulls dug out in total. They are scattered all over the world. Some belong to people's private collections, while others are displayed in various museums. Some were destroyed because they were regarded as unlucky items. But these are just rumors. The owners might have spread the rumors because they don't want people to know the location of these skulls." Some people think that this crystal skull doesn't belong to Earth. Instead, it came from outer space, Maya civilization. Wang Teng repeated unconsciously. Many scholars feel that the Maya civilization is an advanced ancient civilization. The archaeologists have found numerous interesting items in the Maya temples. Some of them have signs of cultivation, Alais added. Advanced ancient civilization. Wang Teng was shocked. This crystal skull was able to drop spirit and enlightenment. Did this mean that cultivation existed in the Maya civilization? You seem to know a lot, Wang Teng said knowingly. Alais didn't deny it. Did anyone discover cultivation scriptures in the Maya temples? Wang Teng didn't mind her response. He continued asking. No, all the countries are still in the exploration stage. Some say that another space existed within the Maya temples. That is the real location of the Maya civilization. We just haven't found it, Alais said. Why does it sound like bullshit to me? Wang Teng shook his head. If they continued to guess in that direction, the Atlantis, the pyramids of ancient Egypt, and all the other mysterious ancient civilizations could all be linked to martial arts. Wang Teng stared at the crystal skull. A few seconds later, attribute bubbles dropped again. Imperial Realm Spirit 1, Imperial Realm Enlightenment 2, Imperial Realm Spirit 1. He picked them up and left the museum nonchalantly. He bade farewell to Alais. Where do you live? Do you need me to send you back? It isn't safe for a lady to walk alone at night, Wang Teng asked. No need. Alais stopped the man who wanted to send her back. She left quietly and disappeared amidst the night lights in the small town. Wang Teng shook his head. He walked into an empty dark alley and merged into the darkness, disappearing completely. The next instant, a few black shadows appeared at the corner of the street. We lost him. This young man isn't simple. He's a martial warrior from Country Zaya. Let's go to their hotel to take a look. All right, let's go. Chapter 577. The Secret Inside the Crystal Skull. After the black shadows left, Wang Teng's body appeared once again. A cold smile was hanging at the edge of his lips. He was in deep thought. It looked like Alais' identity wasn't simple. He shook his head, not wanting to think too much. His body merged into the darkness again. Wang Teng went back to the museum. However, this time, he chose to sneak in. He appeared in front of the crystal skull again. This crystal skull was much more mysterious than the ancient sword. It could drop Imperial Realm Spirit and Enlightenment directly. Wang Teng decided to sleep here tonight. He wouldn't leave until he drained all the attributes in this crystal skull. Imperial Realm Enlightenment 2, Imperial Realm Spirit 3, Imperial Realm Spirit 1. The attribute bubbles dropped one by one. Although it was a long wait, Wang Teng was extremely patient. He merged into the darkness and sat cross-legged in a corner, resting while picking up attributes. Soon, it was almost 10 p.m. The museum was about to close. The security guards in the museum came over for a routine check. They were all martial warriors, but they couldn't find Wang Teng, who was a general stage martial warrior. After the security left, Wang Teng pondered for a moment and followed them. While one of the security guards was visiting the toilet, he knocked him unconscious and assumed his appearance. Then he walked into the surveillance room blatantly. You went for such a long time, we thought you fell into the toilet bowl. The security guards in the room laughed and teased him. A sinister smile appeared on Wang Teng's face. Though he kept quiet, a strange glow shimmered in his eyes. He stared into everyone's eyes. Bewitched. The security guards in the surveillance room instantly went into a daze. None of you discovered anything tonight. Wang Teng spoke calmly. Then, he turned around and left the surveillance room. Yes, the security guards in the room replied in unison. Wang Teng went all the way to the display window where the crystal skull was at. He used dark force to cover up the surveillance camera before drilling his spiritual power into the keyhole. He opened the display window. Only a divine spirit master like him would be able to use this high-class and simple stealing method. But if the other divine spirit masters knew that he used his spiritual power for stealing, they might chase him along the streets with a long knife. Wang Teng laughed at himself as he looked at the crystal skull in front of him with shining eyes. He didn't use his hand to touch it. Instead, he lifted it with his spiritual power. The crystal skull floated in front of his face, staring at Wang Teng with its empty eyes. For some reason, when he looked into the empty eyes of this crystal skull, Wang Teng felt as if he was looking at a real human. He frowned uncontrollably. What a strange feeling. Wang Teng took a deep breath and snorted. "Let me see what secrets you have." The next moment he seeped his spiritual power into the crystal skull. Boom. Wang Teng's mind shook, then his vision turned bright. A galaxy had appeared in front of him. It was dark and endless. Stars shimmered brightly in the dark galaxy, and a mysterious feeling engulfed him. What is this? Wang Teng was astounded. Disbelief appeared in his eyes as he sized up the star image. The feeling of disbelief grew stronger and stronger. This looks like a star chart. The stars in front of him formed many different light paths. They were complicated but clear. Eric Wang Teng was in deep thought. He felt that he had discovered something incredible. This was a star chart. Seriously? No? Wang Teng quickly noticed something was wrong. He contemplated for some time before muttering to himself, "This is only part of the star chart. It's incomplete." Suddenly he remembered Elias's words. There were 13 crystal skulls in total. Did this mean that he could only complete the star chart if he gathered all the crystal skulls? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the answer. There was a huge secret hidden in the crystal skulls. His eyes were filled with interest and curiosity. He wanted to investigate further, but soon he was caught in a dilemma. He couldn't take this crystal skull away. If he stole it, the small town would be in havoc tomorrow. At that time, powerful martial warriors might be sent out to find the crystal skull. It would be impossible for him to keep the crystal skull hidden. He had visited the museum, so he would definitely be treated as a suspect. Wang Teng quickly rejected the thought of stealing the crystal skull. He mustn't be impatient. He would go back and think through this thoroughly. Even if he wanted to steal it, he would wait until he left this place. That way, he would have more freedom. With his ability, he could leave whenever he wanted. No one could keep him. Wang Teng left immediately once he decided. He took one last look at the incomplete star chart before he retracted his spiritual power. He had a premonition that once that complete star chart appeared, it would be something unexpected. Outside, Wang Teng opened his eyes. He was suddenly shocked. His spiritual power had increased a little. Enlightenment, 135-3000, Imperial Realm, Spirit, 158-3000, Imperial Realm. Before he pushed his spiritual power into the crystal skull, his enlightenment and spirit were at 134 and 157 points, respectively. That meant that both his attributes had increased by 1 point after he entered the skull for that short moment. Wang Teng looked at the crystal skull with his eyes wide open. He took a deep breath. He was having regrets about his decision. He wanted to steal this crystal skull now. Damn it, it could increase his spirit and enlightenment. This was heaven-defying. If he sent his spiritual power inside for nourishment frequently, his spirit and enlightenment would see a steady improvement. Mind you, after his spirit and enlightenment had reached the Imperial Realm, he wasn't able to raise them quickly, even by picking up attribute bubbles. After all, there were very few people who had reached a similar realm as him. He didn't have many attribute bubbles he could pick. Wang Teng took a deep breath to calm his restless heart. Finally, logic won over desire, and he placed the crystal skull back in its original position. He left silently. Before he left, he didn't forget to turn back and look longingly at the crystal skull. He would be back when he returned to the hotel. It was already dawn. He had stayed in the museum the entire night and picked up many spirit and enlightenment attributes. In the room in the hotel, a figure was sitting cross-legged on the bed. This figure looked like Wang Teng. Suddenly, the figure opened his eyes and smiled. "You're back." Another Wang Teng jumped in through the window and nodded. "Thank you." The Wang Teng on the bed nodded. It turned into a ball of black smoke and merged into Wang Teng's body. This was his clone. Wang Teng was well prepared, so he was able to run out without any worry of people checking on him. At this moment, a knock came from the door. Dan Taixuan was standing outside. "Get up for breakfast. Everyone is waiting for you." Wang Teng rubbed his face and opened the door. "Let's go. Look at the huge panda eyes. Where did you go last night?" Dan Taixuan looked at his face and asked curiously. Ji Xiaming, Luo Cheng, and the others heard Dan Taixuan's words and looked at Wang Teng involuntarily. Their expressions turned strange. "Oh, I met a beautiful golden-haired lady yesterday. I toured the streets with her for the entire night," Wang Teng yawned. "Continue your fantasy," Dan Taixuan rolled her eyes. She didn't believe him. Chapter 578, Gathering of the Nations. The hotel had already prepared their breakfast. When they reached the restaurant, the attendants served them their food. The service was considerate and swift. "Where are the people from the other countries?" Wang Teng looked around him and asked. "They are at the other hotels. Every country has its own hotel. This hotel only serves people country shaya," Dan Taixuan said calmly as she ate her food. She didn't even raise her head. "Are there many people who came?" Wang Teng nodded and asked again. "Any country that has ambition and wants to display their power will not miss this chance. What do you think?" Dan Taixuan glanced at him and asked him back. "It looks like the exchange will be fun." Wang Teng smiled and replied, "Fun?" Everyone glanced at Wang Teng speechlessly. This fellow was quite daring. How could he treat this important event as a game? "Wang Teng, don't be reckless. No one knows what trump cards the other nations have." Ji Xiaming frowned. He hesitated a little, but he still decided to remind Wang Teng in the end. Before Wang Teng could reply to him, another voice was heard from the other side. "Tisk, some people become conceited just because they feel they are ahead of everyone. Why do you care about him?" The atmosphere on the dining table froze. Everyone looked back and forth at Wang Teng and Ren Qingchang, who had opened his mouth just now. Wang Teng turned and glanced at Ren Qingchang. A smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He shook his head and remained quiet. He was just joking earlier. He wasn't really treating the exchange as a game. He just felt that the duel between the different countries would be exciting. But some people wanted to reprimand him for such a small matter. If Ji Xiaming was reminding him out of goodwill, Ren Qingchang was just asking for trouble. He wanted to use this chance to mock Wang Teng. Wang Teng didn't want to argue with him, though. He continued eating. He was too lazy to even bother. The veins on Ren Qingchang's forehead bulged out, his gaze turned sinister, but in the end he didn't say anything after everyone finished eating. Parik came. "Hi, did you have a good rest yesterday?" He smiled and asked everyone. "Not bad," Dan Taixuan replied politely, after exchanging some kind greetings. Parik said, "It's almost time. Please follow me." Everyone headed towards a certain place in the small town under Parik's guidance. "Where are we going?" Wang Teng asked curiously. "Just follow him." "Why are you asking so much?" Dan Taixuan rolled her eyes. "Did you have fun last night?" Parik suddenly leaned over and sniggered, his expression turning ambiguous. "Well, it was all right." Wang Teng raised his eyebrows and replied indifferently. "Are you sure?" Parik was slightly stunned. This fellow was just acting. Of course, the ladies here are too rough. Their pores and their body frames are too big. They are not gentle enough. Wang Teng found some random excuses to bluff Parik, leaving the guy stunned. Everyone's expression turned weird. In the morning, Wang Teng told them that he had met a beautiful blonde lady. Now he was playing down the beauties here in front of Parik. This fellow said different things to different people. Parik started arguing with Wang Teng, but he was no match for this wily old fox. In the end, even he started suspecting if the beauties in his country weren't as good as the ones in country Zaya. Wang Teng chuckled to himself. He didn't care about the doubt he had injected into Parik's heart. Let him figure it out himself. Everyone soon arrived at the location. They were in the deepest part of the small town. The passers-by around them got fewer and fewer until there were almost none in sight. Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp. He had noticed giant statues of immortals in the distance. Against the mountain background, they appeared tall and lofty, seemingly looking down on the humans below. The statues came in all shapes and sizes. There were males and females. The male immortals were mostly half-naked, revealing the muscles on their bodies. They held weapons with their perfect figures. They were the epitome of the golden ratio. The ladies were covered in veils, and their postures were graceful. They were holding bottles and jars with a peaceful expression, as if showering their kindness to the people below. In the middle of these statues, a stone staircase winding straight up was seen. At this moment, many people had gathered below the statues and were talking in low voices. When Wang Teng and his group arrived, the noises disappeared, and everyone looked at them. Country Jia. Many people sized them up sternly. Country Jia had always been a strong country. Their martial warriors were considered one of the best in the world and were a strong competitor for the top 5 positions. Dan Taishuan brought everyone closer to the statues and found an empty corner to rest. They didn't greet anyone from the other countries. While the other people were sizing them up, Wang Teng was observing them too. He activated his spiritual sight and scanned the crowd curiously. He saw the levels of these talented martial warriors. Without any exception, the strongest martial warrior among the nations was at the low-tier general stage. There weren't many of them, at most one from every country. The others were mostly at the brigadier general stage. Deactivating his spiritual sight, his gaze shimmered slightly. Every nation had its secrets. To be able to reach the low-tier general stage in their 20s made them the cream of the crop. But this was understandable. There were a few billion people in the world. It wasn't strange that a super-talented person was born in every nation. However, the only person who was able to reach the brigadier general stage before 20 was Wang Teng. Moreover, his ability wasn't limited to the brigadier general stage. You could say that he was the unique one in the entire world. No one was able to see Wang Teng's cultivation stage, but they knew Ji Xiaming and the others' stages. When they saw the young faces in this group, the talents from the other countries gave a look of disdain, especially after seeing Ji Xiaming and the students. They hadn't reached the brigadier general stage, so they possessed no threat in the exchange event. However, Mu Zhiguo, Kui Fei, and the other soldiers caught their attention. They were the main force of Country Jia's team. After Wang Teng and his group arrived, the martial warriors from the other countries gradually arrived too. It's the martial warriors from country Inca. Zhu Yushao's voice sounded beside him. Wang Teng turned and looked ahead. A group of people in red robes were walking over. Their expressions were calm and they gave off a solemn aura. Wang Teng sized up this bunch of people. He was astounded. They are monk martial warriors from Inca, Dan Taishuan whispered into his ear. Monks! Wang Teng was stunned. It's not that strange. In country Inca, monks have a high position. They possess the secret scriptures passed down from ancient times, so they have a natural advantage, Zhu Yushao explained. Wow, I didn't know that, Wang Teng replied in surprise. Then the other martial warriors started arriving. All the large countries in the world had sent their representatives in a blink of an eye. The empty ground turned extremely lively and noisy. Chapter 579. Who do you think you are? Talents from all nations gathered on the empty ground below the stone staircase. The atmosphere was tense. They were all set for a showdown. Wang Teng's gaze remained composed. He stood beside Dan Taishuan and chatted casually with Parik. After getting fooled by Wang Teng, this man with a huge beard started to feel that the beauties in country Shia might be better looking than the ones in his nation. He kept probing Wang Teng for more information. Wang Teng was speechless. He felt that he had dug a hole for himself. He wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to boast about his country's beauties? No, he couldn't allow this man to harm the ladies in his country. Are the ladies in your country all as beautiful as Dan Taishuan? Parik used voice transmission to ask Wang Teng. He didn't have the balls to say it in front of her. Wang Teng's gaze turned strange. This old rascal had his eyes on Dan Taishuan. "How bold of him," he asked, using voice transmission. "Do you have feelings for her?" "No, no, no. I don't dare to have any feelings towards her." Parekh shook his head furiously, denying it with a frightened expression. Wang Teng's expression turned weirder. What had this man experienced? Why was he so frightened? Dan Taishuan saw this scene, and a slight frown appeared on her face. She glanced at them curiously. Somehow, she felt that someone was talking behind her back. Wang Teng and Parekh shut up immediately. Even though they were using voice transmission to converse, they still stopped talking. Staring at the ground until Dan Taishuan turned her head, they sighed in relief. "Parekh, I treat you as a friend." Wang Teng didn't use voice transmission this time. He grabbed the man's shoulder and gave him a meaningful look. "There's something I'm not sure if I should say." "Since you treat me as your friend, you can be direct," Parekh replied blatantly. "You might not know, but there's one country where the ladies are better than my country," Wang Teng said. "Huh? Where?" Parekh's eyes lit up. He asked Wang Teng excitedly. "It's a small nation called Silo." Wang Teng observed Parekh's expression after he finished speaking. When he noticed his puzzled face, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This world was different from the world he had lived in. Due to the presence of star beasts, the obstacles between the different nations were much worse. Although there were interactions between the bigger countries, it wasn't as convenient as his past life. It was already hard for the bigger nations, so contact with the smaller nations would be even harder. Parekh might have heard of Silo, but he wouldn't be aware of the situation there. "The ladies there are prettier?" Parekh asked. "You can say so. They have a special kind of beauty with stories behind their backs if you spend the night with them. There will be a surprise for you the next morning," Wang Teng said mysteriously. "Really, I love ladies with stories." Parekh got even more excited. "Yes, you can take a look when you have the time." Wang Teng nodded. Anyway, Silo was indeed a mysterious and magical country. He felt that he wasn't lying to Parekh, of course. Whether he liked it or not would depend on himself. He wouldn't promise anything since he had never tried it. He might love that place. "All right, if I have the chance, I will visit that country," Parekh said firmly. He had made his decision. Nice. Wang Teng felt that Silo should thank him. After all, he contributed his part in elevating the GDP growth of the nation. Dan Taishuan and the others were confused. They didn't know why Wang Teng was introducing Silo to Parekh. While they were chatting casually, a group of people walked over. Dan Taishuan, the brown-haired man leading the group, strode towards them and glanced at everyone. He was tall and muscular, and his steps were energetic. "Yoke!" Dan Taishuan's eyes flickered a little as she greeted the man calmly. "White Eagle Nation," Wang Teng thought to himself. "Are these the martial warriors y'all sent out this time? They don't seem very powerful. Look at how soft these youngsters are." The man called Yoke smiled and said. Dan Taishuan scanned the young martial warriors behind Yoke and replied in a composed manner, "You will know if they are strong or not after the duel. You never change. You always think so highly of yourself," Yoke said with an ugly expression. He seemed angered by her reply. "So," Wang Teng's eyes lit up. There was a grudge between Yoke and Dan Taishuan. "Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you defeated me in the past. You weren't the champion of the exchange event that year. In the end, you still lost to a martial warrior from our nation," Yoke said with a black face. "You can ask him to come over now. I'll slap him to death." Dan Taishuan exploded in anger. That failure was a humiliation to her. How dare Yoke mention it? Wang Teng felt the killing intent and resentment exuding out of Dan Taishuan's body. He hurriedly took a few steps back. An angered woman was extremely frightening. Yoke took a step back uncontrollably, too. He looked at Dan Taishuan with fear in his eyes. He seemed to have remembered something scary. If you want to fight with him, you can look for him yourself." Yoke snorted. He looked at the students and sneered. "This is the clash of the new generation. I hope the talents from your nation won't lose too miserably." Dan Taishuan ignored him. A dangerous glow appeared in her eyes as she turned to Wang Teng and the students and said, "Look at how arrogant he is. Don't you have anything to say?" Everyone was speechless. "You are the one who doesn't like him. Why are you dragging us in, however?" They didn't like what these people said either. Who knew what would happen when they went into the arena? If you see these idiots from White Eagle Nation in the arena, beat them to death? Do you understand? Dan Takshuan scoffed. Yes, Wang Teng sniggered and replied loudly. He wasn't afraid of trouble. The other students were irritated by the other party, so they agreed too. Yoke's face turned darker. These people were looking down on them. Beat them to death? How could they be so confident? The martial warriors behind him were also triggered. They glared at the students coldly. You're like little chickens. I can squish you to death with one hand." A handsome man with golden hair snorted. He was standing behind Yoke. "And these little kids who haven't reached the brigadier general stage, are you here for fun?" Another tall man with brown hair smirked. "Foster-kun, don't say that. Don't be so strict towards little kids. Their abilities are good enough. Be gentler on them." A sexy lady with curly hair chuckled, especially the young and handsome one. Don't destroy their beautiful faces. She even winked at Wang Teng, Ji Xiaoming, and the other male students. Ji Xiaoming and the others remained indifferent. As talented martial warriors, they had seen all kinds of beauties in their country. They wouldn't be seduced by a foreigner easily. Also, their words had ignited anger in their hearts. They had never been belittled like this, even getting treated like little kids. This was unbearable. Kuef, Fei, Zhu Yushao, and the soldiers placed their hands on the students' shoulders. They were afraid that the students would start fighting in a fit of anger. "Young lady, my skin is very thick. You won't be able to destroy it." A voice suddenly sounded. Ji Xiuming and the students, Zhu Yushao and the soldiers, Dan Taishuan, "Can't be destroyed? Stupid brat. Why are you still joking at a moment like this?" The curly-haired lady was stunned. She didn't expect such a reply from Wang Teng. Although other youngsters couldn't stand the provocation, this young man could still maintain the smile on his face. He didn't seem angry at all. "Young lady, I'm very handsome. Why don't you go on a date with me? I don't mind someone older." Wang Teng opened his mouth and spoke again. Marcia, despicable. Now she believed that this young man's skin was indeed very thick, so thick that it couldn't be destroyed. Dan Taishuan and the others felt even more speechless. Where did this brat's dignity go? "Brat, take back your words." The golden-haired man called Foster squinted coldly at Wang Teng. "What if I don't?" Wang Teng kept his smile and replied calmly, "I'll let you know what regret means when you step onto the arena." Foster said coldly. His expression was icy too. "Get lost." Wang Teng widened his eyes and a sharp glint shot out and pierced into Foster's eyes. He was no longer grinning cheekily. Instead, he gave off a terrifying aura, like a frightening huge beast that had woken up from its slumber. He sneered. "Who do you think you are?" Foster was scared, shocked. He took a step back unconsciously. "You! If you continue spouting nonsense, I'll hit you until your parents won't recognize you." Wang Teng looked at the other members from the White Eagle Nation and said, "Same to all of you." The White Eagle Nation team was flabbergasted. They stared at the young man who had turned brutal out of the blue. They were in disbelief. A moment ago, he was still fooling around cheekily. Why did he suddenly turn into a different person? Was this fellow a lunatic? But this fellow's aura. They were fearful. How arrogant! Yoke glared at Wang Teng and snorted. "The youngsters in our country have always been arrogant." "Are you unconvinced?" Dan Takshuan smiled and asked. The atmosphere between them tensed up instantly. The martial warriors from the other countries looked over as if they were watching a good show. The representatives from the top two nations never liked each other. It was predictable that they would have a conflict when they encountered each other during the exchange. They wondered who would win at this moment. A person wearing a white gown walked down from the stone staircase. "High priest of the Holy Temple," someone exclaimed. Parekh turned serious. He lowered his head and stood there respectfully. Dan Taishuan turned solemn, too, as she stared at the person in a white gown walking down the stone stairs. The people from White Eagle Nation became quiet. They all looked at the white figure. Chapter 580. Take her down to bring glory to our nation. Everyone's attention was attracted by the appearance of the high priest. When Wang Teng turned his head, his pupils constricted. 12-star general stage. This high priest was a 12-star general stage formidable warrior. Silence. The high priest stopped on the stone stairs. His expression was indifferent, as if he were a member of the clergy with no desires. Scanning the crowd below, his calm voice spread throughout the location. The surroundings turned quiet instantly. Everyone looked towards the high priest. Everyone, please follow me up the mountain. The high priest continued speaking after everyone quietened down. He turned around and walked up the stairs. The crowd exchanged glances with one another before following him. Let's go, Yoke scoffed. He led the young martial warriors up the stairs. Foster and Kun glared at Wang Teng viciously. The duel hadn't started, so they mustn't lose in the aura. Then they hurried after Yoke. The curly-haired lady Marcia turned and looked at Wang Teng. She winked at him lovingly. Wang Teng, your luck with ladies is not bad. Parik patted Wang Teng's shoulder and sniggered. As an experienced man, that lady might be flirtatious, but she's still a virgin, Wang Teng. So what did that have to do with him? Do you feel good? Dan Taishuan looked at him and also took a jab. What are you saying? I have no feelings towards this kind of bad lady. Wang Teng noticed Dan Taishuan's dangerous gaze, so he kept a stern face and replied to her in a righteous tone. Do you think I'll believe you? Dan Taishuan snorted. She turned and went up the stairs. Let's go. Your luck with ladies is indeed not bad. Zhu Yushao patted Wang Teng's shoulder while controlling her laughter. When Ji Ximing went past him, he suddenly stopped and said with a calm face, Wish you good luck. Take her down and bring glory to our nation. Luo Cheng maintained a serious expression as he spoke. Mu Zhiguo nodded. He seemed to agree with Luo Cheng, Wang Teng. To hell with bringing glory to the nation. You call this bringing glory to the nation. Where is your dignity? Wang Teng was speechless. He didn't think that these two quiet young men, Luo Cheng and Mu Zhiguo, would also tease him. They might seem shy, but they surely weren't. Furious, Wang Teng followed everyone up the stairs and up the mountain. How tall is Mount Saint? Why do we still need to climb? He asked as he walked. No one knows how tall it is, Parik answered. Is it because of the runes? Someone used the power of runes to expand this mountain. Wang Teng asked again. You saw it? Parik was shocked. Was it that difficult? Wang Teng glanced at him. Parik felt that Wang Teng was acting arrogant, but he didn't have the evidence to support his claim. However, he had the feeling that Wang Teng was exceptional. This fellow wasn't frightened when facing the talented martial warriors from White Eagle Nation. He could even suppress them. He also displayed his mastery of runes. This wasn't something a normal martial warrior could do. As they spoke, they came to a platform surrounded by clouds. Wang Teng stepped on the ground and glanced around him. The entire mountain ridge was snow-white, but there wasn't any snow accumulated on the ground. There were only light clouds and mist floating in the air. When these clouds dispersed, an ancient building appeared in everyone's vision. The walls were old and broken, and large stones were lying around them. Some broken statues could be seen collapsed or half-damaged. Wang Teng was stunned. This place looked extremely dilapidated. There was a huge battle here. So many things were damaged. However many generations of leaders of Mount Saint kept these structures to serve as a warning to their descendants, Parik explained. A huge battle? Wang Teng looked at him curiously. This happened a long time ago. I'm not sure about it either. Why did he bring us here? Look over there. Parik pointed in front. Wang Teng followed his finger. Amidst the clouds, he saw the faint outline of a large coliseum with broken rocks and pillars. That will be the venue of your duels, Parik said. I didn't think that I would come back to this place. Dan Teishuan glanced around her and lamented. She raised her head and looked at the sky. Memories floated into her mind. Wang Teng followed her gaze, and his pupils constricted. Further up the mountain path, he could see many ancient buildings built alongside the stairs. They winded up the mountain like a snake. These buildings were very simple. They were typical vertical column structures. Large white marble pillars with indentations stood erected, supporting the dome. It gave people a solemn and magnificent feeling. Every building was different, and each of them had its uniqueness. Some were square, some were circular. If you counted the buildings, you would discover that there were 12 of them in total. Right at the peak of the mountain behind these structures, there was a huge sculpture of a goddess. There was a battle cloak draped over the sculpture. The goddess wore a crown and held a strange half-moon-shaped weapon in her hand. In her other hand, she was clutching a shield and staring into the horizon. She looked extraordinary. Behind here, there was an exceptionally majestic and large building. It was erected on 3 layers of stone steps. The jade giant pillars, luminous colored columns, artistically chiseled roofs, and carved artwork on the walls formed this grand and spectacular building. Wang Teng was astounded. He didn't think that there would be such an amazing building on Mount Saint. These sculptures, these buildings, Mount Saint lived up to its name. The other people noticed the magical scene ahead, too. Many people gasped in amazement to express their astonishment. Parekh smiled proudly when he saw their reaction. Most people would give a similar expression when they saw the Holy Temple for the first time. He was used to it. "That is the Holy Temple," he said to Wang. "Teng, the Holy Temple." Wang Teng mumbled to himself. He asked curiously, "What's inside?" The greatest secret of Mount Saint is kept inside. At the same time, all the leaders of Mount Saint live there. The high priest, the sage, and the goddess, Parekh said with respect and admiration. Wang Teng was stunned. There was much information in his answer. The high priest was already a 12-star general stage martial warrior. So what about the sage and the goddess? Were they stronger? He wondered how many people there were inside. "What about the 12 buildings?" Wang Teng asked again. "Those are the 12 zodiac palaces and are the 12 temple guardians. 12 powerful holy knights reside in the temples. If anyone wants to enter the holy temple, they must defeat the holy knights first," Parekh explained. "Holy knights? How strong are they?" Wang Teng asked. "They're at least low-tier general stage and above." "The higher you go, the stronger they are." Parekh didn't hide the details. This was widely known to everyone. However, only a few people knew the real abilities of these holy knights. Chapter 581. Mutation Form. Wang Teng activated his spiritual sight and looked at the 12 palaces. He realized that there were indeed 12 extremely strong balls of light sitting in the palaces. The weakest is at the 11-star low-tier general stage. The strongest is 13-star high-tier general stage. Wang Teng gasped and sighed in his heart. Mount Saint has a strong foundation. Bang! A dull and strong bell tone from a clock echoed in the mountain. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound but couldn't see the clock. The high priest's voice came from the front. "Everyone, the time has come. We will be starting the duels. Please come forward to draw lots." The martial warriors from all the nations entered the large coliseum and scattered in the different corners. Then the representatives of the various countries went to the high priest to draw lots to decide the sequence of the first round of duels. After some time, Dan Teishuan came back. Wang Teng asked, "What's the result?" "We will be the third in line for the first round. Our opponent is Country Raf. The duels were random. The most important aim was to let the nations display their power. Hence, all they had to do was fight. No one cared about fairness. The strongest would last until the end. This was the principle of the duels in this exchange event. Jake Xiuming and the others looked in Country Raf's direction. The other party was watching them too. Their gaze collided in mid-air before they looked away silently. "Who's the first to go?" Dan Teishuan glanced at everyone and asked. They all looked at one another. Ren Qingchang stood up suddenly and said, "I'll go." Dan Taishuan turned to Wang Teng. There's no hurry. Let's see who our opponent sends out first. Wang Teng contemplated before saying. Ren Qingchang frowned, but he didn't say anything in the end. Wang Teng was right. He wasn't being biased, so he couldn't object to his decision. However, the arrogant Ren Qingchang still felt unhappy because Wang Teng was a level higher than him. The first match started in the Colosseum. Both parties entered the arena. This was a competition between the White Eagle Nation and the Large Eagle Nation. This was interesting. The White Eagle Nation and the Large Eagle Nation were related in certain ways. The White Eagle Nation was an immigration nation. Towards the end of the 15th century, the first batch of immigrants headed to the current location of the White Eagle Nation and built a colony there. As time progressed, the immigrants were unhappy with the governance of their original country, so an independence war occurred. To the Large Eagle Nation, the White Eagle Nation wasn't a real country. It wasn't legit. No one expected the White Eagle Nation to be able to ride on the wave of the era and progress at an unexpected speed to become one of the world's most powerful nations. It caught everyone off guard. The Large Eagle Nation couldn't do anything to them. However, whenever both sides met, there would always be conflict. A good show was about to start. The White Eagle Nation sent an 8-star soldier-level martial warrior, while the Large Eagle Nation sent a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. None of them chose to send their brigadier general stage martial warriors in the first round. It seemed like everyone had the same thought. They wanted to test the waters first before going all out. Anyway, there was a difference in level between the competing martial warriors. The White Eagle Nation was at a disadvantage. It looks like the White Eagle Nation will lose. Losing the first round will affect the morale of the team greatly, Kui Fei said. The people from White Eagle Nation are still as stupid and ignorant as ever. Parak scoffed. He didn't seem to have a good impression of them. I can sense your strong bitterness. Wang Teng glanced at Parak and continued, It's too early to judge. One's level doesn't represent one's ability. Do you think he will lose? Parak asked. Everyone looked at Wang Teng and frowned. Did he notice something? Wang Teng didn't reply to them and just stared at the arena. The duel started soon after. Both sides didn't waste any time and attacked instantly. The martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation was of the fire element, while the one from the Large Eagle Nation was an earth element martial warrior. The forces on their bodies exploded. When they collided in the center, an eruption occurred. Boom! The martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation was a level lower, so he suffered a defeat after the first round of exchange. He retreated a few steps from the collision. The martial warrior from the Large Eagle Nation laughed. He increased his speed and dashed towards the martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation. His weapon was a crusader sword, which was covered by thick earth force. At the same time, earth force sword conscious erupted. Ground-breaking slash, a loud roar escaped the mouth of the martial warrior from the Large Eagle Nation. The crusader sword gave off a frightening sword glow as it slashed towards the martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation. The martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation suddenly sneered when he saw this attack. Roar! A beast-like howl came from his mouth abruptly, and flames intertwined around his body. Then an astonishing change occurred to his body. His body suddenly expanded and grew longer. Scales started to appear on his skin, and he even grew a tail. His entire human form had changed. It was disgusting. The ferocious aura of a wild beast spread in the air. At this moment, the martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation was a wild beast. Dan Teixuan stood up from her seat suddenly. What is this? She wasn't the only one. The people from the other nations stood up too and stared intently at the martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation. There was bewilderment in their eyes. The martial warrior from the Large Eagle Nation squinted when he saw the change in his opponent. He felt a sense of danger instinctively, but his sword conscious was already released. It was too late to retract it. His gaze turned sharp as he released more force. He slashed his crusader sword down viciously. Boom! The martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation didn't dodge. The flames on his body gathered into a blade glow, which crashed into the Crusader's sword. Light exploded. The collision of the force swept throughout the arena, to everyone's surprise. The powerful attack didn't cause much damage to the ground of the Colosseum. Only some rock fragments and dust on the ground were blown into the air. Of course, no one dwelled on the sturdiness of the arena. All their attention was focused on the fight currently taking place. This was just an exploratory duel, but the sudden mutation of the White Eagle Nation's martial warrior had attracted everyone's gaze. The attention on this match was exceptionally high. Both parties separated amidst the fluctuation of forces. Then they clashed once again. Two rays of lights kept colliding violently in the arena. The red and yellow rays of light set off loud explosions. Suddenly, a figure flew out. It was the martial warrior from the Large Eagle Nation. The Crusader's sword in his hand was destroyed in the collision just now. His body had suffered a serious injury in the onslaught of fire force attacks from his opponent. He was vomiting blood continuously. Gasp. Everyone was dumbstruck. The mutation of the White Eagle Nation's martial warrior had given him so much power. He won against someone who had a higher level than him. 8-star soldier level versus 9-star soldier level. The 8-star soldier level won. Everyone's gaze was flickering. They looked at the mutated form of the martial warrior in deep thought. Wang Teng's eyes were shining as he picked up the attribute bubbles in the arena. Earth Force 80. Earth Sword, Conscious 35. Fire Force 65. Origin of Life 1, Chapter 582. Gene Martial Warrior, Origin of Life 1. Wang Teng was just picking up the bubbles out of habit. He wasn't expecting any good attributes from these two soldier stage martial warriors. But the truth was, no, the system gave him a tight slap in the face. Yet he loved it. He wished that the system could give him more slaps like this. The origin of life was a new attribute. As for its uses, he could guess from the name, but he wasn't sure. Wang Teng's gaze shimmered. As the origin of life merged into his body, he felt as if his entire body was floating. There was a comfortable sensation coming from the depth of his spirit. He almost couldn't control himself and moaned in delight. Fortunately, he reined himself in with his strong willpower. If not, this would become a dark history he could never erase. Wang Teng felt a little fearful and wiped his cold sweat secretly. Damn it, this attribute is irritating. What's wrong with you? Zhu Yushao noticed his weird expression and asked involuntarily. I'm fine. I just think that the strange appearance of the martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation is quite funny. Wang Teng came up with a random excuse, neither human nor beast. Dan Taishuan snorted. Wang Teng could sense that Dan Taishuan didn't like the mutation. He heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that no one was suspecting him. At this moment, Wang Teng finally understood what the origin of life was. Similar to his guess, it was an attribute that could replenish one's life. This was heaven-defying. To think that such a powerful attribute was dropped. If he continued collecting origin of life attributes, he could extend his life. Did this mean that he didn't have to be scared of dying? He wasn't scared of death. He just wanted a stable life. Honestly, it was unbelievable that this incredible attribute was dropped during the battle between the martial warriors from the White Eagle Nation and the Large Eagle Nation. But what was the reason? Could it be Wang Teng looked at the White Eagle Nation martial warrior below in contemplation? Because of the sudden mutation, the martial warrior from the Large Eagle Nation was at a disadvantage. Everyone thought that the battle had ended, but the martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation suddenly dashed forward and raised his arm, smashing it down on the head of the martial warrior from the Large Eagle Nation. I admit. The martial warrior from the Large Eagle Nation was flabbergasted. He wanted to admit defeat, but it was too late. Boom. The martial warrior from the Large Eagle Nation was violently punched into the ground. Fresh blood spurted everywhere, and he died instantly. The entire arena was silent. Everyone was shocked by the ruthlessness of the martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation. Who would have thought that he would suddenly launch a killing move? This was just a competition. Wasn't the martial warrior from White Eagle Nation afraid of intensifying the conflict between the two nations? In the past, everyone still maintained harmony on the surface. This would never happen unless the situation was uncontrollable. Was the White Eagle Nation crazy, atrocious? The martial warrior leading the large Eagle Nation was infuriated. He dashed into the arena and grabbed the martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation. Bang! At this moment, the leader of the White Eagle Nation, Yoke, appeared in front of him, and they exchanged a blow. Tap, tap, tap. The two of them retreated, multiple steps, and glared at each other. The martial warrior from the large Eagle Nation looked at his companion, who was lying motionless on the ground. His face was grim as he said angrily, "Yoke, this is too much." A hint of frustration flashed past Yoke's eyes. It was barely noticeable, though. He snorted and said, "Arnold, you're not a newbie anymore. Don't you know that there's always risk in a duel? You can't blame anyone." He had already admitted defeat. Arnold glared at Yoke and said, "He hadn't." Why didn't he say it? Earl Ear, Yoke wasn't afraid of making the situation worse. He refused to admit that they were wrong. "You," Arnold trembled in anger. He turned and shouted, "High Priest, what do you say?" The High Priest hesitated for a moment before saying, "The martial warrior from the Large Eagle Nation hadn't admitted defeat, but the martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation still killed him even though he was about to do so. He violated the rules of this exchange event. He will be banned from participating in future matches." "I accept this sentence," Yoke said immediately. Arnold had to swallow his frustrations. The High Priest wasn't helping either side, but rules were rules. He had nothing to say. "Leave." Yoke glared at the mutated martial warrior and walked towards the spectators' stand. The martial warrior had regained his human form. His face was pale, and the wild beast aura around him had disappeared. He followed Yoke obediently. Arnold was furious. He glared at the two martial warriors before taking the corpse of his companion and returning to the spectators' stand. The second match was between Country Neon and Country Bat. The duels resumed. In the spectators' stand, Wang Teng glanced in the direction of the White Eagle Nation and said, "Is there something wrong with the mutated martial warrior? He probably killed his opponent because he couldn't control his rage." Ji Xiaming, Mu Zhiguo, and many others were shocked by his statement. They hadn't noticed anything earlier, after all. When the martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation mutated, he looked clear-minded. He didn't seem to have lost his cool. "Yes." Dan Taishuan nodded and explained, "The White Eagle Nation has always been studying Jin martial warriors." Jin martial warrior, Ji Xiuming, and the others were astounded. This was unexpected, to think that the White Eagle Nation had succeeded in their research. "It looks like their study of Jin martial warriors is very in-depth, but there are still some flaws," Wang Teng said thoughtfully. "That situation occurs when the martial warrior's consciousness is overtaken by the wild beast's consciousness," Dan Taishuan said. "Be careful if you meet an opponent from the White Eagle Nation." Yes. Everyone was surprised. They nodded fervently. They had witnessed the battle clearly just now. After the martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation mutated, his ability surpassed his stage. This was enough for them to stay vigilant. But after this first case, the High Priest will raise his vigilance and not allow accidents to happen to the other martial warriors. If not, the exchange event will lose its purpose, Dan Taichuan continued. She glanced at the White Eagle Nation and sneered. "Also, I don't think White Eagle Nation dares to be too atrocious. It won't be able to bear the anger of all the nations. Do Jin martial warriors possess a lethal flaw?" Wang Teng touched his chin and asked. "Oh, why do you say so?" Dan Taishuan asked without giving a reply. "It's just a guess. Look at the mutated martial warrior. He seemed exhausted, as though he had fought 300 rounds with a female demon." Wang Teng said everyone was speechless. "What do you mean by fighting 300 rounds with a female demon? What kind of analogy is this? What was going through his mind? Why couldn't he think of something less strange? Human language, please." Dan Taishuan rolled her eyes at him. There's a problem with them." Wang Teng coughed awkwardly and replied. Everyone regained their composure and observed the warrior. They realized that Wang Teng was right. The mutated martial warrior seemed exceptionally exhausted. He was a little weak. Gene defect. Dan Teixuan suddenly smiled as she glanced at everyone. They all looked towards Dan Teixuan involuntarily. Astonishment appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. This seemed to be the reason draining the other party's life. Will the gene defect affect his lifespan? Wang Teng asked. I think so. I only know that the first batch of gene martial warriors didn't live long, Dan Teixuan replied. Wang Teng nodded and stopped asking further questions. This was enough. Without a doubt, the origin of life was an attribute dropped by the gene martial warrior. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. Were all of the White Eagle Nation's martial warriors gene martial warriors? If that was true, it would be a blast for him. The martial warriors from the White Eagle Nation suddenly shuddered. They felt an evil aura surging towards them. Yoke glanced around him curiously. At his moment, the battle between Country Bat and Country Neon had reached an intense stage. The winner would emerge very soon. It was Country Neon. This result was surprising. Country Neon wasn't big and had limited resources. Hence, they didn't have many talented martial warriors. It was unexpected that they won their first match. The martial warriors from Country Neon cheered happily as if they had achieved a great feat. Many people shook their heads. Some martial warriors from other countries even looked at them with contempt. They looked down on the martial warriors from Country Neon. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles in the arena. Wood Force 135, Metal Force 110, Wood Force 85. Next was the third match, Country Jia versus Country Raf. A tall and lofty man from Country Raf walked out and entered the arena. Ren Qingchang stood up too. Wang Teng glanced at the man. He had reached the 9-star soldier level, so Ren Qingchang should be able to handle it. He didn't stop him. Ren Qingchang walked into the arena and stood opposite his opponent. The match started instantly. Boom. Their forces exploded and collided with each other. Although the martial warrior from Country Raf seemed tall and muscular, his speed was astonishing. It was unexpected, however. Ren Qingchang wasn't an easy opponent to deal with. As a lightning element martial warrior, his first move attracted everyone's attention. Lightning force? Everyone was shocked. Country Jia breeds talents. This saying is correct, Yoke said in an eerie tone, his gaze turning sharp. So he's just at the 9-star soldier level, Fortes said. What do you know? He might not be able to make it this year, but what about the next? His stage is in the future, Yoke replied. A cold glint flashed past Fortes's eyes. Shall we get rid of him? Let's wait and see. This isn't a convenient place to act. Yoke hesitated. The match grew more and more intense, within a minute. The battle came to an end. Ren Qingchang's ability was solid. He had mastered his lighting physique, so his body was extremely strong. Lightning flashed around him and struck Country Raf's martial warrior furiously. The martial warrior from Country Raf flew back when he was in mid-air. Ren Qingchang appeared above him and kicked him viciously. Splurt. The martial warrior from Country Raf slammed on the ground with a loud bang. He curled into a ball and spurted blood out from his mouth, losing his consciousness immediately. Country Jia won this match. The martial warriors from the other nations were dumbfounded. They looked at Ren Qingchang with different emotions. No one knew what they were thinking. Ren Qingchang returned to the spectators' stand and glanced at Wang Teng. Then he sat down on his seat without saying a word. Wang Teng understood that gaze. This fellow was showing off his strength. He didn't care, though. Although Ren Qingchang was targeting him, he didn't take it to heart. Ren Qingchang had lost to him. No matter how much he tried, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Wang Teng was already ahead of him. There was no reason for him to look back. If Ren Qingchang decided to pull some tricks, Wang Teng didn't mind crushing him to death. But this fellow was a lightning attribute power bank. He had dropped many lightning attributes, and this was a good thing for Wang Teng. Lightning Force, 60. Lightning Force, 35. Lighting Physique, 12. The match continued. Martial warriors from all countries stepped out, and the battles were heated. After a round of probing, all the martial warriors below Brigadier General stage had fought a round. There were both loses and wins. Country Sia's path was exceptionally smooth. All the students won their opponent. No one lost. The martial warriors from other countries had grim expressions. The young generation of martial warriors from Country Sia was exceptional. All of them were the cream of the crop. Many people also noticed that Wang Teng hadn't made his move. Wang Teng looked the same age as Ji Xiaoming and the other students. However, he was sitting calmly in the spectators' stand and watching the matches. Could this young man be above the Brigadier General stage? The White Eagle Nation was paying attention to Country Sia all this while. They placed high importance on the martial warriors who hadn't acted. After all, the students in front had already executed great strength. How weak could the other people be? Fortes Kune and the martial warriors who interacted with Wang Teng had a deep impression of him, especially his domineering aura when he talked back to Fortes. They didn't dare to underestimate him. I think you're thinking too highly of him. No matter how strong they are, they won't be stronger than us, Fortes said angrily. They can be arrogant because they haven't met us. We'll show them our moves at that time. Kune smiled hideously. Be humble. Those martial warriors aren't easy to deal with. Marcia chuckled. Marcia? Do you like that little guy? Why are you speaking up for him? Kun looked at Marcia and scoffed. Kun. Fortes' face darkened. Everyone keep quiet. Yoke glared at them. Don't underestimate the martial warriors from Country Jia when you meet them. Don't use your gene mutation unless necessary either. Brother Yoke, we spent so much effort to obtain our gene ability. Why can't we use them? Kuni was unwilling to listen. The gene ability isn't perfect yet. You saw what happened before. During a real battle, you might not be able to control the wild beast's consciousness, Yoke reminded them gravely. He's too weak. His willpower isn't strong enough. We're different. Our willpower has passed many tests. We're much stronger than him, Fortes said. That's right, we're different. We can control our gene ability. Don't worry about us, Kune said. You forget it. You can do what you want. Don't blame me for not warning you if something goes south. Yoke snorted and left. The matches for today had ended. They would return to the little town to rest, and the event would continue tomorrow. Fortes and Kune didn't take Yoke's words seriously. On the other hand, Marcia stared thoughtfully at Yoke's back view. There was a strange glint in her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 583, I'm going to act for God and kill him. 7 p.m. in the hotel. Everyone dispersed after having their dinner. Wang Teng stood up, stretched his back, and sighed in satisfaction. He had to admit that the cuisine made by the Force chef here was unique and tasty in its own way. Since they were able to become Force chefs, they had their talents. However, the weakest member in Wang Teng's team was at the 9-star soldier level. Hence, the effects of ordinary Force dishes were very limited. They would have been greater if a Force chef master personally created dishes for them using high-class ingredients. Mount Saint wouldn't arrange a Force chef master to serve them specifically, though. Although Wang Teng was a Force chef master, this was his first time having Mount Saint cuisine, so he wasn't picky. He stood up and walked out of the hotel. Wang Teng, where are you going? Dan Taishuan frowned and asked, strolling around. Wang Teng waved his hand without turning his back and walked out of the hotel. This fellow Dan Taishuan was extremely frustrated. During the exchange, no one had any thoughts of playing. Only this heartless fellow didn't take the global exchange event to heart. He continued playing and eating as he should. Others might think that he was using the country's money to go on a holiday. Ren Qingchang, Ji Xiaoming, and the others felt a little envious when they saw Wang Teng leaving. After a round of battle today, they didn't have any energy left to play. On the other hand, Wang Teng sat on the spectator's stand the entire day and didn't move a single finger. Everyone felt a little exasperated when they thought about this. They started to feel unhappy. Enjoy him. Have a good rest and prepare for tomorrow's event. Dan Taishuan felt helpless. She consoled the other students and chased them back to rest. Force Chef 20. Force Chef 38. Wang Teng walked along the street and used his spiritual kinesis to pick up the force chef attributes scattered around him. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, the methods of cooking Mount Saint dishes floated into his mind. Force chef, 1368-3000, master. Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. As an outstanding and all-rounded youth, he mustn't give up his cooking skills. As the saying went, to secure the heart of a woman, one must secure her appetite first. Wang Teng felt that with his cooking skill he could probably get the hearts and appetites of many ladies. He touched his chin and suddenly thought of something. Wouldn't it be impressive if he was able to grasp the recipes of all the different cuisines in the world? At that time, which lady would be able to resist his delicious food? Oh my God! Oh my God! All right, it's decided. I will be an all-rounded Epicurean. Wang Teng had never been so resolute. After leaving the food street, Wang Teng hid his figure and merged into the darkness like a dark spirit. He sneaked into the museum. Hello, I'm back again. Wang Teng repeated the same steps and took the crystal skull out from the display while hiding it from everyone. He carried it as he collected attributes from it. This image was unbearable. Imperial Realm Enlightenment. 2. Imperial Realm Spirit. 1. Imperial Realm Spirit. 3. Imperial Realm Enlightenment 1. As he collected attributes, he seeped his spiritual power into the crystal skull and used it to nourish his spiritual power, two effects simultaneously. The results were amazing. This feels good. Other people could use the crystal skull to nourish their spiritual power, but no one had discovered this method. They didn't have the luck. Wang Teng was delighted. He collected attributes the entire night and only left the museum unwillingly when he felt that it was almost time. Enlightenment. 166-3000 Imperial Realm. Spirit 19-4-3000 Imperial Realm. His enlightenment rose by 31 points and his spirit by 36 points. The most important thing was both attributes were at the Imperial Realm. During normal times, it was extremely difficult for him to raise his Imperial Realm spirit and enlightenment. The crystal skull was like a portable battery for him. Wang Teng's desire to get the crystal skull got stronger. He must get it. They were wasting it by putting it on display. Why not just give it to him? The next day, everyone gathered in the ancient Colosseum again. It was early in the morning, so there was a faint morning mist hovering in the mountains. It covered the sky, and the sculptures and buildings on the peak appeared more holy in the ambiance. Wang Teng stood at the edge of the Colosseum and looked towards the peak. After a while, he retracted his gaze and sat down. The atmosphere between the various nations had gotten tenser. Competitiveness floated lightly in the air above the Colosseum. A figure floated down from the peak. It was the high priest who was dressed in a white gown. He glanced around him and said calmly, "Everyone, we will not be drawing lots today. You are free to challenge any opponent." Never been used before. Everyone was shocked when the high priest suddenly changed the rules. "High priest, why did you suddenly change the method?" Yoke from White Eagle Nation frowned and asked. "This is a decision jointly made by the leaders of the Holy Temple. I didn't make the decision. If you have any questions, you can challenge the 12 Zodiac Palaces and lodge your appeal, or you can leave this exchange event," the high priest said indifferently. This was a decision made by the Holy Temple. Although everyone was astounded, they didn't say anything. There might be some changes to the duels because of the freedom of choice. For instance, the rules of the past wouldn't work now. However, the decision was finalized, so no one had anything to say. If there are no questions, the duels will start now. The high priest floated to the edge of the Colosseum after he finished speaking and waited for the martial warriors from the various nations to enter the arena. All the nations turned quiet as they stared at one another. No one wanted to be the first one. Wang Teng was bored. He took out a table from his space ring and placed some fruits and snacks on it. Then he sat there and ate his food happily. He was so bored when watching the matches yesterday, so he had a sudden idea while touring the streets last night. He bought some food and look, They were put to use today. He admired his cleverness. Wang Teng silently gave himself many thumbs up. Dan Taishuan and the others were stunned by his actions, staring at him in a daze. They didn't know what to say. The martial warriors from the other countries felt their jaws almost dropping to the ground. They stared at Wang Teng with a weird expression. Was there something wrong with his brain? Didn't he know what occasion this was? A tinge of bewilderment appeared on the high priest's calm face. He felt that his frame of mind, which he had cultivated for many years, was being stepped on by this young man from country Saya. He must be a devil. Let me act for God and kill him. The high priest took a deep breath before he managed to calm his emotions. He chased away the rashness in his heart and resumed the nobility and indifference of a high priest. At this moment, someone from the White Eagle Nation walked out and came to the center of the Colosseum. He pointed at Wang Teng and shouted angrily, "I, Fortes, want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Chapter 584. Young man, your sword conscience isn't hard enough. Wang Teng was happily chewing on a piece of crispy and juicy fried codfish when he suddenly saw Fortes from the White Eagle Nation challenging him. He was stunned. This person wanted to challenge him. Wang Teng turned and glanced around him. Everyone was looking at him. He pointed at his nose uncontrollably. He was planning to watch a good show and never thought that he would be the first one in the arena. Director, this script isn't right. Shouldn't the main lead be the last to appear? Also, why did that idiot have to choose him? Did he think that he was too free? Hurry up. Don't embarrass yourself here, Dan Taishuan said helplessly. Why does he have to choose me? Wang Teng was furious. Did Fortes think that he was a weakling and was easy to bully? Well, you love to create a scene. The hunter will shoot the bird that sticks out. Besides you, who can he look for? Zhu Yushao laughed at his plight. What do you mean by making a scene? Isn't it boring to watch the duels without doing anything else? If I don't have some food, how can I pass the time? Wang Teng was unhappy, but he still stood up. Since the other party had offered a challenge, it was useless to say anything else. He couldn't evade the challenge. Look after this food. I'll come back soon. The moment he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot and reappeared in the arena. Fast, Ren Qingtang and the others were shocked when they saw this scene. Wang Teng had just casually displayed a small portion of his strength, but it was enough to make them feel helpless. It was like a huge gap they could never surpass. In the arena, Fortes' pupils constricted slightly when he saw Wang Teng suddenly appearing not far away from him. Dust flew below his feet. He felt that he might have underestimated this young man from country Saya. You interrupted my meal. Wang Teng's gaze was unfriendly. He glared at Fortes and continued, Come on, let's end this quickly. The veins on Fortes' head popped out. Wang Teng's tone made him feel that he was looking down on him. His anger exploded, and he glared at Wang Teng. He squeezed the words out of his mouth. You're looking for death. Boom! The moment he finished speaking, he stomped his feet on the ground and shot out like a golden arrow. He dashed towards Wang Teng. A pair of swords had appeared in his hands. They formed a sharp sword glow. He stabbed the sword in his right hand at Wang Teng's chest, while sweeping the one in his left hand horizontally to block his path of retreat. Wang Teng's expression was calm. His body twisted in an extremely strange posture and evaded Fortes' attack easily. Fortes' expression changed slightly. The swords in his hands danced, launching an attack on Wang Teng one after another. The sword aura filled up the air and inundated him entirely. However, Wang Teng's battle awareness was too powerful. He moved his feet as if he were strolling in the park. His opponent's attacks all failed in the spectators' stand. The people from the White Eagle Nation were watching the duel grimly. That martial warrior from country Za is powerful, Kun said in a low voice. Fortes is too impatient. He's being led by his opponent. If he doesn't break free soon, he will be at a disadvantage. Yoke shook his head and said, In AI. Fortes is an arrogant person. In not allowing himself to lose to Wang Teng, he has lost his calm, Marcia said with bright eyes. The martial warriors from the large Eagle Nation were watching the duel too. This Wang Teng is quite interesting. Arnold looked at the young man and said with a smile, "Gerald, he might become your opponent. If that's all of his ability, it isn't enough." Gerald was handsome and had golden hair. His gaze was indifferent. "That's true. However, the real formidable warriors from the White Eagle Nation haven't appeared yet," Arnold said. Gerald turned serious and nodded. A lofty martial warrior that looked like a bear from Country Boar looked at Wang Teng and Fortes in the arena. He laughed and said, "Are they playing a game? Don't mind them, Valeria. Your opponents are not them." A martial warrior of similar size looked at the lady beside him in admiration. That was right. This bulky martial warrior was a lady. Her limbs were thick, and she was taller than 2 meters. Despite the bulging muscles on her body, she had an exquisite face like a Barbie doll, a King Kong Barbie in Country Neon's direction, a 1. 5 meters tall lady was quietly watching the battle below with no expression on her face. "Tongji, can you gauge his strength?" the man beside her asked. "I can't. The man from Country Zaya is very mysterious." A strange light glimmered in Tongji's eyes. There were no fluctuations in her voice, though. "Even you can't tell anything," the man muttered. In the arena, Fortes was raging because he couldn't hit Wang Teng no matter how hard he tried. His eyes turned red and he panted heavily. He screamed, "Are you a monkey? Do you only know how to dodge? Come and fight with me head on." Wang Teng suddenly stopped in his tracks and glared at Fortes. "Take back your words." Fortes ignored him. Instead, a tinge of delight flashed past his eyes. Contempt appeared in his gaze as he dashed towards Wang Teng. "Die." The 2 swords slashed through the air. Fortes didn't hold back at all. Golden sword conscious exploded and submerged Wang Teng. Wang Teng stood in the same spot with a cold expression. Suddenly he raised his arm and grabbed the golden sword conscious. Everyone was flabbergasted. Was he looking for death? He grabbed the sword conscious with his bare hands. Was there something wrong with his brain? He's overestimating himself. Dan Teixuan stood up immediately. Her expression changed slightly. Fortes smiled hideously. He was mocking Wang Teng for overestimating himself. Even a low-tier general stage martial warrior didn't dare to welcome his golden sword conscious with his hands. Wang Teng was looking for death. Bang. The next instant, Fortes widened his eyes in surprise. Wang Teng had grabbed the golden sword glow successfully. Then he crumbled it with his hands. He crumbled it under everyone's gaze. The golden sword conscious shattered inch by inch. It was destroyed. This scene was too stimulating. It was hard to believe that someone could destroy sword conscious with their physical body. Did Wang Teng train his physique especially? The martial warriors who didn't place much attention on him stood up one after another and stared at Wang Teng with their eyes wide open. Dan Teixuan let out a long sigh. Her eyes were glistening. She had underestimated Wang Teng. Even his physical body was so powerful. In the arena, Wang Teng destroyed the golden sword conscious and raised his head. With a gentle smile, he looked at Fortes. "Young man, your sword conscious isn't hard enough." "Damn it." Fortes retreated instantly. This scene had stimulated him greatly, and he felt a strong sense of danger from Wang Teng. Too naive. Wang Teng shook his head and disappeared. Fortes was dumbfounded. He searched for Wang Teng's figure around him, behind you. Right then, a calm voice sounded beside his ear. It was inches away from him. Oh shit. Fortes wanted to turn his head, but it was too late. Bang, a dull sound was heard beside him. Fortes felt a huge knock on his head and excruciating pain. His vision went black. Everyone looked into the arena. A golden brick had suddenly appeared in Wang Teng's hand, leaving them stunned. Dan Teixuan covered her face. Chapter 585. Hurry up and mutate. Hurry, embarrassing. He had embarrassed himself in front of the world. This was an international exchange event, and all the talents from the various nations were gathered here. It wasn't just a simple competition. They were fighting for their dignity. Why couldn't Wang Teng be more serious? He could have acted cool or put on a show. Anything was better than this. Is he trying to promote our nation's culture by using a brick as his weapon? What's more, it's a golden brick. Doesn't he find it tacky? Dan Taishuan covered her face. She didn't want to look at Wang Teng. She wanted to cut ties with him. Everyone's gaze was so strange. They were looking at Wang Teng as if he was a weirdo, actually. Most of the martial warriors were in a daze. They looked back and forth between Wang Teng and Fortes, especially at the large bump behind the latter's head. They shuddered. Goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. Even the high priest was speechless. His calmness was at the edge of breaking down once again. There seemed to be thunder roaring in his mind. He was dumbstruck because of Wang Teng. Zhu Yushao took a deep breath and asked, "That's Wang Teng's weapon." Kui Fei, Yan Bo, and the others turned to Dan Taishuan. They weren't familiar with Wang Teng, so they didn't know that he had this move. They were filled with curiosity. As a renowned talent, was it appropriate to use a brick as his weapon? Didn't he find it humiliating? Even the quiet and dull Mu Zhiguo stared at Dan Taishuan, hoping to get some information from her mouth. Ji, Xiaming, Luo Cheng, and the other students had witnessed Wang Teng's antics during the national #1 martial arts competition, so they were extremely familiar with the brick. When they saw the expressions of disbelief on other people's faces, they gave them a "you're like frogs in a well" look. They found it normal. Seriously, everyone regained their senses and was dumbfounded. They felt that they were being led in the wrong direction, so they hurriedly shook their heads to get rid of this frightening thought. But why did it feel refreshing to see Fortes lying on the ground in a miserable state? The people from the White Eagle Nation were eerily silent. The talent from their nation was thrown onto the ground with a brick. This might be the best joke for the year for the White Eagle Nation. Yoke was shaking, with his vision going black. He had a bad feeling. Although there wasn't any live broadcast for this exchange event, no one could hide the things that happened here. A big piece of news like this wouldn't be forgotten when the exchange ended. No, when the day ended, this piece of news would spread to the entire world. The headlines of all media outlets might be this: "Oh my God, a contestant of the White Eagle Nation got smashed to the ground by a brick from Country Zaya's fighter." Is the White Eagle Nation too weak, or is Country Shia too pervert? Yoke didn't dare to continue thinking. He grabbed the table beside him and yelled, "Fortes, get up! Use your gene ability! Fuck, you idiot!" He couldn't care about his image at this juncture. He even started cursing. He had forgotten how he had warned the martial warriors against using their gene ability. To hell with using it carefully. They had been embarrassed in front of the world. What was the point of using it cautiously? The martial warriors from the other nations felt sorry for Yoke when they saw him jumping in anger. It was tragic. Yoke's shout might have had some effect. Fortes, who was on the ground, suddenly twitched. A fierce aura gradually floated out from his body. Wang Teng wasn't shocked. Instead, he felt elated, and his eyes lit up like bulbs. Good riddance. He was mutating. What did this mean? It meant that there would be origin of life attributes. Wang Teng looked at Fortes excitedly. Hurry up and mutate. Hurry, Zhu Yushao and the others didn't know what he was thinking. When they saw Fortes climbing up and using his gene ability, their expressions changed. Make your move. What's that fellow waiting for? Zhu Yushao turned grave, feeling agitated. Dan Taishuan frowned. Looking at the situation in the arena, she was worried. They weren't the only ones. The martial warriors from the other countries didn't understand why Wang Teng didn't attack when he had the chance. This young man is too confident. He's waiting for the other party to finish his mutation. Gerald from the Large Eagle Nation commented, "EA, overconfidence is arrogance. I want to see how he will deal with it." Arnold smiled. The middle-aged man, Shanben Quan, from Country Neon, said, "Wang Teng is strange." Yes, he's strange. Tongji, who was beside him, didn't say anything. She looked at the arena below expressionlessly, but one could see the excitement in her gaze. Wang Teng picked up the dropped attributes while watching Fortes mutating. Spiritual Realm, Spirit 35, Spiritual Realm, Spirit 38, Metal Force 120. That beating was worth it. Look, He had dropped many spiritual realm enlightenment and spirit attributes. Although this was just an appetizer for him, it was still food. He wasn't picky. Suddenly, Wang Teng's eyes lit up. It dropped, it dropped, it dropped. Origin of Life 2, Origin of Life 1, as expected. Origin of Life attributes had dropped again. There were 3 points in total, 2 more than the previous martial warrior. Wang Teng almost screamed in joy. This felt amazing. He pulled an emergency brake on his emotions before looking at his attributes panel. Origin of Life 1354. After picking up the Origin of Life, a new row had appeared on his attributes panel. Originally, he had 1350 points of Origin of Life. With the additional 3 points and the 1 point from before, it became 1354. Wang Teng didn't know what this number meant, but as the Origin of Life increased, the comfortable feeling got stronger. This was a direct benefit that others would die to have. Wang Teng was satisfied. Roar. Suddenly, a furious roar came from ahead of him. Fortez's mutation was finished within a few breaths. He raised his head abruptly and glared at Wang Teng with his vertical pupils like that of a wild beast. His appearance had changed entirely. Black scales grew on his body, and his hands transformed into sharp claws. They were giving off a metallic glow. His gaze was ruthless, but when he met Wang Teng's eyes, he was stunned. Why did that guy look like he was chuckling? "Why are you laughing?" Fortez said angrily. His gaze was dangerous. "Am I?" Wang Teng kept a straight face and denied it. "You must be wrong. I'm not laughing. You're not funny at all, Fortez. Anyway, you look so ugly now." Wang Teng sized up Fortez and commented. The veins on Fortez's head started jumping. Damn it, this fellow had just sprinkled salt on his wound. His mutated form was too ugly. It was destroying his handsome image. Chapter 586. Sorry, I didn't stop in time. Fortez felt that he was very handsome. The only regret he had for his mutated form was that it was too ugly. At first, he had automatically forgotten about it. He decided that he would immediately resume his normal form after this match. He never expected to get exposed by this fellow in front of him. Why did he have to talk about it? Why was this brat so irritating? Humans took many years to evolve from wild beasts to a civilized species. Why are y'all going backward? Is it fun to be wild beasts? Wang Teng shook his head and continued as if he hadn't noticed Fortez's expression. Fortez's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was furious. Wang Teng was too irritating. They took pride in their gene ability, but Wang Teng treated them as wild beasts. This was unbearable. Why do you have to be animals when you can be a human? Do you like that style more? Wang Teng touched his chin and wondered aloud. Fortez, the people from the White Eagle Nation, the martial warriors from around the world, Dan Taichuan and the others, like this style. What did he think the people from the White Eagle Nation were? Perverts? Wang Teng's voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear it clearly since they were all martial warriors. They were speechless. This fellow was evil. He could anger someone to death with his words alone. Everyone looked at the martial warriors from the White Eagle Nation. They felt delighted at their plight. I heard that the White Eagle Nation, Wang Teng still wanted to say something, but Fortez didn't want to hear his nonsense anymore. Shut up, Fortez exploded in anger. With a bellow, his body disappeared on the spot. He turned into lingering shadows as he charged towards Wang Teng. Die. At this moment, Fortez's speed and strength both rose by a huge margin. He was much stronger than before. The force in his body erupted. The swords in his hands gave out a sharp sword aura as he slashed them out. Metal sword conscious, 5th level. Fortez's metal sword aura seemed to have received a boost, reaching the 5th level. It was extremely sharp, so much so that it seemed to be able to cut the air. Sword marks started to appear on the sturdy grounds of the Colosseum. Dust flew in the air. Wang Teng stood under the powerful sword conscious like a weak and helpless little grass. Can he block it? The same question appeared in the hearts of all the martial warriors who were watching this scene. They placed high importance on the gene ability of the White Eagle Nation's martial warriors. They wanted to see the difference between ordinary martial warriors and the White Eagle Nation's martial warriors under the influence of their gene ability. But unexpectedly, Wang Teng didn't do anything. He allowed the sword glow to crash down. Boom! The sword glow engulfed Wang Teng's entire body while force explosions occurred in the area. The residual force was frightening as it spread out. He's defeated. Luo Cheng and the others stared below in disbelief. How could that person, who was so much stronger than them, get defeated so easily? In the sky? Dan Teishuan looked up. She wasn't the only one. Many other martial warriors noticed something amiss and looked up. Astonishment appeared in the high priest's eyes. He looked at the sky and said, "This young man is interesting." A black figure soared down from the sky amid a golden light, creating a beautiful arc. Fortes was astounded. He leaned back and wanted to evade the attack. Seeing through the opponent's dodge, a cold smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips. He lowered his body and sent the brick to Fortes's head. Boom. The brick smashed onto Fortes directly, throwing him more than 10 meters back. He was slammed on the ground. Fortes's head had gotten harder after his mutation. He shook his head and leaped up, roaring in anger as he dashed towards Wang Teng again. "Your head is hard." Wang Teng was a little surprised before he vanished once again. Fortes's heart skipped a beat when he saw Wang Teng disappearing. He had suffered terribly because of this strange footwork just now and got a beating in his head. He could still feel the lingering fear. This fellow was sly. He loved a sneak attack. This time he had learned his lesson. Since he couldn't find Wang Teng, he waved his swords and blocked his body in all directions. "I'm here." Wang Teng's figure suddenly appeared on Fortes's left. He chuckled. Boom! Fortes was prepared as he slashed his long sword to the left. Unfortunately, Wang Teng had disappeared again, leaving only his lingering shadow behind. "Where are you hitting? Have you gone blind?" "I'm here." Wang Teng's voice was heard from behind him. Fortes jumped up in fright. He swung his long sword back without any time to think, but he missed again. Wang Teng continued to appear and disappear around Fortes, forming lingering shadows and keeping Fortes's eyes fully occupied. Fortes was getting dizzy. He didn't know where the real Wang Teng was. "Fortes is going to lose." Tangji shook her head. Gerald from the Large Eagle Nation and Valeria from Country Boar shook their heads too. They knew that Fortes was losing. This idiot. Yoke's expression was ugly. He cursed in his heart. Kun and the others wore grim expressions on their faces. They felt furious. This young man was playing with them. The martial warrior from Country Zia was evil. In the arena, Wang Teng noticed that Fortes had completely lost control. His eyeballs were blood red, and he was screaming and tossing around crazily. Wang Teng knew that he had taken all the attributes he could, so he stepped out abruptly and entered the territory of his dancing sword glows. He slammed his brick out. Bang, bang, Wang Teng didn't hold back at all, smashing the brick again and again on Fortes's face. Fortes was stunned by the beating. He spun on the spot with stars in his eyes. A brigadier general stage martial warrior was slapped in the face by a brick until he couldn't make sense of his surroundings. One could tell how ruthless Wang Teng was after a few seconds. Fortes's face was swollen like a pig's head. There were many bumps on his head. He looked tragic. Anyone who saw him would praise his dignified look. Now, enough. A shout suddenly came from the White Eagle Nation's direction. Wang Teng's hand paused in the air, the metal brick stopping less than 10 centimeters away from Fortes's face. He turned and looked at Yoke. "We admit defeat," Yoke said coldly. Boom! The moment he finished, Wang Teng's brick suddenly dropped. Fortes was thrown off his feet. He slammed onto the ground heavily and fainted. Yoke was infuriated. "I'm sorry. I couldn't stop in time. I didn't do it on purpose." Wang Teng looked at him innocently. "Bitch!" Yoke was so angry he wanted to vomit blood. This bastard was a devil. He was inhumane. Gasp. The battle ended, and everyone gasped in shock upon seeing Fortes's appearance. This young man was heartless. Fortes was beaten so badly that one couldn't see his face anymore. His head was swollen to twice its original size. It was miserable. Even a brigadier general stage martial warrior would have a concussion after this beating. They looked at Wang Teng in the arena. He blew his brick as if he was blowing away the dust on it. He seemed to treasure his brick dearly. Weirdo. This fellow was definitely a weirdo. Chapter 587. Poisonous Milk. Silence. The Colosseum had turned eerily silent. No one had ever thought that you could fight in such a manner and have a duel like this, especially the foreigners. They felt that they had gained some exposure. This was the Global Exchange Conference. Even if you didn't plan to have an exciting and glamorous match, you should take care of your dignity. You bastard. The martial warriors found the edge of their lips twitching as they stared at the unconscious Fortes in the Colosseum. They found the ghastly sight of his swollen head a little funny, but soon after, they started sympathizing with him. What a poor little thing. How could he be so unlucky? Everyone's gaze turned ambiguous as they looked at Wang Teng again, fear. Even the talents who hadn't started fighting, for instance, Gerald, Valeria, and Tongji, felt fear in their hearts. Their gazes flickered, and their heads were hurting. It would be troublesome if they met this fellow. They were using a unique way to acknowledge Wang Teng's ability. Cough. The high priest finally regained his composure. His expression wasn't good, though. As the culprit who broke his calm mentality, he didn't give Wang Teng any kind expressions. He didn't want to see that irritating face at all. He turned and said to Yoke, "Fortes from the White Eagle Nation has lost this duel. Please bring him down." Yoke's face was black. He felt even more humiliated. He rushed into the arena, lifted Fortes up, and glared at Wang Teng. "Don't look at me like that. It seems as if I hooked up with your sister." Wang Teng rolled his eyes. Yoke. His face turned green instantly. How did this bastard know that he had a sister? Yoke's anger exploded. In the past, he would break the legs of anyone who dared to lay their eyes on his dear little sister. But this fellow in front of him was a little hard to deal with. He wasn't sure if he could break Wang Teng's legs. Wang Teng suddenly realized that the man's expression had turned extremely ugly, and his gaze was vicious. He was stunned. What did he say? Why did this fellow look as if he wanted to kill him? Wait, did he really have a younger sister? Wang Teng's expression turned weird. He probed, "If you have a younger sister and she's pretty, you can introduce her to me." Screech. This was the sound of Yoke gritting his teeth. Yoke glared at Wang Teng like he was dead meat. His eyes had turned red. If he wasn't in the middle of a global event, if his identity didn't allow him to act on impulse, he would have fought with Wang Teng right then and there. "You good." He squeezed these two words out of his mouth and left. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself if he took another look at Wang Teng. "Sigh, brother-in-law, don't leave, we can discuss." Wang Teng shouted when he saw Yoke leaving in a hurry. Yoke stumbled midway. He panted heavily before picking up his pace. He wanted to keep his distance from this bastard. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly when he saw Yoke evading him as if he were a poisonous scorpion. He felt that the other party had some misunderstanding towards him. He sighed and decided that he would explain to him properly when he had the chance. He wanted to change Yoke's perception of him and ask him to introduce his younger sister to him along the way. Wang Teng felt that no one in this world understood him. He lowered his head. Multiple attribute bubbles were floating on the ground. They looked round and cute. Spiritual Realm Spirit 80. Spiritual Realm Enlightenment 125. Origin of Life 2. Metal Force 350. Dual Wielding Skill 60. Wang Teng silently counted the attribute bubbles before turning and walking towards the spectator's stand. He touched his chin. Indeed, the beating wasn't a waste. A sizable number of spiritual realm enlightenment and spirit were dropped. This was the right way to get benefits from others. Also, he received 2 more points of Origin of Life. His Origin of Life was at 1,356 points now. A milky white glow merged into Wang Teng's body, basking him in invisible white light. Others couldn't see the light, though. Ah, Wang Teng moaned in his heart. His entire body felt stretched. It was extremely comfortable. This was poisonous milk. It was amazing, but it was poisonous. Wang Teng shuddered. His gaze changed a few times as he walked towards the spectator's stand. Dan Takshuan and the others were staring at him strangely.
You have offended the people from the White Eagle Nation.
Zhu Yushao said after much hesitation. They aren't so narrow-minded, right? This was a normal duel, Wang Teng said guiltily as he looked in the White Eagle Nation's direction. A normal duel? Everyone looked at him in astonishment. Wang Teng felt uncomfortable under their gazes. His head turned numb. Look at how heavy you hit him. Do you think it's considered a normal duel? Don't you have some conscience? Zhao Yuanwu mocked. What do you know? I know my boundaries. His appearance might be a little ugly, but he will get better after 2 days. I'm doing my best to maintain the good relationship between our countries, but y'all are framing me. This is so disappointing, Wang Teng said righteously. Everyone was shocked by Wang Teng's shamelessness. They didn't know what to say. You hit him until he turned into a pig's head, but you say that it was just a little ugly? Did you just say you're trying your best to maintain a good relationship between the two countries? Do you think our relationship could be good after what happened? If Fortes doesn't charge towards you the next time he sees you, we will use your surname. Zhao Yuanwu smiled coldly. Don't you can change your surname if you want to. Don't drag us into it, Ren Qingsang said, but honestly don't think of having a good relationship with them. It's unrealistic. Ji Xiuming patted Wang Teng's shoulder and said in a meaningful tone, You don't understand. Trust me, he will smile at me when he sees me again, Wang Teng said firmly. I. They lost their words again. Was there something wrong with his head? He had beaten him up so badly. Why would he smile at him? Well, unless his head was spoiled from the beating. While they were arguing, the matches continued. A martial warrior from Country Boar came down and shouted, I, Andrew, will like to challenge the large Eagle Nation. Wang Teng glanced at the lofty person below. He sat down and happily watched the match while eating his food. I'll do it. A martial warrior from the large Eagle Nation walked out and entered the Colosseum. Please give your name, Andrew said. William, the martial warrior from the large Eagle Nation, said, Pfft. Wang Teng spurted out his drink. Their names were Andrew and William. These names were extremely common in their country. Many people had the same name. What's so funny? Zhu Yushao looked at him strangely and asked, I'm not laughing. Watch the match. Watch the match. Wang Teng stammered and changed the topic. Zhu Yushao shook her head speechlessly. She felt that Wang Teng was a little crazy. Did he knock his head when he was a child? As they spoke, Andrew and William started fighting. Chapter 588. Wang Teng felt enlightened. Boom, the battle below was extremely exciting. The two of them went back and forth, colliding with each other violently in the wide Colosseum and causing force explosions. Everyone felt that the duel had gone back on track. That was it. This was the real competition. Wang Teng and Fortes' match wasn't counted at all. Wang Teng seemed to be watching the match, but he was actually focused on his attributes panel. He had obtained a dual-wielding skill attribute bubble earlier, and was going through the relevant information in his mind. Rather than calling it a battle technique, it was more appropriate to call it a way of using two swords simultaneously. It was quite useful. At times, using two swords would give him a huge advantage. Through the battle with Fortes, Wang Teng could feel that his dual wielding was extremely sharp and accurate. If he wasn't fast enough, it would have been hard for him to resist Fortes' onslaught of attacks. Fortes' ability was much weaker than him. He would be able to execute the dual-wielding skill to a higher level. Just imagine if he carried two swords in his hands during a battle and chopped his way through. How beautiful would that scene be? Boom. A loud explosion came from the arena. The contestants' fists collided, and a powerful force was released, sweeping through the entire Colosseum. Andrew, from Country Boar, has reached 6th level fist conscious. We can't underestimate any of these talents, Kui Fei said. The water fist conscious of the large Eagle Nation's martial warrior has reached 5th level too. His force cultivation is higher, so they're of equal strength. Yan Bo analyzed. They commented as they watched the competition. Mu Zhiguo and the others agreed with their opinions. These two people had a similar ability, but in terms of combat prowess, Andrew, who had reached 6th level fist conscious, was stronger. Boom! As expected, after a few more exchanges, William vomited blood and was thrown into the air. He lost. The match ended, and William from the large Eagle Nation left the arena with regret. The people from Country Boar were elated. They gathered around Andrew and laughed happily. Wang Teng was happy too. He glanced at the attribute bubbles dropped in the arena and swept them over with his spiritual power. Earth Force 380, Earth Fist Conscious 120, Water Force 420, Water Fist Conscious 90. There were 2 Fist Conscious attributes. Wang Teng was delighted. One was Earth and the other was Water. They were both what he needed. The Mirage Mountain Fist Conscious and the Ape King Fist Conscious were both Earth Fist Consciouses. Wang Teng wanted to stack this Fist Conscious on the Mirage Mountain Fist Conscious. Among these 2 Fist Consciouses, the Mirage Mountain Fist was stronger. Mirage Mountain Fist, 355,000, 5th level. The growth of his Mirage Mountain Fist Conscious came from him picking up attribute bubbles as well as his own cultivation. Then there was the Water Fist Conscious. He didn't possess this Fist Conscious, so this was another skill for him. As the Water Fist Conscious attribute bubble merged into his body, memories started to appear in Wang Teng's mind. A figure was practicing his fist skills in the water, day after day, year after year. Finally, he understood the movement of water and was able to release endless water conscious when he punched out. The intensity of his fist skill increased exponentially. The combination of Water Fist Conscious and Earth Fist Conscious, the coupling of delicacy and power could create a stronger effect. This thought suddenly appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Water Fist Conscious, 91,000, 1st level. He had just collected the Water Fist Conscious, so its level was very low. If he wanted to combine these 2 Fist Consciouses, they must be at similar levels. If not, they wouldn't be able to merge into a whole. The stronger one would just override the weaker one. The Earth Force and Water Force helped him strengthen his foundation so that he could reach the next realm quickly. Even if he didn't participate in the matches, he could have a huge gain. There were so many talents here. Imagine how many bubbles he could pick. The martial warriors from different countries came out one after another, but they were all ordinary. They were strong, but not eye-catching. However, to Wang Teng there was no difference. They were all tools that dropped attribute bubbles for him. Wood Force 450, Wood Fist Conscious 150, Spiritual Realm Spirit 120, Origin of Life 3, Fire Force 520, Fire Fist Conscious 180, Water Force 360, Water Blade Conscious 95. It had to be said that the martial warriors present were indeed the top talents from the various countries. Almost everyone had enlightened a certain conscious. They were all different. Some were weak while others were stronger. Without any exception, though, they were all above the 4th level. This made things easier for Wang Teng. He picked up attribute bubbles until his hand went weak. Even if he didn't use his hand to pick them up, his spiritual power was getting numb too. Wang Teng's gaze shone brightly. The enlightenment of the different fist consciouses flashed through his mind. Gradually, he started frowning. This wasn't right. If he raised the fist consciouses individually, it would waste too much time. It wasn't a good deal for him. It would save time and effort if he could gather them together. Why don't I create a 5-element fist and merge the consciouses of the 5 different elements together? Wang Teng rubbed his chin. The more he thought about it, the more intrigued he became. The combination of the 5 elements would definitely give birth to an extraordinary battle technique. Even more, it would have the different consciouses nourishing it. Wang Teng felt enlightened. His eyes lit up brightly before he closed them slowly. The different thoughts in his mind gathered into a single one. Dan Taishuan and the others immediately noticed his change as they felt a strange aura coming from Wang Teng. What happened to him? Zhu Yushao asked curiously. This is enlightenment, Dan Taishuan exclaimed in astonishment. Enlightenment, Ji Xuming and the others were stunned for a moment. Then they stared at Wang Teng with wide eyes. He could achieve enlightenment while watching a match. Did he get some incredible takebacks from the matches of the martial warriors from the different countries? How lucky was he, mind you? Even as talents with extremely high intelligence, there weren't many chances for them to achieve enlightenment. After all, enlightenment didn't rely solely on intelligence. You needed a tinge of luck to stimulate the reaction. To people like Ji Xiaming, they were considered lucky enough to be able to have 1 or 2 occurrences of enlightenment at their age. Most people had no chance. They didn't know how amazing the feeling of enlightenment was. Not just Ji Xiaming, even Dan Taishuan was envious of Wang Teng. Enlightenment happened by chance, yet Wang Teng was able to get it while eating and watching a match. Who wouldn't be jealous? Honestly, was he the illegitimate child of Lady Luck? I wonder what he's thinking right now. Ji Xiaming looked at Wang Teng with envy. Wait and see. Move away from him. Don't disturb him. Dan Taishuan glanced at everyone before saying. They were all sensible and gave Wang Teng some space. No one would cause trouble at this moment. To a martial warrior, disrupting one's enlightenment was like cutting off their livelihood. They would be arch enemies. Even Ren Qingchang and Zhao Yuanwu, who didn't like Wang Teng, didn't dare to act recklessly. Although they were jealous, if they did something as despicable as this, they would be looked down upon by everyone. Time passed slowly as all kinds of thoughts ran through everyone's mind. Wang Teng suddenly opened his eyes. There was a glamorous glint in them. It seemed divine. Chapter 5080. 9 It appeared. Ice element tool. The 5 different fist consciouses merged with one another, restricting and reinforcing one another. In the end, they turned into an entirely new fist skill. When Wang Teng opened his eyes, he had finished constructing everything in his mind. In this short 10 minutes, a sky-rank fist skill was born. This fist skill had great potential. If he continued improving it and using the 5 different fist consciouses to nurture it, it might reach an unimaginable height in the future. The gleam in his eyes disappeared, and he returned to reality. However, when he saw the scene in front of him, he jumped in fright. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he asked Dan Taishuan and the other in bewilderment. They looked as though they wanted to eat him alive. When did their taste become so strong? They didn't even let go of a rough young man like him. His mother was right. A man should always protect himself outside. "What do you think?" Dan Taishuan glared at him. "You're so lucky you achieved enlightenment from watching a match," Zhu Yushao said enviously. Ji Xiuming, Mu Jiguo, and the others agreed with her. They were filled with jealousy. "My luck is normal. Normal, you know. You don't have to be so jealous. The next one might be you." Wang Teng beat around the bush. "Do you think we'll believe you? Do you think we're stupid? Do you think enlightenment is a dish that can be ordered easily?" Zhao Yuanwu was speechless. "You must have benefited greatly, right?" Zhu Yushao asked. "It's all right. I did have some gains." Wang Teng waved his hand and replied. They noticed that he didn't want to continue, so they didn't probe further. This was his secret. It wasn't appropriate for them to get to the bottom of it, but it further confirmed that Wang Teng's gain was huge. Tisk. Did he think they couldn't tell? Wang Teng didn't care about their looks of envy or jealousy. He stared at the arena below. While he was deep in the state of enlightenment, many attribute bubbles had piled up in the Colosseum. These attribute bubbles hadn't disappeared yet, so he picked them up quickly. Earth Force 110, Wood Force 65, Metal Force 105, Fire Force 80, Origin of Life 3, Fire Sword Conscious 65. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Teng suddenly gasped softly. The origin of life appeared once again among the bubbles. Wang Teng shuddered, trying his best to stop himself from moaning. 3 seconds later, he glanced at everyone secretly and noticed that they didn't see anything. He silently heaved a sigh of relief. This was so difficult. There was also a fire sword conscious attribute. Wang Teng went through the sword conscious in his mind, allowing his fire sword conscious to rise to another level. At this moment, the match below had ended. Someone else came out. This was a martial warrior from Country Snow. He had long, slightly blue hair. He looked a little non-mainstream. This fellow is quite handsome. He's just slightly less handsome than me, Wang Teng muttered. Dan Taishuan, everyone. They were used to Wang Teng's shamelessness, but at times they would still feel speechless by his words. How thick was his skin? The martial warrior from Country Snow scanned the crowd before his gaze finally stopped in Country Zaya's direction. He said, "I want to challenge Country Za." Zhu Yushao and the others were stunned. He wanted to challenge them. After witnessing Wang Teng and Fortez's match, the martial warriors from the other countries chose to evade Country Za. After all, no one knew if they would meet Wang Teng. However, Zhu Yushao and the others reacted immediately. This was an exchange. It was impossible to leave Country Za alone until the end. If they chose not to challenge Country Sia because they were afraid of being targeted by Wang Teng, Country Sia would win this competition effortlessly. This wasn't what the other countries wanted to see. However, when this martial warrior challenged them, his comrades looked flabbergasted. Even the leader of Country Snow's team lost his cool, shouting directly, "Wait, Hilson, don't fool around." It was a little embarrassing for the leader to shout like this, but if his martial warrior was beaten into a pig's head like Fortes, it would be worse. Country Snow was a small country with a population of less than 30 million. Hence, there was a limited number of talents they could produce. He didn't want Hilson to fall against Country Jia. Everyone gave them a meaningful look when they saw this scene. It seemed like it wasn't a team decision and was the martial warrior's personal choice. This fellow was interesting. I'm not fooling around. Hilson shook his head and continued, "I heard that there are many talents in Country Dea. My country might be small, but I want to witness the power of a great nation. Thus, please send your contestant. Let me see how the talents in Country Dea are. You." The leader of Country Snow was speechless. He wanted to stop the young man, but he couldn't find any valid reason to refute him. He dared to challenge Country Zia because he wanted to witness the power of a great nation. If he continued to stop him, he would seem like a cowardly leader. This Country Snow's martial warrior is scheming. Power of the great nation. Is he forcing me not to use my brick? Wang Teng sneered. Everyone was speechless. Why are you still thinking of your brick at a time like this? Actually, they weren't stupid. They also saw through the martial warrior's intention. He wanted to make a name for himself by using Country Saya. However, he didn't want to fight with Wang Teng, so he used this method. He was quite smart. "Who's going?" Dan Takshuan smiled and asked with interest. This young man was provoking them directly. Who could bear with it? Wang Teng wanted to get up, but Zhu Yushao stood up first and said, "Let me do it." "Wang Teng, don't steal everyone's limelight. Besides, you're the leader. You need to be the last. There are many talents waiting for you." Smiling, Wang Teng sat down again and said, "All right, you can go." At the same time, he scanned the person below with his spiritual sight. Huh? A hint of astonishment appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. He said, "He's an ice element martial warrior." This was the first time he had met a Brigadier General Stage Ice Element martial warrior. This martial warrior from Country Snow had become a tool to produce Ice Force attribute bubbles for him. "An Ice Element martial warrior," Zhu Yushao exclaimed in surprise. "How can you tell?" "I have my methods," Wang Teng said. "Mutated forces are hard to deal with. Be careful." "Okay." Zhu Yushao nodded grimly before jumping into the arena. Country Snow, Hilson. Country Xie, Zhu Yushao. Both of them introduced themselves and stared intently at each other. Boom! Suddenly, both of them moved. An ice spear appeared in the hands of Country Snow's martial warrior. He stabbed it out, sending numerous ice auras towards Zhu Yushao. Chapter 590, Ice Cocoon Physique. Zhu Yushao's expression changed slightly, and the force on her body exploded. Fire force. This was the reason why she wasn't afraid of the ice element. Zhu Yushao wielded the long sword in her hand. Flames engulfed the sword as it collided with the ice force. Ice and fire force erupted like a volcano, while scorching heat and freezing chill swept through the entire Colosseum. Half of the Colosseum was frozen. The other half was burnt because of the flames. Hilson disappeared on the spot when he noticed that his first attack didn't work. He attacked Zhu Yushao from the back. Zhu Yushao snorted, moving her body and evading her opponent's attack. She slashed her sword down violently. Crimson-red sword glow cut through the air. Wherever it touched, the ice melted. Hilson's attacks were destroyed by her sword one after another. Zhu Yushao's gaze flickered. Her opponent wasn't receiving the attack directly. Instead, he was sprinting around and started circling Zhu Yushao. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them clashed and separated again and again. It was difficult to see who had the upper hand. Explosions were heard continuously. The martial warrior from Country Snow is quite strong, Zhao Yuanwu said seriously as he looked down. Don't underestimate any of these martial warriors, even those from small counties. They all have some extremely talented martial warriors. Dan Te Shuang glanced at everyone and said calmly, people like Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingchang were 9-star soldier-level martial warriors who hadn't reached the brigadier general stage, but they were still the cream of the crop, so they would have some pride in them. Hence, they looked down on small countries like Country Snow. However, after witnessing Hilson's ability, they stopped underestimating them. Can Zhu Yushao handle him? Ji Xiaoming said. It's hard to say. Mu Zhiguo shook his head. This was a rare moment where he opened his mouth. Ice and fire restrict each other naturally. Their ability is also on par with each other, so it's hard to predict the winner. It will indeed be a little hard. Wang Teng's expression turned grim as he opened his mouth and looked below. Everyone was shocked. Wang Teng had displayed his foresight many times, and he was always right. Hence, when they heard his verdict, they were stunned. Boom. At this moment, the battle situation below changed. A powerful aura suddenly rose from Hilson's body. His ice force surged, as if it had received a huge stimulation also. His hair had turned ice blue, dancing wildly in the air. Even his eyes became ice blue. They gave off a cold aura, but at the same time they looked magical and strange. The next instant, a large amount of ice force congregated into a layer of ice on the surface of Hilson's body, forming an ice armor. Zhu Yushao's expression changed. Fire force surged out of her body without restraint. However, Hilson wasn't afraid. He passed through the roaring flames. The scorching flames weren't able to melt the ice armor on his body at all. He went straight for Zhu Yushao, who was standing within the flames. Zhu Yushao was flabbergasted. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom! Hilson's punch landed on her body. Zhu Yushao froze for a split second before she took a few steps back. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to stop moving. She was half kneeling on the ground. She vomited a mouthful of blood. You lost, Hilson said in an indifferent voice. His entire body was covered with ice while his gaze was extremely cold. Zhu Yushao was unwilling to admit defeat, but she was at her wit's end. She stumbled as she stood up. She didn't have the ability to continue the battle. The other martial warriors were stunned. They looked at Hilson with a curious gaze, especially when they saw his current appearance. Was this a special kind of physique? To think that such a talent had appeared in this small country. The leader from Country Snow was dumbfounded. He didn't know anything about Hilson's physique. This fellow hid it very well. The martial warriors from Country Xia didn't look good either. At the same time, they were astounded. Wang Teng was right again. Could it be that he had noticed something? Hilson from Country Snow has won the battle. The high priest glanced at Hilson with a meaningful gaze as he announced the result. "Thank you." Hilson smiled calmly, the ice around him disappearing. He bowed elegantly at the high priest and turned to walk towards his country's seats. "Hilson, are you willing to become one of the Holy Knights?" the high priest suddenly asked. Hilson stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at the high priest with a look of disbelief. This match was a specially planned act to make a name for himself. The result was expected. He had displayed his strength and won against a martial warrior from a large country. He became famous through a single match. However, he didn't expect to gain the attention of the high priest, much less receive an invitation from him. A holy knight of the Holy Temple. Did you know what that means? The Holy Temple was the most sacred place on the continent and was widely known in the entire world. It wasn't an easy feat to become a holy knight, yet the high priest was offering him a position. Hilson felt as if he was dreaming. Happiness came too suddenly, catching him off his guard. He wasn't the only one. The other people were flabbergasted too. The entire Colosseum turned eerily silent before a commotion erupted. A holy knight, Hilson, is going to prosper. All he did was defeat a martial warrior from country Saya. Why does the high priest have such high hopes for him? This isn't as simple as defeating a warrior from country Saya. The most important thing is he showed off his special ice physique. He's so lucky. Sigh, opportunities are given to people who are prepared. If Hilson wasn't bold enough to challenge country Zaya, he wouldn't have this chance. Everyone was discussing loudly. Some admired him, while others were jealous. All the martial warriors wished that they would have this opportunity, too. The high priest wasn't surprised by the reaction. Based on the status of the Holy Temple, everyone would react in a similar manner when they heard this piece of news. Hilson was still able to maintain his composure, which was commendable. He smiled and continued, "What do you think, Hilson? Have you made your decision?" "Yes, I'm willing." Hilson finally regained his senses. He suppressed the happiness in his heart and nodded fervently. "Very good. However, you will only be a reserve when you enter the Holy Temple. If you want to become a holy knight, you need to undergo challenges and tests," the high priest said. "Yes, I understand." Hilson knocked his fist on his chest and gave a knight's salute. His expression was firm to show his fearless heart. "You can leave. Look for me after the duel." The high priest nodded in satisfaction. Hilson was elated. He walked towards his country's stands, welcoming the envious gazes from his fellow countrymen. On the other hand, Zhu Yushao's situation was a stark contrast. Her defeat made Hilson's victory seem even brighter. "It's all right." Dan Taishuan went forward and comforted her. Zhu Yushao's expression was bitter. She shook her head. "I'm fine. I'm just a little unwilling to accept defeat. Hilson is stepping on us to attain his glory." Kuai Fei and the others said unhappily with a grim expression. "I will find him during the next match," Yan Bo said. "Y'all might not be his match." Muji Guo shook his head and said, "Let me do it." "I'm interested in ice element martial warriors," Wang Teng said. Dan Taishuan was surprised. Others might not be aware, but she knew that Wang Teng had ice force. However, this fellow's ice force wasn't as powerful as Hilson's. Could he do it? She shook her head again and chuckled. She was thinking too much. Wang Teng didn't just possess ice force. Despite having a special physique, Hilson might have to suffer a defeat in front of Wang Teng. "Are you confident?" Mu Zhiguo didn't know anything, so he asked in concern. "Don't worry," Wang Teng replied calmly. While speaking, he had already released his spiritual power and picked up all the attribute bubbles in the arena. Fire Force 225. Fire Sword Conscious 70. Ice Force 320. Ice Cocoon Physique 10. Ice Spear Conscious 45. A meaningful smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips. Ice Cocoon Physique. This was a new physique. Moreover, it was of the ice element. After obtaining Hilson's physique, he decided that he should let the guy be happy for a while longer. He would be crying soon. Ice cocoon physique 10,000 Wang Teng scanned the explanation of the physique that had appeared on his attributes panel. He was elated. He sensed the changes in his body carefully and realized that his sensitivity towards ice force had gotten sharper. Memories of the characteristic changes of ice force appeared in his mind. This change was how Hilson had managed to execute the ice armor skill just now. Now, Wang Teng knew everything Hilson knew. Also, if he filled up the points of his ice cocoon physique, Hilson might not be his match. The feeling of using other people's talent to surpass them was amazing. Besides this, he received an ice spear conscious. Wang Teng didn't have this conscious before. He was extremely satisfied. Although he hadn't fought with Hilson yet, he already had such a huge gain. If he really started the fight, he might be able to get more things out of him. He looked at Hilson in the distance and smiled uncontrollably. Hilson, who was feeling happy, suddenly shuddered. He felt an evil intention engulfing his body. "Hilson, what's wrong?" A martial warrior from Country Snow asked. "It's all right. It might be my illusion." Hilson shook his head and replied, "You possess an ice element physique, but you have never executed it for so many years. You hid it really well." The leader of Country Snow said, "I'm sorry, it wasn't on purpose. My instructors were afraid that I will get pressurized, so they asked me not to use it. In the country, there was no need for me to use my physique. However, the situation is different now. All the talented martial warriors in the world are gathered here. There's no point for me to hide it anymore," Hilson explained. The leader from Country Snow nodded. He understood. Country Snow was a small place. If Hilson had displayed his physique too early, he might not have had a chance to grow up. Chapter 591. Oh my, you damaged my head. If anyone wanted to challenge Hilson, they would have to wait for another round. This was a rule of the Global Exchange Conference. After one round of duel, they would rest for a round to prevent people from challenging the same person to wear him down. Of course, if the person was willing to fight, no one would stop him. After Hilson, a martial warrior from Country Neon entered the Colosseum. Everyone's gaze was attracted by him. This was a pretty and cute young lady, but that wasn't the main point. The most important thing was, she was only 1.5 meters in height. She looked petite, although she kept a straight face. It wasn't stern, instead, it looked a little cute and absent-minded, along with her face that still had some baby fat. She gave people a cute and naive feeling. This young lady from Country Neon looked very exquisite. Wang Teng's gaze turned strange. The world was huge. There were all kinds of strange people, including women. At this moment, the lady below opened her mouth. Her voice was a little hoarse and cute. It was quite unique. "Shanai Tongji will like to challenge a martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation." The moment she finished speaking, the martial warriors from the other nations were shocked. They discussed in low voices. This martial warrior from Country Neon wanted to challenge the White Eagle Nation? Country Neon had always been following the White Eagle Nation. Everyone knew about this, but this time they wanted to challenge the White Eagle Nation during this exchange. Were they crazy? Interesting. A smile appeared at the edge of Gerald's mouth. His interest was ignited. Indeed, there are many unexpected events during this year's exchange. Arnold laughed in a low voice. He was happy to see someone creating trouble for the White Eagle Nation. Yoke's expression turned ugly once again. He stared in the direction of Country Neon, his gaze suddenly turning dangerous. How bold. When did Country Neon have the courage to bare their fangs at them? The leader of Country Neon, Shanbin Quan, was dumbfounded. "Boss, this has nothing to do with me. Challenging White Eagle Nation was Shanai Tongji's own decision." "Tongji, you're making things difficult for me. I thought we agreed to challenge Country Spade. Why did it become the White Eagle Nation? You can't do this. You're killing me, just like Hilson Shanai Tongji had made her own decision." The people from the White Eagle Nation didn't care about what he thought. It was a fact that Shanai Tongji wanted to challenge their nation. If they didn't give Country Neon a good lesson, they would lose their reputation. Yoke glanced at the people behind him. Kun, Marcia, and the others immediately understood what he meant. Kun stepped out, sniggered, and said, "I'll go. Let me play with a little girl from country Neon." "Be careful. Don't fail this easy task. She might have some trump cards since she has dared to challenge us." Yoke nodded and said, "Don't worry. Do you think a country following us like a dog can stir up any huge trouble?" Kun replied nonchalantly as he spoke. He walked down the spectators' stand and entered the arena. "Who gave you the courage to challenge us?" Kune sneered as he looked at Kune. "Shanai Tongji, please." Shanai Tongji said calmly without any expressions. Kune suddenly felt as if he was punching a sack of cotton. The veins on his forehead popped out, and he yelled, "Stop the bullshit. I will make you understand the consequences of challenging us." Boom! He stomped his feet on the ground and charged towards Shanai Tongji. A battle mace had appeared in his hand. Laughing hideously, he raised his mace and smashed it towards Shanai Tongji's head. What a ruthless man. Kune didn't hold back just because she was a young girl. If she was hit with that mace, no matter how beautiful her face was, it would turn into a pile of minced meat. Wang Teng touched his chin and clicked his tongue. This Kune must be single. Everyone, Dan Taishuan and the others, were speechless. They felt that Wang Teng's thinking was extremely strange. Was this a question of whether he was single? He should be wondering if her head would break apart. Although everyone was shocked by Kun's viciousness, the situation in the arena caused them to widen their eyes. Shenai Tongji stood on the spot absent-mindedly. Not caring about the battle mace above her head, she stared at Kune calmly. The next moment, bang, a clear sound resounded. Shenai Tongji's small head exploded. She really exploded. Red and white particles splattered everywhere. The scene was too gruesome, causing many people to retch. Kun, who caused this scene, was shocked. He looked at the battle mace in his hand before looking at the small figure whose head had disappeared. His mind wasn't working. She died. He was in disbelief. It was such a simple win. He hadn't used any strength at all. The martial warriors from the other nations were dumbstruck. This was the first time such a bloody scene had occurred during this event. This situation had never happened in the past. Zhu Yushao covered her mouth immediately. She had lost her voice. This Ji Shuaming Quef A and the others jumped up from their seats, their expressions changing tremendously. How's that possible? Did she go up to die? Yanbo asked. What on earth is happening? If she went up for a duel, why didn't she resist? Is their difference so huge? Zhao Yuanwu asked, curiously. Don't worry. The match has just started, Wang Teng said with a chuckle. They turned to Wang Teng. The match had just started? Did Wang Teng hurt his brain? The lady was dead. How could the match continue? What do you mean? Zhu Yushao was puzzled. This is just an illusion. You were fooled, Wang Teng said. Illusion? Everyone's expression changed slightly. That's impossible. Even if it's an illusion, how can we not notice it? The spiritual realm of this martial warrior is very high. It's normal that y'all were fooled, Wang Teng said. His gaze turned strange when he looked at Shanai Tongji below. Spiritual power. Shanai Tongji was a divine spirit master too. She had learned some special skills. Other people might not be able to see through it, but it was a piece of cake for Wang Teng. Everyone looked down after hearing this. At this moment, changes started to happen to Shanai Tongji's body. Her crushed head resumed its original form like a video rewinding itself. The red and white particles splattered everywhere went back to their original position. Then Shanai Tongji's baby face appeared in front of Kune once again. Kune took a step back unconsciously when he saw this. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. What are you? He screamed in astonishment. Shanai Tongji tilted her head and her head dropped to the ground with a slap. It rolled a few times and landed beside Kune's feet. The eyes looked up at Kune and the calm voice was heard again. Hey, you damaged my head. Chapter 592. Ferocious when attacking, timid when running away. Kun had a breakdown when he saw such a gory scene. He cursed uncontrollably. He lifted his feet and kicked Shanai Tongji's head. Bang! The head turned into a ball of black shadow and disappeared in the distance. No one could find it anymore. Kun panted heavily. What happened gave him a rude shock. He could still feel the lingering fear. Damn it, how did a match turn into a horror show? No matter how tough a man was, he would still be fearful of such a chilly scene. Why did you kick my head? Right then, the calm voice echoed once again. This time, the voice sounded beside Kun's ear. Also, when he heard it, he felt a breath landing on his ear. It felt a little cold. Kun froze. He turned his head slowly and saw a head was on his shoulder with blood dripping down its neck. His eyes met the head's cold gaze. Kun felt his heart skipping a beat. His head turned numb and all the hairs on his body stood on end. He wanted to curse, but the words were stuck in his throat. He couldn't say anything. Die. He raised his right hand and punched the head on his left shoulder. Bang! Shanai Tongji's head exploded once again. This time, the red and white particles splattered on his face. Kun was flabbergasted. When did he become so strong? He just wanted to hit the head away. Why did it explode? He knew that if he smashed the head, he would dirty himself. He wasn't stupid. However, the head exploded, and he still had intimate contact with him. Smelling the strong stench of blood, Kuni gulped. He felt that he was going to vomit his food out. Talented martial warriors like them had seen blood before, but this was the first time he had experienced and tasted a headshot right beside him. It didn't feel good. In the spectators' stand, everyone felt a chill down their spines. Then they gave Kuni a look of pity. How tragic. If they were in his place, they wouldn't be able to handle the gore either. At this moment, most of the people noticed the problem. Shanai Tongji didn't die. She was using a special method to fool everyone. Kun, who was a participant in the match, got affected the most. He couldn't pull himself out of the illusion and was being led by his nose. Yoke and the others frowned. They wanted to remind Kune, but they couldn't. The event would lose its purpose if they did. The high priest wouldn't allow them to break the rules either. Wang Teng chuckled. Kun will probably have a psychological trauma after this match. Everyone felt speechless when they heard his happy laughter. This fellow was so narrow-minded. He must have taken it to heart when Kune mocked him in the past. In the arena, Shanai Tongji's head appeared beside Kune once again. It floated in mid-air while dripping blood. It was like a spirit hovering around Kune, her cold voice resounding around him. Kune was going crazy. His eyes were bloodshot, and he aimlessly swung his battle mace around him. He smashed Tongji's head again and again. He had mutated. Black fur covered his entire body. Muscles bulged out, and the aura around him was extremely frightening. Come out. I know that everything is fake. Come out. Kun wasn't an idiot. He knew that he had walked into his opponent's illusion trap, but realizing it and deciphering it were different matters. He couldn't find where the real Shanai Tongji was. Also, he was at the edge of breaking down after suffering all the pestering and stimulations. Once he mutated, his physical ability was strengthened, but his mind became more easily affected. The psychological trauma in him expanded without stopping. You noticed it? All right, I shall fulfill your wish. Shanai Tongji's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Kune was elated. He grinned hideously and smashed his mace down furiously. Bang! Shanai Tongji's entire body exploded. Fresh red blood splattered on Kune. Fake again. He was stunned. His pupils constricted, and blood capillaries seemed to have covered his entire eyeball. A sadistic smile appeared on his face. He had lost his mind completely. His confidence was destroyed. As a brigadier general stage martial warrior, it was almost impossible for his confidence to collapse. But after he mutated, his mentality was getting impacted by the wild beast's consciousness. Hence, he collapsed after Tongji's additional mental stimulation, roar. Kune bellowed in anger. He started mutating again. From his gaze, you could tell that he had lost his consciousness. Only the ruthlessness of a wild beast was left. More fur started growing and covered his entire body. Even his face started changing. He was becoming a black bear before this. He was 50% mutated. Now he was at 80% and above. This is bad. Yoke's expression changed. He sprung up immediately. "Cooney is losing control," Marcia said grimly. "Damn it, that idiot. How did that young lady from Country Neon force him to this stage? Did his mental training go down the drain?" Yoke cursed. His face was black. Marcia paid a silent tribute to Kun. This martial warrior from Country Neon wasn't easy to deal with. If she met her, she might end up like Kun. Unfortunately, Yoke didn't want to listen to reason. Kun couldn't control himself, so that was his fault. "Shall we admit defeat?" Marcia asked. Yoke's expression kept changing. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's wait. We can use this chance to kill that martial warrior from Country Neon. We will control Kun after that. The risk is high. If we act a little too late, Kun might never come back," Marcia said, her expression changing slightly. "We should never hesitate to sacrifice ourselves for our country," Yoke said coldly. Marcia's expression changed. She turned completely quiet. At the same time, Kuna's change attracted the attention of all martial warriors. They could tell that his condition wasn't right, but they didn't know how serious it was. The high priest frowned and glanced in the White Eagle Nation's direction. Seeing that they didn't admit defeat, he remained silent. In the arena, Shenai Tongji appeared once again. She was in one piece, her head was still pretty, and she wasn't dripping blood. She stared at Cooney in a daze. Her eyes were shining slightly. Roar. Although Cooney had lost his consciousness entirely, he still remembered this enemy. He roared and pounced on Shenai Tongji. Shenai Tongji disappeared on the spot. Then, bzzz, a buzzing sound was heard. A swarm of bees suddenly appeared in the arena and engulfed Cooney. The situation in the arena changed instantly. Cooney covered his head and scurried away. He was ferocious when he attacked, but look at how timid he appeared now. His clumsy act seemed a little funny. Everyone, Chapter 593. Spiritual Illusion. The bear was afraid of bees. It was weird to see such a scene during the exchange event. The martial warriors from all over the world fell into a strange silence as they watched Kun being chased by bees in the Colosseum. Yoke's mouth twitched as he thought about finding a hole and burying himself in it. It was too embarrassing. Why was the White Eagle Nation the laughingstock in this year's exchange event? Had he known, he wouldn't have become the leader of the team to only be ridiculed. Yoke was overwhelmed with regret. However, this was something that he had fought for, and it was too late to say anything else. Over at Country Jaya's spectators' stand, everyone was having a good laugh. The White Eagle Nation is suffering a huge setback this time. Yan Bo snickered. That was hilarious. Using bees to deal with that bear, Zhao Yuanwu said. Shenai Tongji is quite smart to have thought of that. Kui Fei shook his head and smiled. She looks very difficult to deal with. Zhu Yushao commented. That's right. She's not easy to deal with. Everyone nodded in agreement with a serious expression on their faces. Boom. In the Colosseum, Kune was powerless and couldn't resist anymore. He was rolling all over the ground, but he couldn't get rid of the bees. He kept howling miserably. Soon the cries stopped. Kune had passed out. Shenai Tongji appeared, and the bees vanished. However, Kun's face was covered with bumps as if he had really been stung by bees. It was unreal and puzzling. Everyone saw this scene and became solemn. The high priest immediately announced Country Neon's victory. However, Country Neon's Shanben Quan couldn't feel happy at all. That was because Yoke was glaring at him fiercely with a dark expression. Shanben Quan shivered and felt bitterness in his heart. Don't look at me. It really isn't my fault. When Shenai Tongji returned to the spectators' stand, Shanben Quan gave her a resentful look. He suppressed his anger and asked, Tongji, why did you do that? Do what? Shenai Tongji looked at him innocently. You. Shanben Quan felt powerless and said with a sad face, My little princess, the White Eagle Nation is not a country we can afford to provoke. Oh, Shenai Tongji nodded. Shanben Quan? Oh, and then say something. What's with that? Oh. What do you mean Shanben Quan was going crazy? But there was nothing he could do to Shenai Tongji. All he could do was to hide away in a corner and draw circles. Country Sea's spectators stand. Wang Teng's gaze swept downwards, and he collected the attribute bubbles in the Colosseum using his spiritual power. Earth Force 345, Origin of Life 12, Emperor Realm Spirit 50, Spiritual Illusion 20, Poison Force 125. Wang Teng's eyes flickered slightly when he saw what he had collected. There were 345 points of Earth Force. Sure enough, a Brigadier General Stage Martial Warrior dropped quite a lot of attribute bubbles. Of course, the 12 points of Origin of Life were the most important. There were more points compared to what the previous White Eagle Nation Martial Warriors had dropped. At this time, he wanted to ask how many years Kuni could live. Unlucky child. At best, when other people fought, they would bleed and get injured. If it was serious, they would die. However, Kuni was different. Mutating meant that he would lose his life. The Jin Martial Warriors were nothing but the same. The drawbacks were too great. Of course, Wang Teng hoped that more Jin Martial Warriors would appear. It would be beneficial to him anyway. Next was 50 points of Emperor Realm Spirit, which was somewhat beyond his expectations. It was incredible for Shanai Tongji to have attained such a level of spirit. Was she cheating too? He didn't know what her age was, but she looked young. If she was the same age as Wang Teng, it would be amazing. The remaining attribute bubbles surprised Wang Teng again. Spiritual Illusion and Poison Force. Spiritual Illusion was a spiritual ability. It must be the same ability that Shanai Tongji used in the previous match. Wang Teng's eyes flickered as he digested the memories in his mind. He had already mastered the spiritual ability. Spiritual Illusion, 10-100, well-versed. 20 points of spiritual illusion allowed him to break through the foundation state and achieve some proficiency. Now, he had mastered 2 spiritual skills, spirit penetration and spiritual illusion. He had more tricks up his sleeve. Finally, it was the poison force. Till now, Wang Teng had only seen the poison force on Lin Chuxia. Shanai Tongji was the second person to have it. However, Shanai Tongji's poison talent obviously couldn't be compared with Lin Chuxia's. Lin Chuxia had the Demon Lotus poison body, and with her talent, it would be extremely rare for someone to match up to her. At this time, Wang Teng couldn't help but look in the direction of Country Neon. No matter what, Shanai Tongji should not be underestimated. The next moment, a smile appeared on his face. The exchange event was getting more and more interesting. Shanai Tongji seemed to have sensed Wang Teng's gaze and turned to look in his direction. However, Wang Teng had already retracted his gaze and was walking towards the Colosseum. Wang Teng will like to challenge Hilson of Country Snow. Wang Teng looked towards Country Snow's spectators' stand. At this moment, the expressions of everyone in Country Snow changed. Hilson's expression was even uglier as he looked at Wang Teng. It was like he had stepped on a pile of dung. This bastard must have done it on purpose. He had defeated a Country Zia martial warrior and attained glory by stepping on them. Now Wang Teng specially came over to challenge him, but there was nothing he could do. Since he had shown his talents in the exchange event, there would be many challengers waiting to test him. He could either stand and walk till the end or be defeated and left behind. There was no other possibility. The high priest looked at Hilson and nodded at him. Hilson knew that it was unavoidable. He had just joined the Holy Temple. If he avoided the battle, he would not only embarrass himself, but also taint the reputation of the Holy Temple. The consequences would be greater than anything else. Hilson scoffed. A challenge it shall be. He might be able to beat Wang Teng. Everyone was reluctant to a half match against Wang Teng. They were worried that he would humiliate them with his brick. However, he didn't believe that Wang Teng would do such a thing to a member of the Holy Temple. Wang Teng, please? Wang Teng giggled as he saw Hilson coming towards him. Hilson looked constipated. What are you laughing at? That smile gave him a creepy feeling. Hilson. He didn't say anything unnecessary after speaking his name. He grabbed his spear, pointing it at Wang Teng. Come, let's have a good fight. A good fight? Wang Teng laughed. I'm afraid you won't have a chance once I make a move. How dare you? This bastard didn't take him seriously. Hilson's face was filled with rage as he stepped forward. The spear stabbed out and shot across the sky, striking directly at Wang Teng's vital points. Chapter 594. He's an actor. Spear glow shot into the air, soaring towards him with a cold aura. In response, Wang Teng punched his fist out without a change in expression. It was a simple punch. He didn't employ any battle techniques, just using pure strength. Boom. When the fist and the spear glow collided, the ice formed by the spear cracked with a bang. It turned into ice shavings floating in the air. Hilson felt the violent strength coming from his opponent. His expression changed slightly, and he took half a step back. He was at a disadvantage in the first exchange. Wang Teng's ability was as simple as it looked. Hilson turned serious and activated his ice cocoon physique without any hesitation. Ice force surged out of his body and gathered into an ice armor around him. The leader of Country Snow was stunned. The other martial warriors from other nations were surprised too. They started discussing in low voices. Hilson used his special physique so early in the match. It looks like Wang Teng is giving him a huge pressure. Wang Teng isn't a normal martial warrior. He seems very strong. He was playing when he used the brick as his weapon, right? Is he showing his true strength now? Anyway, have you noticed how young Wang Teng is? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. That was when they realized that Wang Teng seemed much younger than most of the martial warriors present. Almost all of them were around 25 when they entered the Brigadier General stage. Even the younger ones would only be 1 or 2 years younger. However, they didn't know if Wang Teng was even 20 years old yet. Gerald and Valeria's expressions started to change a little. Tongji, this talent from Country Sia seems younger than you. Shanben Quan said to Tongji beside him. Yes. Surprisingly, Shenai Tongji didn't refute. She nodded with a grim expression. Country Shia is an interesting place. Unfortunately, Shanben Quan seemed a little forlorn as he sighed. Although he didn't continue his sentence, Shenai Tongji understood what he meant. Ever since the new era started, Country Neon chose to follow the White Eagle Nation. Hence, their relationship with Country Sha was a little stiff. They weren't on friendly terms. If they had chosen to follow Country Sha at the start, the situation might have been different now. In the Colosseum, Wang Teng was elated when he saw Hilson's change. He could collect more attribute bubbles. Ice Cocoon Physique, 10. Ice Cocoon Physique, 8. Ice Force 112. Wang Teng sensed the changes in his body. His eyes were filled with motherly love as he looked at Hilson again. Besides having a slightly scheming heart, this man was a good person. Beep, a good man card. Hilson glared at Wang Teng emotionlessly with his ice blue eyes. He didn't know that he was given a good man card by his opponent. You're very strong, but I won't lose. His expression was firm and his gaze resolute. Wang Teng remained composed. Being confident was good, but you needed to know who you were facing. This fellow was still too young. Hilson raised his eyebrows when he saw the calm expression on Wang Teng's face. His opponent wasn't stimulated by his words at all. It seemed as if he was looking down on him. A tinge of anger rose in his heart uncontrollably. Boom, the ice force in his body surged out. He stopped talking nonsense and congregated his ice force on his long spear, forming a thick layer of ice. He stabbed his spear out, ice spear conscious. Let me see if you can destroy my spear with your fist. Hilson screamed in anger. His body seemed to have crossed through space as he arrived in front of Wang Teng in an instant. Boom. Wang Teng remained calm and raised his head. The spear glow grew bigger and bigger in his pupils. He only raised his fist slowly when the spear was directly in front of him. It was a serious punch. Crimson-red flames enveloped his fist as it collided with the ice on the spear. Once again, Wang Teng used his physical body to take the ice spear attack from Hilson. A real man must be bold. Disbelief flashed past Hilson's eyes. He didn't expect Wang Teng to use his fist to resist his attack. Was this fellow so confident? Boom. Wang Teng's fist aura collided into the spear glow, and a loud explosion occurred. Force swept through the entire arena, blowing dust into the air. Everyone squinted as they looked at the stage. Suddenly, right in the center of the collision, a soft crack was heard. Hilson's expression changed. His pupils constricted and he was thunderstruck. How is this possible? Cracks had appeared on the ice around his spear. They grew bigger and ice blocks started dropping. Bang! During a certain moment, the ice shattered completely. Opposite him, a scorching and powerful fist was roaring towards him. Hilson shook his body and forcefully dispersed the fist aura. This was only the residual force, so it wasn't enough to break the defense of his ice armor. He heaved a sigh of relief uncontrollably. However, his happiness didn't last long. Wang Teng suddenly disappeared on the spot and dashed towards him like a ray of light. Hilson's expression changed. He soared into the sky and evaded Wang Teng's attack. He had experienced Wang Teng's frightening fist force, so he was wary of it. He didn't want to face it head on, but he could never expect how fast Wang Teng could be. As long as he wanted, his opponent wouldn't be able to escape. The next moment, Wang Teng appeared directly in front of Hilson. An evil smile was pasted on his face. He looked like a gangster teasing a beautiful lady. Don't run. Do you know what's give and take? Have a taste of my fist, too. The second he finished, he threw his fist at his opponent. Hilson's expression changed completely. He couldn't react to the fast punch and was hit in the stomach. Boom. When the punch landed, his body curled up like a prawn. His eyes popped out as the terrifying strength released itself entirely on his body. Swoosh! He was thrown back like a rocket. He only managed to stop after flying out for more than 10 meters. Cough! Hilson was coughing violently, and blood dripped down the edge of his lips. He wiped it away and scoffed. You can't break my ice armor. Oh, really? Wang Teng smiled gently. Crack! A crisp and clear crack sounded in his ears as if it was pre-planned. Hilson's pupils constricted. He lowered his head and took a look, only to notice a crack appearing on the ice armor in front of his chest. Your turtle shell is a little weak. My punch was so gentle, Wang Teng said. Hilson's face turned black. What do you mean by turtle shell? His armor was so handsome, but this fellow said that it was a turtle shell. What kind of eyesight was that? However, it was a fact that he had cracked his ice armor. This fellow's strength was frightening. As for his claim of a gentle punch, Hilson didn't believe him at all. Since he had broken his ice armor, he must have used his full force. This fellow was an actor. Come, let me give you a few more punches. Wang Teng didn't care about Hilson's expression. He disappeared again and hurled himself at his opponent. Again, Hilson's face turned green. Chapter 595. Da Wei Tianlong Go. Hilson's heart pounded furiously. A layer of ice congregated on the long spear in his hand once again, turning it into a giant ice spear as he welcomed Wang Teng's attack. He didn't dare to let Wang Teng's fist land on his body again. His organs had almost flown out from the punch just now. Was there a monster hiding in this fellow's body? How could this body, which didn't seem muscular, contain so much strength of all of the martial warriors he had met in the past? No one surpassed Wang Teng in terms of strength. Boom! Wang Teng didn't even glance at the ice spear. He punched it without thinking. Anything that blocks my path will be smashed into pieces. This is my ninja path, this is my martial arts path. The ice spear cracked once again, and ice flakes flew everywhere. Wang Teng turned into a ray of light and flashed through the ice flakes in the air. He went straight for Hilson's body. Boom, boom, boom. He lashed his fists out, gifting his opponent's body with his flames. Hilson was like a sandbag as his body swung to and fro in the air. He had no chance of retaliating. Anyone who saw this scene would feel pity for him. How tragic. Gerald from the large Eagle Nation felt his eyes twitching. He was shocked by Wang Teng's direct and rough attacking methods, first the brick, and now his fist. Thinking back on it, this Wang Teng was a violent man. Valeria from Country Boar was elated. Her eyes were shining and the muscles on her body were dancing. She said to the person beside her, Darwan, I think I found my true love. This is my charming prince. It's Prince Charming. The leader of Country Boar, called Darwan, felt speechless. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "You have feelings for him. Only a man like him deserves to be my partner, right?" The King Kong Barbie flexed her muscles and said, "The outstanding men in our nation will be sad," Darwan said dejectedly. They can't even win against me. What right do they have to be my man? In their dreams," Valeria said with contempt. Then she stared lovingly at Wang Teng. This was how frightening this fierce nation was in the Colosseum. Wang Teng, who was focused on beating his opponent, suddenly shuddered. He felt an evil intention swimming around him. What happened? He had a bad feeling. Wang Teng's spiritual power was powerful, so he could danger beforehand. He felt that danger had laid its eyes on him. This is a good chance. Hilson grabbed the chance when Wang Teng lost his concentration and retreated in a hurry. A large part of his ice armor had cracked and several ice plates were hanging on his body. His handsome and glorious appearance was gone while his face was bruised and swollen. He was in a bad state. He ran away. Wang Teng stared at him, his gaze turning dangerous. The prey was already in his hands. How could he let him run away? Hilson panted heavily. His expression was ugly and grim. Wang Teng's ability exceeded his expectation, but it wasn't appropriate for him to admit defeat. He had just joined the Holy Temple and was at the peak of his life. If he admitted defeat so easily, his impression in the High Priest's eyes would drop. Hence, he gritted his teeth firmly. His gaze turned resolute as he activated his ice cocoon physique to its maximum. He released all the ice force in his body. Boom. A bone-piercing chill spread in the arena. The air seemed frozen, with layers of frost appearing. Snow started floating down the sky. The force cultivation of a brigadier general stage martial warrior was extremely powerful. In addition, he possessed a special physique, so the commotion he caused was naturally huge. Wang Teng glanced at him in astonishment. He wanted to attack, but he stopped midway. How could he get more attribute bubbles from this guy? Wait for him to release his full strength and squeeze him until he had nothing more. This was the correct method. No one knew what Wang Teng was thinking. They were staring at the sky above the Colosseum with shimmering eyes. "Wang Teng seems confident," Gerald said with interest. "Hilson is strong. His special physique makes him very powerful, but he couldn't do anything in Wang Teng's hands," Arnold said. "Wang Teng is strong, and his speed is unbelievable. Hilson is being suppressed in these areas," Gerald said after some contemplation. "Continue watching. Hilson might go all out now. What happens now will affect the result of this battle. If Wang Teng can't withstand the attack, all his efforts will be in vain." Arnold nodded and looked up at the sky. "Tongji, who do you think will win?" Shan Ben Quan always asked Shanai Tongji when he couldn't make a decision. This was no exception. "Wang Teng," Shanai Tongji replied. "Oh, are you very certain?" Shan Ben Quan asked in surprise. "I can't see through him, but I can see through Hilson," Shanai Tongji replied. "That Wang Teng is really mysterious." Shan Ben Quan was astounded. In the spectators' stand, Zhu Yushao was watching the battle attentively. She said, "Hilson's ice force has a strange power in it. We mustn't underestimate the attack this time. Can Wang Teng block it?" "Don't worry, this is just a warm-up. Wang Teng hasn't taken it seriously until now." Dan Taishuan shook her head and spoke in a helpless tone. The others were flabbergasted. Hilson had activated his special physique, but Dan Taishuan was telling them that Wang Teng was just warming up. Was she serious? Everyone was in disbelief. They felt that Dan Taishuan was just exaggerating. "Anyway, none of us know which stage Wang Teng is at, right?" Ku Fei asked. "In terms of cultivation level, he's at the brigadier general stage. However, I'm not sure about his true battle power." Dan Taishuan shook her head and replied, "Brigadier general stage. Brigadier general stage before 20 years old, and his battle power might be higher." They glanced at one another. No words could express their emotions. Did Wang Teng start cultivating when he was in his mother's womb? The ice force in the sky was getting thicker. It gathered above Hilson's head, forming rays of ice glows. They covered the entire sky. Looking at it was enough to turn everyone's head numb. Who could withstand this powerful attack from all directions? Hilson found it a little strenuous when he used this skill. Although his face was pale, his gaze was chilly. He shouted, "Ice arrow rain!" In an instant, the ice rays dropped and flew towards Wang Teng from all directions. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Continuous sounds of explosions rang through the Colosseum. The martial warriors inside became serious. This momentum was intense and terrifying. Wang Teng looked at the ice arrows that had arrived in front of him in a split second. His gaze became firm and a scorching heat escaped from his body. Green flames swarm out, forming a lifelike giant green dragon in the sky. Dawei Tianlong Go won, though. Wang Teng was shouting like an idiot. His presence was domineering. Green flames blossomed around him like a lotus, making him look like a deity descending on earth, holy and immortal after he shouted. The green dragon roared towards the sky and flew towards the endless rain of ice. Flames spurted out from the giant dragon's mouth, submerging all the ice glows. Boom! Instantly, the ice glows shattered. This terrifying attack was destroyed by Wang Teng's flames. Roar. The green giant dragon hovered in the air above Hilson, looking magnificent. It lowered its head and stared at Hilson as Hilson was dumbfounded. He was in a daze. He stared absent-mindedly at the green dragon above him as he felt the scorching heat. His body was drenched in sweat. The other martial warriors were astounded too. Their eyes flickered violently as they watched this scene. Wang Teng was very strong. For the first time, the high priest turned solemn. He looked at Wang Teng meaningfully. "Country Xia," the high priest muttered to himself. "What an unbelievable ancient country." But what does Dawei Tianlong mean? Is it the name of the move or an incantation? He felt a little puzzled as he wondered about this. In the spectator stand, Dan Taishuan was feeling speechless. Her head turned numb, and she felt goosebumps all over her body. Dawei Tianlong? "Wang Teng, why don't you kill yourself?" Dan Taishuan felt that she was going to go crazy soon. She had received a huge stimulation and couldn't look at Wang Teng straight in the face anymore. She wished that she could grab him and beat him up furiously until he didn't dare to say such things again. This phrase comes from a Chinese movie where the priest chants this phrase when catching a demon. Chapter 596. "We are both geniuses. Can't you show me some respect?" Dan Taishuan and the others were looking at the green dragon. They felt that it was extremely majestic and was great for putting on a show. But why did he have to shout, Dawei Tianlong? No one could stand the childishness. It suffocated everyone. Everyone in country Xia was utterly defeated by Wang Teng. He was always fooling around and giving people headaches. It's too embarrassing. Zhao Yuanwu's mouth twitched. "I'm embarrassed to be associated with him," Ren Qingchang said with a look of disgust. Although Ji Xiaming and the rest also felt that Wang Teng had embarrassed everyone, it wasn't nice to say those words directly. Several people glanced at Zhao Yuanwu and Ren Qingchang. They knew that both of them held some grudges against Wang Teng, but this was going too far. "Haven't you seen the expressions of those foreigners?" Zhu Yushao defended Wang Teng and reminded both of them. "What do you mean?" Zhao Yuanwu asked. "See for yourself," Zhu Yushao snapped back. Everyone looked over. All the foreigners had a bewildered expression. They didn't understand, but it looked impressive. With the green dragon in play, Wang Teng's show seemed to have succeeded. Zhao Yuanwu, Ren Qingcheng, everyone else. This works. Wang Teng wasn't being an embarrassment. He was being a show-off. Zhao Yuanwu's mouth twitched, and he completely shut his trap. Ren Qingchang snorted softly and stopped talking. The expression on his face was interesting as well. It wasn't just them. Even Mu Jiguo and the others were impressed, thinking about it carefully. These foreigners didn't understand their language very well, hence they wouldn't understand how childish it was. Zhu Yushao saw everyone's expression and felt ashamed. However, she did feel that she didn't let Wang Teng down. Since he stood up for her, she was trying to defend his reputation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said such words against her will. Although the foreigners didn't understand what he was saying, it was still childish. Remembering that embarrassing scene again, Zhu Yushao's heart shuddered. Her goosebumps made an appearance again. Oh my God, Wang Teng isn't human. In the Colosseum, the green giant dragon was hovering in the sky as it looked down at Hilson. The tension in the atmosphere was at its limit. At this point of the match, there was almost no suspense. So what would Hilson choose, admit defeat or a fight to the death? All the martial warriors understood his situation very well. He had just been selected by the Holy Temple, and before he could enjoy the spring breeze, he ended up in such a disastrous situation. Who could stand it? At this time, some people pitied him, while others were gloating. Hilson's face was pale, and his lips were squirming. He couldn't utter the word defeat. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he suddenly vanished. Hilson's expression changed drastically. Fick, this despicable bastard didn't even give him time to catch his breath. The next moment, Wang Teng appeared in front of Hilson and grinned at him. Then, a golden light flashed in his hand. Hilson was horrified. He finally remembered something just as he was about to shout the words, "Admit defeat," and opened his mouth. Bang! It was too late. The golden light kissed his face, right on the dead center, and shut his mouth tightly. Gasp! Everyone saw this scene and took a deep breath of cold air. It hurts. You shouldn't hit someone's face in a fight, but Wang Teng specialized in doing just that. It was a bit of a dirty hit. Furthermore, Hilson was just about to admit defeat. Even if he was still hesitating, he should have given him enough time to prepare himself. He had just started climbing his way up, yet Wang Teng stepped on him and walked all over him, not even giving him time to feel depressed. They are both geniuses. Can't he show him some respect? No matter what everyone else thought in their hearts, Wang Teng didn't hold back one bit as he smashed the brick down. Hilson was already dazed. He wanted to admit defeat, but he was stopped every time. Who could understand such despair? If he had known this earlier, he would have given up quickly. Why did he hesitate back then? Now it was too late to regret. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound echoed all over the Colosseum, and everyone's eyes kept twitching. The high priest wanted to stop it, but he knew he couldn't. Otherwise, it would be unfair. He was complaining to himself, asking why Hilson had to hesitate and invite trouble. Helpless, he shook his head and sighed. When encountering a despicable man like Wang Teng, Hilson deserved to suffer. In the end, Wang Teng still had a trace of kindness in him. After feeling that it was about time, he suddenly increased his strength, getting ready to end the match. Boom! Hilson's body slammed onto the ground with a loud bang and slumped like a tattered sack, throwing up a cloud of dust. It finally ended. Everyone was sweating for Hilson. The calamity has finally concluded. After a while, the smoke dissipated, revealing Hilson's brutally abused body. He raised his trembling arms and uttered with a hoarse voice, I admit defeat, everyone, so tenacious." Now they knew. Once the opportunity presented itself, the first thing to do was to admit defeat. At this moment, everyone seemed to be able to truly appreciate Hilson's despair. Super desperate, Jop JP. Wang Teng from country Zaya has won the battle. The high priest announced the results hurriedly. He feared that if he was a step too late, Wang Teng might continue bashing Hilson up. Wang Teng landed from above and pouted. These people made him seem like some kind of a violent madman. He was too lazy to continue fighting. Was there a need to be so nervous? Besides, was that his problem? Of course not. Everyone was fighting for their countries, and their positions were different. It was difficult to blame anyone. The world was fair. If you wanted to get something, you had to fork out something in return. When Hilson chose to use Country Zaya as his stepping stone, he had to think that Country Zaya would come for him to collect the debt. It was just that he encountered a two-faced guy like Wang Teng. If he had met Mu Zhiguo, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Hilson heard the result given by the high priest and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Just then, Wang Teng walked in front of him and squatted down, staring straight at him. "You, what are you doing? I've already admitted defeat." Hilson's face was bruised. When he saw Wang Teng's face, he was startled, enduring all the pain in his body. He struggled to stay away from him. Wang Teng reflected on his actions. Did he go too far? Frightening this guy like this? Would he leave a psychological scar on him? Wang Teng shook his head. He would be gentler next time so that people wouldn't suffer so badly. "Remember, I'm a country Za martial warrior." Wang Teng looked deeply into his eyes. When he finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the Colosseum country, Zia, martial warrior. Hilson looked at his back, and his eyes welled with tears of regret. "Mother, I will never provoke anyone from country Cia again." Chapter 597. Are you interested to be my boyfriend? Shocking news. Why is a martial warrior from country Snow weeping and tearing up during a competition? Is this the distortion of human nature? Or is it the decline of morality? To find out what happened, please watch the next match. When Hilson was carried down, he was self-reflecting on two things. First, he shouldn't have challenged country Zia. What was he thinking when he chose to challenge a martial warrior from country Zia? He couldn't find an answer to that. Next, why didn't he admit defeat earlier when he knew that he would lose? He had the chance to admit defeat, but he didn't treasure it. He only regretted it after he suffered a brutal beating. If heaven gave him another chance, he would immediately shout the three words, "I admit defeat." Wang Teng went back to the spectators' stand, only to realize that everyone was keeping a distance from him and looking at him with disdain. His face turned black. Is this how you welcome a victorious hero? Seriously? Dan Taixuan was furious. When you shouted that stupid incantation, our relationship ended. Pfft. Wang Teng almost vomited blood. You're so heartless. Is it that stupid? I was just cheering for myself. Didn't you see how shocked the foreigners were? How can you do something big if you can't accept this small flaw? Wang Teng reprimanded everyone in a righteous tone, as if they were the ones who were wrong and he was just the misunderstood hero. Look, he had raised the reputation of their nation in front of these foreigners. He allowed them to experience their culture and power. There was nothing wrong with it. No matter what you say, you can't hide your childish heart. Dan Taixuan replied coldly. Wang Teng, he wouldn't accept this injustice. He snorted. An outstanding person like me will never be understood. Everyone looked at his confident expression and got astounded by his shamelessness once again. They were so amazed that no one refuted. The competition continued. The martial warriors from other nations came out and challenged other countries. However, they avoided country Zia once again. They couldn't afford to offend them. Kui Fei, Yan Bo, and the others felt helpless. They looked at Wang Teng indignantly. It was this fellow's fault. They didn't have a chance to step into the arena. Wang Teng. His fault. He was so furious that he just ignored them. If you want to fight, go down and challenge someone. Why are you looking at me? Wang Teng rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to care about them. He chose to focus on the match and counted the gains from his last duel. Spiritual Realm Spirit 205. Spiritual Realm Enlightenment 180. Ice Cocoon Physique 120. Ice Force 600. Ice Spear Conscious 135. Ice Arrow Rain 30. Wang Teng was overjoyed by this round of great harvest. This ice element sheep had given him bundles of wool. Looking at the 100+ points of spiritual realm spirit and enlightenment, Wang Teng suddenly felt a sense of achievement. He had worked hard and knocked all these gains out with his brick. He was touched by himself. It wasn't easy to get all these attributes. If Hilson knew what Wang Teng was thinking, he might cry until he fainted. This was inhumane. The 120 points of Ice Cocoon Physique allowed Wang Teng's ice element physique to rise by a certain degree. Ice Cocoon Physique 148 5000. He was still some distance away from the perfected stage, but with this ice element physique, Wang Teng got more sensitive towards the ice force. This was good for his cultivation. He didn't need to be afraid of his ice force lagging behind others anymore. Wang Teng felt elated. The 600 points of ice force were important too. After the experience in the virtual reality world, his ice force had reached the 9-star soldier level. He gained more ice force attributes during the global exchange, so his ice force rose again. Ice force, 533 to the round 9,000, 9-star, the rise in cultivation was the most obvious change. Besides that, he gained new battle techniques too. Ice Spear Conscious, 180, the round 1,000. First level, Ice Arrow Rain, Sky Rank, 20,100. Well versed, he didn't just gain the Ice Spear Conscious, but he also reached the first level. This was another battle conscious added to his collection. Along with the Sky Rank Ice Arrow Rain, Wang Teng's gains were huge. Wang Teng didn't have any attacking ice element skills, but he had filled up all the gaps now. He had ice element conscious and battle technique. In terms of ice force, he was no weaker than an ordinary brigadier general stage martial warrior. Wang Teng felt emotional. Hilson was sincerely a good man. He fought so hard, but it was all for his benefit. What a good man he was. The next few matches weren't as interesting. The martial warriors from the different countries challenged each other. Some brigadier general stage martial warriors acted and winners were created. Wang Teng didn't care if the matches were interesting or not. Either way, he could collect many attributes. It was a gain for him. Fire Force, 80. Earth Force, 130. Earth Fist Conscious, 60. Origin of Life, 2. Wood Force, 90. Metal Force, 205. Time passed. Very soon, an entire day had gone by. The High Priest announced the ending of the matches today. The event would continue tomorrow. Wang Teng and Dan Taishuan headed down the mountain. They prepared to go back to their hotel to rest. Wait, a voice suddenly sounded behind them. Everyone turned back and saw a group of people chasing after them. It was Country Boar. "What's the matter?" Dan Taishuan asked curiously. The leader of Country Boar, Darwan, smiled and said, "The talents from Country Jia have yielded brilliant results during the matches today. The young men and ladies from my country kept pestering me to introduce them to you all." Brilliant results? Dan Taishuan's expression turned strange. Was he honestly referring to them? Moreover, during the Brigadier General stage duels, only Zhu Yushao and Wang Teng went out. Zhu Yushao lost, while Wang Teng there was no point mentioning him. How could Country Boar say that they had achieved brilliant results? Were they being sarcastic? Darwan and the others didn't know what Dan Taishuan was thinking. They smiled and chatted with them as if they were here to make friends. While the leaders were chatting, a tall and muscular young lady with an exquisite face walked out from behind Darwan and raised her hand directly in front of Wang Teng. "Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Valeria Matusevich." Wang Teng looked at the lady in front of him and suddenly felt a sense of pressure. King Kong Barbie. For some reason, when he saw her gaze, a bad feeling floated into his heart. "Hello, I'm Wang Teng." Wang Teng tried his best to maintain his indifference. He nodded and returned her greeting. "I think that you're very powerful. Are you interested in being my boyfriend?" Valeria was extremely straightforward. Wang Teng almost fainted. Chapter 598, Boss, please let me go. Slurp. Wang Teng swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He raised his head and looked at this beauty from Country Boar. Even though he was taller than 1.8 meters, he needed to raise his head to look at the lady's face. If not, all he could see was her large chest. This lady looked astonishing at first glance. When he took a second look, he felt that she was a ghost. She was beautiful, but unbelievably muscular. When he heard her words, Wang Teng finally knew where his bad feeling came from earlier. This King Kong Barbie in front of him was his greatest misfortune. Not only was Wang Teng shocked, but his companions also had their mouths wide open. A few moments later, they started trying their best to suppress their laughter. Zhu Yushao, Kui Fa, and the others even turned red in the face. They couldn't control themselves. Wang Teng felt like cursing when he saw their expressions. His expression kept changing. Is this question difficult to answer? Valeria stared at Wang Teng and asked seriously. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. Difficult. It wasn't just difficult. It was the most difficult question of the century. It's not difficult to answer. Wang Teng refused to show any signs of weakness. But when he saw the pure gaze of the young lady, he didn't know what to do. This King Kong Barbie seemed like a naive girl. He swallowed the words at the tip of his tongue and sighed in his heart. In the end, he changed his speech and asked, "Are the people in your country all this straightforward?" "I like to be direct," Valeria replied. "How about this? Before I answer your question, let me ask you one first." Wang Teng pretended to ponder before he spoke. "All right, go ahead," Valeria nodded. The others looked over with interest when they heard their conversation. Dan Taishuan glanced at Wang Teng ambiguously. She seemed happy at his plight. "Well, you wanted to show off. This is what you deserve." "Do you prefer sweet bean curd or salty bean curd?" A glint appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. Everyone collapsed in shock. They finally understood what he wanted to do. This fellow was despicable. He was using this method to avoid her. What? Valeria was stunned. She didn't know what bean curd was. She had never heard of it. Wang Teng finally realized how stupid he was. However, he didn't know any food from country boar, so he asked again, "What do you like to eat in your country?" "Thin pancakes," Valeria replied without any hesitation. She even swallowed her saliva as she recalled the delicious taste of the food. Wang Teng. This lady was a foodie. Suddenly, Wang Teng had another bad premonition. However, he had already asked his question, so he had to follow through. He continued, "Do you like sweet pancakes or salty pancakes?" Everyone looked at him in contempt. How could he ask this shameless question? He was just making use of her naiveness. Wang Teng ignored them and stared intently at Valeria. "This is a piece of cake. Once you make your decision, our fate will end." Valeria looked at him curiously. She didn't know why he asked this question, but she still replied to him, "Both." "You like both?" Wang Teng was stunned. "Yes, I like both." Valeria nodded and said, "How can you like both?" Wang Teng had a breakdown. The script wasn't right. This was a choice question. Why was she choosing both? Didn't she know that this was ridiculous? "Ha ha ha." Everyone burst out laughing when they saw Wang Teng's frustrated expression. "Have a good chat with Miss Valeria. We can improve the relationship between our countries. Isn't this what you like to do?" Dan Taishuan patted Wang Teng's shoulder and laughed. Wang Teng got depressed. "What's wrong with these people? Can we still be friends? Y'all are pushing me into the fire. Is this how we improve the relationship between our countries?" "Don't say anything. Our friendship ends here." Wang Teng glared at Dan Taishuan before he turned and said to Valeria seriously, "We have no fate if you like to eat thin pancakes." "Why?" Valeria asked. "I don't like pancakes. There's no future for two people with different tastes," Wang Teng replied. "You misunderstood me." Valeria laughed uncontrollably. "I like to eat everything, so we won't have the problem of having different tastes for food." Wang Teng squinted. Damn it, he had met his opponent. This naive-looking King Kong Barbie was so hard to handle. This was out of his expectations. "Let's not talk about food. Let's talk about different things. If two people want to get together, they must understand each other." Wang Teng winked at Dan Taishuan furiously as he walked down the mountain. "Let's walk and talk." Dan Taishuan pretended she didn't see anything. However, she still walked down the mountain. It was indeed embarrassing to talk about this in the middle of the mountain path. "What do you want to understand about me?" Valeria caught up with Wang Teng and asked. "For instance, your interest and hobbies," Wang Teng said. "I like to hit people," Valeria replied. Wang Teng was speechless. Is that a hobby? This King Kong Barbie's hobby was quite special. But for some reason, he felt as if he had met his soulmate. To hell with the soulmate. This wasn't the result he wanted. "Cough. Hitting people is not good. I don't like to hit them. Look, our interests are different. We have no future," Wang Teng said insincerely. The moment he finished speaking, everyone stared at him with a strange expression. Do you believe yourself when you say that you don't like to hit people? Dan Taishuan wasn't afraid of creating a scene, exposing Wang Teng instantly. Our Valeria decided to look for you after seeing your performance during the match. Darwan, who had been keeping quiet, finally opened his mouth. Wang Teng finally knew where the problem was. This King Kong Barbie fell for him when he was hitting someone. How could he change? Was this fatal attraction? No, no, no. Frightening images started appearing in his mind. He shuddered, and his head turned numb. He shook his head frantically. I think that you misunderstood me. I don't like to hit people, honestly. I'm a kind person deep down. I was forced to hit him during the match. Normally, I won't hit anyone if I don't have to, Wang Teng said seriously. What a coincidence. I'm a kind person too, Valeria replied shyly. That's right. Our Valeria will feel guilty even if she killed an ant. She's a kind and good lady. Darwin nodded and spoke up for Valeria. Wang Teng felt stuffy in his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could these people be so shameless? Wang Teng didn't know what to do anymore. Despair. Boss, please let me go. Chapter 599. The surprise appearance of Constellation Force. The people from Country Board didn't leave, especially after Dan Taishuan's enthusiasm. She urged them to stay and have dinner with them. They had another friendly round of conversation. The two nations had a good relationship, at least on the surface, so the dinner was harmonious. Nothing unsightly happened. On the dining table, Darwin asked, What do you think of the White Eagle Nation's Gene martial warriors? Everyone from Country Zaya paused. What do you think? Dan Taishuan threw the question back at him. Darwin didn't mind, though. If he wanted to know Country Zaya's opinion, he needed to show some sincerity. He smiled and replied, Although there are some benefits, the flaws are also apparent. After they mutate, they will get influenced by the beast's consciousness. This will harm themselves and their opponents. After they get affected by the beast's consciousness, they will get stronger, Dan Taishuan said. But without their consciousness guiding the mutation, their attacks become aimless and they are no different from wild beasts. It's not hard to deal with them, Wang Teng interrupted. I forgot that you fought with them. Darwan looked at Wang Teng intently. If it was honestly as simple as what he said, they wouldn't need to be scared of the White Eagle Nation's Gene martial warriors. Although Wang Teng could defeat them easily, it didn't mean other martial warriors could. Your country is studying gene mutation too, right? Dan Taishuan suddenly asked in a meaningful tone. Darwan's gaze froze. Then he smiled and said, Why are you talking about us? Aren't you doing it too? The atmosphere on the dining table tensed up. Almost immediately after that, Darwan and Dan Taishuan laughed out loud. They dropped the topic as if it had never been brought up. The atmosphere turned harmonious again. I will not give up, Valeria said to Wang Teng earnestly before she left. Wang Teng had a headache. This stubborn person was fixed on getting him. Dan Taishuan grabbed his shoulder and sniggered. Not bad, little brother. You are so fortunate. We are only halfway through the event, but you've already gotten a beauty. What an honor you have brought to our country. Go away. You call this fortunate? Bringing honor to the country? Wang Teng pushed her hand away furiously. He walked up the stairs and ignored her. Everyone laughed behind him. Zhu Yushao teased, Of course you're lucky. Miss Valeria has an angelic face. I've never seen such an exquisite face in my life. An angelic face but a devilish body. I'm afraid that my small body can't handle her, Wang Teng said in frustration. That's why you need to invest first. Figures can change. As long as she doesn't exercise her muscles in the future, her figure will return to normal. It will be a great investment for you at that time. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain, Zhu Yushao analyzed. Haha, I don't have the time to play this cultivation game, Wang Teng scoffed. You don't understand how lucky you are. You will regret it in the future. Dan Taishuan nudged him. Go away. Wang Teng was exasperated and indignant. The next day, everyone gathered at the Colosseum again. The moment Country Boar saw the people from Country Shaya, Valeria shouted and waved at them as if they had a close relationship. Wang Teng forced himself to nod his head as a reply. When the martial warriors from the other nations saw this, they wondered if Country Boar and Country Shaya had joined hands. The high priest came down from the peak and noticed this scene. His eyes shimmered. As the largest martial warrior organization in this continent, the Holy Temple paid close attention to all the big nations in the world. Were Country Boar and Country Jia sending some signals? Both Country Boar and Country Jia would never expect the entire world to think too much about two youngsters' actions. What on earth was going on in their minds? The duels continue. Who's willing to be the first? The high priest asked. The Colosseum turned quiet. Suddenly, in Country Inca's direction, a young monk walked out and entered the arena. He was wearing a red gown with the top half of his body naked. He wasn't bald. A short layer of hair had grown on his head. His expression was solemn and calm. He turned to Country Shaya and placed his palms together. "I will like to challenge Country Shaya, please." The Colosseum became silent again. Qiu Fei and the others turned serious. They looked at each other. "Who wants to go?" Dan Taishuan asked. "This is probably the most powerful martial warrior from Country Inca," Wang Teng said in surprise. He glanced at the martial warrior. The most powerful martial warrior. Everyone was dumbfounded. That's right. He has reached the low-tier general stage and there's a strange aura around him. Wang Teng frowned. Low-tier general stage. Qi Fei and Yan Bo immediately gave up the thought of going out. They were only at the brigadier general stage. Agliro was the strongest trump card of Country Inca. They had no chance of winning if they went up to accept his challenge. All in all, none of the exceptionally talented martial warriors should be looked down upon. "In that case, let me do it." Mujiguo stood up and said. Wang Teng and Dan Taishuan looked at each other and nodded. "Be careful." Mujiguo nodded at them and entered the arena. "Country Asia, Mujiguo." Mujiguo bowed at Agliro. "Please," Agliro returned the bow calmly. The instant they finished speaking, two powerful auras rose abruptly in the arena. Both sides had started their battle. This was a battle between low-tier general stage martial warriors, so all the nations paid high attention to this match. They looked down sternly. Wang Teng turned serious, too. Despite chewing a barbecued octopus leg, his gaze was focused on the arena. Boom. The next moment, two forces exploded. Mujiguo was bathed in golden force with a battle blade in his hand. He slashed out a ray of blade glow, aiming it at the Country Inca martial warrior opposite him. Agliro's weapon was a strange metal rod. His expression was calm as dark red force glows appeared around his body. Scorching heat burned his surroundings. "This is..." Wang Teng's gaze froze. Waves of astonishment crashed into his heart constellation force. There was no mistake. The force this monk was using was constellation force, although this constellation force felt like a mixture and wasn't as pure as the true constellation force. It was still this force. The leader of martial arts in their country had searched high and low for this force, but he couldn't get it. How could Wang Teng not be flabbergasted? Is it an ancient skill from Country Inca? Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He remembered what Dan Taishuan once told him. Country Inca had a long history of martial arts. They seemed to have some secret scriptures that outsiders didn't know. Was this related to the appearance of constellation force? Chapter 600. I can't lose. Wang Teng suddenly had high expectations for the dual constellation force. He wondered if this martial warrior from Country Inca was able to drop some different attribute bubbles. Fortunately, he knew that there would definitely be constellation force. While he was wondering about the potential gains, Mujiguo and Agliro had started fighting in the arena below. Their bodies collided. They represented their countries and their honor. It was a direct match with no nonsense. Boom, the blade glow by Mujiguo lashed down on Agliro's head. Agliro's gaze didn't change. With a wave of his hand, a ray of red light flashed in front, shattering the blade glow immediately. At the same time, Mujiguo had already arrived in front of Agliro. He punched his fist at him. Bang! When they exchanged punches, red and golden light emitted out from them, bringing along a powerful force with it. It swept through the arena. Then, in a split second, they separated. Mujiguo and Agliro retreated a few meters back and stared at each other sternly. Mujiguo lowered his eyelids slightly. He could still feel the remnants of the scorching heat on his fists. Even the force in his body seemed to be burning. This fire force was stronger than a normal martial warrior's. It looked like Wang Teng was right. Agliro was different. It would be hard to deal with him. Boom! Agliro didn't give him too much time to think. He tapped his feet on the ground and charged towards Mujiguo like a ray of red light. Crack! At the same time, cracks appeared on the ground where he was standing at. This was the power of a tap of his feet. Mujiguo turned serious. He rose into the air and dived down, slashing his blade at Agliro below him. Clang! The clash of metals resounded in the sky. Agliro stood on the ground, his knees slightly bent. However, he had managed to block Mujiguo's attack forcefully with his bare hands. Noticing that his attack had failed, Mujiguo soared into the sky again. Agliro followed behind him closely. They turned into two balls of light as they crashed into each other intensely in the sky. Force explosions echoed continuously in the Colosseum while the residual force in the sky swept to the ground. The power was frightening. These two martial warriors are very strong, Gerald from the large Eagle Nation said slowly. A fighting spirit was burning in his eyes. Both of them have reached the low-tier general stage. They must be the strongest martial warrior from their country. Arnold hesitated for a moment before he continued, "However, I'm very curious of Wang Teng's identity. I feel that he's not as simple as he seems. Is it possible that Mujiguo isn't the strongest martial warrior? It might be another person," Gerald said with twinkling eyes. "Are you saying it's Wang Teng?" Arnold pondered for a few seconds, then he shook his head. "But he's too young. I'm already shocked that he could defeat Hilson. It will be hard to believe that he's on par with people like you. You're not the only one. I don't dare to believe it either," Gerald said. On the White Eagle Nation's side, Yoke said to a young man, Shuan, "Can you defeat them?" Marcia and Fortes looked at the young man involuntarily. After a night of rest, Fortes had regained consciousness. They used a large number of expensive healing medicine to treat the injuries on his body. Only his face remained a little swollen. They couldn't erase the wounds completely. Fortes would become furious whenever he remembered how his handsome face was beaten up so badly. When he heard that the talent chosen by the Holy Temple had received the same treatment, he heaved a sigh of relief. At least he wasn't the only one. It was better to get embarrassed together. However, the other martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation wasn't as lucky. Kun was still unconscious after the stimulation from Shenai Tongji's illusion. It would be hard for him to resume his human forming. Yoke flew him back overnight for emergency treatment. He might be able to save his life. The young man whom Yoke was talking to looked extremely ordinary. His nose bridge was high, and there were two white lines on his face. Hearing Yoke's question, he replied coldly, "I don't know." Yoke felt helpless. He had nowhere to vent his frustration, so he stopped talking to the young man. Marcia and Fortes were afraid of this young man, too. They didn't chat with him when they noticed he didn't want to speak. This young man's status seemed a little special among the team. The martial warriors from the other nations were watching the match attentively as they measured their distance from the two contestants on the stage. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky above the Colosseum, two balls of lights collided fervently. However, one of them was at a disadvantage. When Mujiguo crashed into Agliro once again, he flew backward uncontrollably. He swung his blade beside him and stepped in mid-air, making use of the resistance in the air to force himself to stop. Blood dripped down the corners of his lips. He stared grimly at Agliro, who was a distance away. Suddenly, his vision blurred. Memories flashed through his mind. In his flashback, there was a group of 4 people going on a mission. Mujiguo was one of them. They shuttled through a forest quickly, helping one another along the way as they rushed in a certain direction. The image changed. They arrived at a relic site and got in a fight with other martial warriors. They seemed to be fighting over something. Suddenly, two of them landed in danger. Mu Zhiguo gave up the mission target he was fighting for and reinforced them. In the end, he came back with his heavily injured teammates. A middle-aged man in military uniform stood in front of him with a look of disappointment. He sighed and left the flashback ended with that sigh. These thoughts only occurred for a split second. Mu Zhiguo quickly regained his senses and his gaze turned resolute. I can't lose. He clutched the battle blade in his hand tightly. His competitiveness was flaming. Golden force shot through the clouds as a sharp blade conscious spun around him. Rays of golden blade glows danced crazily in the air, intertwining with one another before finally gathering into a large golden blade. Mu Zhiguo widened his eyes and held his battle blade with both hands. He swung it down in extreme anger. The golden ray cut through the sky, pressing the air around it and forming shrill sounds of abrasion and loud explosions. Sharp blade conscious swept the sky. It was glaring to the eye. Slash, slash, slash. Angry howls seemed to echo in the air, followed by the slash of the blade conscious. Aglira raised his head. With his gaze still calm, he placed his palms together and the flames around him grew bigger. They turned into a divine-looking giant flame beast. The giant beast roared fiercely and charged towards the golden blade glow above its head. Boom! The two forces collided, releasing an earth-shattering explosion. Red and golden lights lit up half the sky, concealing the situation with its blinding glow. No one could see who won or lost. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.